ground shake.
Happy Sunday, SMITE fans. Welcome into the final day of the SPL for this weekend. My name is Dulce, and I'll be your host for the matchup we have on the slate for you. To start off the day, that is Radiance versus Ghost. Aggro joins me, though, to supply all the knowledge. I got the hosting, but you know he's got all that extra stuff there off to the side. Aggro should be a good one here between these two squads.
Yeah, I think this Radiance team, we've seen a new look for them lately, and that's the big key. Can we see Radiance continue to get the weird picks they've been going for? Tsukiyomi early on, Morrigan, things like that. Will Cyclone be able to play this set ADC again? He's looked really, really good on it. Or will Wowie come in prepped for that sort of matchup? I'm excited to see what Obey has come up with, because if I'm Radiance, I'm sticking with this comp until it starts to fail me. I know that it didn't work as well up against Sanguine, but against PK, who was the hottest team in the entire SPL, it got them a much-needed win.
Well, you bring up Sanguine. They will be playing E-United in our second and final matchup of the day here. So that's a big one as well. Those two teams may be a bit closer than the standings dictate here. Though Sanguine, as you mentioned just now, on maybe a little bit of a resurgent here. So two big matchups today to really set the pace, I think, for all four of the teams one way or another. And we're kind of on the downhill swing. After today, there are 2 weekends left, so 6 total days left of SPL before take a little break, do some playoffs, all that sort of fun stuff. So we're getting towards the end there, and you want to be playing your best Smite right about now. But let's sink our teeth into the first matchup of the day a little bit here. Aggro Radiance up against Obey, and you bring up these set compositions. I think worth mentioning then in the mid lane. We've seen set flex a little bit, not necessarily out of Radiance all that much, but we have seen set in the mid lane on some other teams. Let's talk about Big Man Tings, his potential maybe to play that set, and even outside of the set, how he's been playing, you know, recently and what you've seen from the Radiance mid laner.
He's been a key part of their recent success. I mean, his prioritization of the Morrigan in particular is a new look for Big Man, and I think he's had pretty good games on it. He's also had some that I felt like he didn't really bring as much as I was expecting, but in those moments where you don't see a Heimdall basically on the other team, that was his big struggle up against Sanguine. I think he's looked much, much better in those sorts of games, and clearly very keyed in on this Tsukiyomi transformation, making sure that you have an option as that backline dive, maybe even from a distance with that Tsukiyomi ultimate. Big Man's been key for this squad, but I think that if he can continue to do what he's been doing, Radiance is going to be fine. I'm really more looking towards adapting and Aurora. Those two have really stepped up. Aurora in particular, I thought, had a really, really good week this week. If they can continue that here today, then that's going to set them up for a pretty good success.
That's a great angle on that replay there as well. That apple somehow makes its way all the way through the jungle and hits Paul on the way out. Unfortunately, or fortunately rather, that game does go in their favor. 6-1-10 was BMT on the Discordia there in that game. And now, Aggro, we shift our attention over to Obey a little bit. And honestly, Wolfie for Obey there out of the mid lane, I mean, maybe fills a similar role for this squad that BMT does for Radiance. Some ups and downs for the team as a whole, but I think Wolfie has shown here and there that he has the ability to play up to that level.
Agreed, and particularly on the Raw. I mean, that's the pick that everyone is going to be talking about when it comes to Wolfie. But he played the on her, a decent amount. That was a sick jump that caught Nika out of his dash up against SSG. And remember that Obey had good moments in this set. It's not like they got completely washed at the very beginning of every game. They got 2-0'd, but they had some decent moments. Feel like Wolfie just is still looking to find the flexibility in the God pool. That's the big thing for him, is making sure that he's got multiple options, because obviously the Raw has been proven this Raijin has been pretty up and down. I just don't think that Raijin is really that strong of a meta selection right now, but if he can add things like that on her, like the thought that we saw in another one of those replays, then I think that Wolfie can be a real factor for this team. When they're playing well, it's almost always because Wolfie is making plays. I just want to see him take that next step and be the guy that is making them do well. Right now, he's really filling his role very well, doing his job, but not necessarily being the star player for this team.
Right.
That's going to be one of his next steps, is being a primary win condition for this Obey roster.
Well, Obey, Wolfie included, 0-6 in their last 6 games. Been a couple of On Her games, a couple of Persephone games, Thoth and Poseidon weaved in there for Wolfie. You're right, though. They showed up against SSG. They didn't get the win, but they showed bright moments. Wolfie, the guy that we've been talking about a little bit here, he sat down with us for an interview, and we'll see what they need to bring against Radiance to maybe get the win.
Well, that's right. I'm down here with Wolfie, the mid laner, here for Obey. And I just want to ask, you guys have improved. You had really good games against SSG, but unfortunately, they're still not coming out as wins. So what is it in your mind right now that you and your team need to do to change to start closing things out with some Ws?
Honestly, just we need to be a little bit more, I don't know if patient is the right word for it, but like the decision making, that we make good decision. No, we have good decision making up until one point, and then we make one big mistake and everything falls apart. And against teams like SSG, that they are really, really good, and if you give up the momentum, they will take that momentum and they will absolutely run all over you. So SSG, unfortunately, yeah, you make one mistake, you pretty much lose the game.
Well, I guess the good news is that now you're going up against Radiance, and actually, as we saw against Sanguine, they kind of struggled ending the game a few times, losing that momentum, right? So maybe in the same scenario. They've also just been in a slump, and the last time that you two played, you ended up beating Radiance. So are you feeling pretty good going into this set?
I treat every single set the same way, so like even though they lost, they could be coming back stronger. So of course, like we're feeling a little bit better than we felt against SSG, but nevertheless, they are a really tough opponent. So I'm looking forward to playing against them.
Still a lot of dangerous guys on that roster, right? So it is definitely something you have to show respect to everybody. And specifically for you, you're going up against big man teams. He's got a really wide god pool. We got to see the Morrigan come out, maybe not exactly where we expect to see them go today, but you know, how do you handle somebody that brings so many versatile gods into the mid lane?
It's again, I don't think it's so much about how many characters someone can bring to the mid lane. It's a matter of like how the team is going to be playing on the day, because again, it's a team game. It doesn't matter how well you play as individual if the team is not going to come together when it needs to, when it needs to be.
Well, hey man, you've got a good squad around you, and we got to see a lot of great in that set versus SSG, even though it was a 2-0. So I'm excited to see what Obey is going to be bringing. I'm sure there are a lot of people out there watching as well. So good luck in your games, and thanks for your time.
Appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
And a little bit of a history lesson for you. The last time these two teams played, Obey won it in 3 games. It was a 2-1 for Obey over Radiance. Aggro, kind of final thoughts on what you heard from Wolfie there. You agree with most of what he said and kind of where the mentality is at for this team?
Yeah, I think that Wolfie's always a guy who's got his head on straight and is thinking about the game in the right way. I just think that we can't expect Radiance to play to that same level that they did last time they played against Obey. That was in the midst of their free fall, and really they were not clicking. Now they've at least clicked a little bit more, but it remains to be seen if it's enough to take down Obey.
And not only the last time they played, Obey won, that was the last set that Obey has won. 6 straight losses since then for the Obey squad. So it's time to turn things around. Picks and pans in an interesting series of picks and pans, I think, this time around, because Radiant, as we've mentioned, have stuck with this set composition in their recent games. A little bit of mix-up, some change-up here and there when forced into it. But I imagine it's something, if left available, okay, if it's not left available to them, Radiance would maybe go into. I guess that just makes sense, Aggro. If it's kind of this new composition that's moving into the meta, Radiance, you know, despite a couple of losses and you know, a couple of wins on it, definitely maybe new enough. If you're not comfortable playing against it, just take out the core of maybe that strategy.
I agree. I think that the set is one of those key parts of that strat. And look, Radiance is still likely going to be picking things like Herc Guan in the support role. I'd still anticipate them prioritizing the Tsukiyomi and the Morrigan very highly. but at least giving your Hunter a matchup where you know Wowie won't get soloed over and over again, which is really what can happen up against a set ADC, I think it makes sense. I think that's a fine ban.
Oh, Herc, another important piece of some of that puzzle we were talking about, taken off the table. Yamoja as well. That's going to open up the door for this ROM first pick. Adds a little extra weight when you see that the Cupid is banned out there as well. So Wowie rather there in that Hunter role is going to have to look for something a little bit different. Jingwei has been a popular pivot pick with one of those final Hunter drafts. Now the Amaterasu for Obey. Obviously, we've had these conversations around SSG and some of those other power solo laners here in this meta. Even outside of the specific players, I think Amaterasu is good enough that it makes sense to hand that one over to Ducky first overall.
Yeah, I like these two picks. I was a little bit... I was curious on whether or not Obey would try and take away and deny some of these picks for Radiance. I mean, Guan Yu is the big one that I think they've clearly shown that they really heavily prioritize for Aurora. So I was going to say I'd very much expect a Guan here top 3, and then I'd probably expect Tsukiyomi if I had to guess, just based on Radiance's most recent selections. I think you could go the Morrigan here and keep with that same identity, but it seems to me like when given the option, Radiance is going for that Tsukiyomi a little bit more, but when Persephone is open, didn't even cross my mind. Yeah, this makes sense. You get this pick here for BMT. Obey is likely going to end up banning that Tsukiyomi if they have been paying attention to what Radiance has been picking and prioritizing as of late. But even without the Morrigan there with that Tsukiyomi, I feel like Radiance is going to be fine. They got the key piece for them, which is, in my mind, making sure that Aurora is comfortable, getting him a priority pick. With the Hercules banned, they default to the Guan Yu.
And what a shift we've seen here recently, specifically with Persephone. If she was ever let through in the ban phase, it almost seemed like guaranteed first pick regardless. Not only between these two teams, seems like most teams are sort of more focused on locking in those one or two kind of core pieces of their composition. Then if Persephone's still around, obviously that's ideal. Jingwei is the Hunter that Wowie will end up moving on towards. So definitely a strong pick there and something that we've seen a lot of the Hunters in the league have some success with. Now Obey realizing that adapting still needs a pick for himself, something that he'll look to engage with. The Hun Bats, I think, make some sense then aggro. The Robin as well. Still the Tsukiyomi, though. I mean, that's been a favorite here for adapting. Some good, some bad. But I still think you take away the Hun Bats, you take away the Robin, but there's still plenty of power for adapting and his engage potential out of the jungle.
Agreed, and I'm curious on whether or not Obey is just going to take Tsukiyomi here for themselves. That seems like the most logical thing to me if you're not going to ban it. Seems like Obey is really banking on the fact that adapting is going to have one of those lower-end Tsukiyomi games, and it's been pretty 50-50 for him by my estimation. He's had about half of his games be really good, half of them be pretty not impressive. Obey's rolling the dice, so that you're giving a guy a comfort pick here necessarily, and back to the Nike goes Benji. I mean, this Radiance core has been pretty similar. It's really been centered around Guan, Nike, and Tsukiyomi, and if Radiance want it, they can have all three.
Thor is what it is. All right, so they don't want the Tsukiyomi, but they do want the Thor. Never going to question adapting on Thor. We know not only how those two mesh well together, but just Thor in general, what he's able to do out of that jungle once you tick over to level 5. The stats on the last time we saw Wolfie on the Poseidon, 3, and 4 in a loss to the Renegades. So neither here nor there, I suppose, in that performance, but definitely something that they'll look to provide a little bit of setup for so those Krakens can hit Osiris. All right, so I'm thinking it's Ducky still on the Amaterasu. Could Sino be whipping out the Osiris for a little bit of that warrior jungle flavor?
I think he might be. I think he might be in the spot. Remember, Osiris did just get buffed. He has a little bit more ult range now. That's a big deal for him. I mean, he can get over walls a little bit more easily, chase a little bit more effectively. I think that this pick can make some sense. I mean, it's the type of selection that a character like Persephone sometimes has trouble getting away. I mean, Flourish is a fairly low-range dash. Osiris can force Flourish with a little bit of a slow and then catch you with the next Sickle Strike because that first ability is on such a short cooldown. I like Osiris jungle, but it needs to get going early. It is not a pick that is going to be really effective 35 minutes into the game. Obey need to get off to a good start here if they're going to be able to take this one, but I think it's possible with the setup they have.
Obey, I think they've got some picks that they'll feel comfortable with and that they could work with. I think Radiance have the same as well. The Guan Yu for Aurora, definitely something we've seen. We forget Persephone rolls through for BMT aggro. This one got a lot more interesting over recent weeks with the rise of Obey, Radiance, being in and out, sort of hot and cold, I suppose, in their draft. Quick thoughts that you're not going to be able to give me. Radiance versus Obey, game number 1. Let's dive in.
Thanks, Dawson and Aggro at the desk. It's Finch and Mifflin here as we move to game 1 between Radiance and Obey. And in this game number 1, make sure you let us know who you think is going to win. That poll will be up in chat, so vote there. Myth, we were talking about just now watching this Picks and Bans, the set getting respect banned away from Cyclone Spin, so I guess you're lucky that now he's on the ROM. I don't know, man, and can this Osiris jungle keep up with all that pressure that maybe Radiance will now have?
I'm worried about the Osiris jungle. If you keep track of Sino's Twitter, he tweeted out, I think it was about 2 months ago, I'm going to put the warrior jungles on the shelf, guys. I'm going to the assassins. We need a little bit more damage in our draft. And now 2 months later, we're exactly back where we started. But they've got a strong draft, Obey that is, in of itself. Just a good front line, nice backline peel through the Sobek, and a couple of hyper carries inside of Jingwei and Poseidon. They've transitioned you well into the late game. But I think that, all in all, Radiance came out ahead. We know that Nike Solo has been having a lot of success in the hands of players like FineOK. Adapting on this Thor should be able to outpace Sino in the jungle, just because the second he ticks over to level 5, he's going to have that semi-global ultimate, able to gank and outmaneuver this Osiris just about anywhere he wants to. I don't need to sing the praises of Persephone. Everyone knows why this god is just about at 100% pick ban rate. And I really, really do like Radiance getting back to a more standard duo lane inside of this ROM pick for Cyclone Spin. Aurora found a new comfort pick with Guan Yu. This might be a Radiance draft that can kind of just win out in the early, mid, and late up against Obey.
I think so too, and I think that you're right to kind of point out Aurora on this Guan Yu, because the more of a threat he can build up with some of those other secondary picks, I think the more likely that Hercules can come back around. If this Guan Yu can become a must pick or a must ban, or if he can find another third pick that you got to get rid of, it starts to open up the door, or maybe it opens up the door to where Set makes it through, right, for Cyclone Spin. It just creates so much more pressure. The more that Aurora, I think, can adapt and show that banning Hercules doesn't make him ineffective as a support for this team. Radiance, though, despite the slump they've been in lately, they bounced back with that win recently against PK, and it seems like chat agrees. 67% of them leaning towards Radiance, 33% though still loyal to Obey and Myth. I think we're doing Obey a disservice if we don't talk about how much better they've looked lately, about how Wolfie and Inbound in particular have really improved for this squad, I think, and been improving that 3v3 core. With Inbound on something like this Sobek, I don't think you can overlook Obey at all.
And I think you're right to highlight that Inbound's playing Sobek, because I think you can really tie that into the improvement that we've seen in recent weeks. He's just playing straight up better picks now. We saw him on the Ymir very often. Now he's starting to fall back a little bit more so towards the Kuzenbos, the Sobeks, the Reptiles of the Guardian role. And I think that it makes him look a lot better. It fits the role of his team. And Inbound in particular is likely the most improved SPL player throughout the entirety of Season 7. He might have had the most room to grow, but he's certainly doing it at a respectable pace.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything you can say, too negatively about the growth that he's had, because it's been tremendous. And obviously he was the one that this team needed to step up, but he's not the only support that did that. Neil Ma and PK's big run that they made to become the world champions, we're still the defending champs right now, I think he tremendously improved, and he's kept a lot of that this year. It's part of why PK has been so strong. But I think that he's been playing well for them in the set that they just got through playing Obey recently, where they lost to SSG. I actually thought Inbound played really, really well, and just unfortunately ended up having a couple of small mistakes at the end of the game that really cost them, because that's how good that Space Station team is. So we'll see if Inbound can hold on to some of that momentum, or if we might see him regress here a little bit in this game. Radiance struggled for a while, but I think they've been starting to get back into their form. They found some picks that are working for them, so this is not going to be an easy match for Obey by any means.
And it really won't be. It comes down to how well is Sino going to perform on this Osiris out of the jungle. We need him to find pressure early on up against Radiance's draft. Come late game, Sino's going to have to build either a lot of tankiness if he wants to remain effective, or he's going to need to pull a lead in the early if he wants to play a damage role Osiris. I think that it's very interesting to see him take it to this team composition in particular against Radiance. It seems like a very volatile pick, a pick that needs to find pressure in the early game, and that's been Obey's forte. They love playing around that early game. It's where they look best as a team, so it can work out. But so far, 4 minutes into the game, we haven't really seen Sino do anything besides farming the map. We need to see something happen soon. I'm thinking in the next 4 or 5 minutes, and it's going to have to be pretty big.
It is going to be big, right? Because think about how Poseidon does lose some of his value once those Aegises start to come in. The Kraken's not as strong. That's why a lot of people say the Whirlpool really one of the best value that he brings because it can't get as immune as easily. And obviously the Osiris not going to be able to keep up with a Thor the later that the game goes, you'd think. I think the rest of their team still plenty strong mid to late, though. Ama and Sobek and Jingwei are going to be problems for Radiance, but they might have a slight edge if Obey can't find a way to get some momentum. As Sino is the member that's now been isolated here. Mifflin and Aurora is right on top of him. More to the Afterlife lets him escape. Aurora moves off of chasing Sino. They look instead to collapse on Wolfie, and there's the Thor dunk, setting up for Tings to get first blood. Wolfie on the Poseidon gets dunked.
What a smart re-engage there. Target selection. They know that they could pick up the kill very easily on a Sino, but instead try and prioritize out that hyper carry. Now Wolfie falling down very early on. Sino unfortunately gets caught out trying to invade out those back cams. Wolfie rotates in with inbound just to peel out their boy. Sometimes you gotta leave your homies for dead, all right? Sometimes you can't help it. It's only gonna get you killed, and Wolfie's learning that the hard way here. 5 minutes in, Radiance pick up first blood, and it's already a pretty sizable lead. We're approaching 1,000 off a singular kill.
Hey, you gotta tell Hinduman about that. He's got this idea that whenever he and I play games together, I abandon him all the time, but you gotta leave your homies for dead sometimes. That's just how it is, and Benji perhaps leaving his homie for dead as Obey have grouped up around this blue buff. Instead, Benji leaping away, and now perhaps Radiance have bought some time. Aurora has made his way
nice
in.
blink.
To reposition. Dash gets him out as well, and Obey trying to hunt down the Guan Yu. But Tings is the cavalry that's coming in to provide some support, but it's not enough. Obey Alliance able to find a nice pick of their own as they punish Aurora looking to defend blue.
A little roving death squad, but they haven't picked up the buff just yet. Benji's still hovering around, doesn't quite have the ultimate available to him, but he does have enough damage to scare them away, and forces out the dazzling offensive as well. That's fear. That's fear in the heart of Ducky immediately. There was no risk of death there surrounded by his entire team. He just loses out on a cooldown, but better safe than sorry, I guess.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe he wasn't so sure about adapting's ult timer, thought maybe that leap in signified some backup coming, but I'm with you, Miff. Feels at least a bit like an overreaction there from Ducky, to say the least, and he gets that ultimate forced out for free. But I think it also makes some sense there in a world where you already gave up first blood. Get your pick, and then whatever you have to do to make sure you make it out alive, you do it. Now Obey can at least say that they're sitting on even footing here and could try and fight back into the rest of this Radiance comp. But I was talking earlier about how the pieces I'm worried about are maybe this Poseidon and this Osiris for Obey as this game goes later and later. But how do you feel about this Obey comp? I mean, do they have the pieces to go toe-to-toe with Radiance despite them having some strong picks on the Radiant side?
Come late game, if they come in even, it's going to come down to play on the field. I think that Obey have a strong front line. They've got the ability to have that two carries in the back peel for each other. Poseidon and Jingwei should be very safe alone, just Poseidon being incredibly quick, Jingwei being one of the safest hunters in the game. But I'm worried about the confirmable damage and the engage from a range. It's a two-trick engage from Obey. It's either going to be dazzling offensive from Ducky to start off a team fight or a pluck from inbound. Outside of that, they don't really have much.
Ooh, charge prey from inbound, almost catching Benji. That certainly would have been trouble. I've been waiting to say fine, okay, I'm just so used to seeing him pilot the Nike, but it's Benji here certainly escaping danger. Maybe even he was looking to try and steal away the blue, but Obey had 4 members on the right side, so Benji makes it out of there safely. And I think I'm with you in that Obey's engage, right, it's good, but it's certainly, you know what it's going to be if you're Radiance, right? Meanwhile, Radiance have the ability to come in with this Nike, to come in with a Thor dunk, to come in with this cavalry charge, to have Cyclone Spin sniping from a range. I think they do have a bit of versatility on Obey, but I'm not so willing to count out this Obey draft just yet. I think it's a push, sort of as you were implying there, to just depending on how these fights end up going, if they end up making it to 20, 25 minutes, and there's no big leads going one way or the other.
But at 25-ish minutes, it's going to be Big Man Tings pouting the most popular, most strong god on the map inside of this Persephone. I mean, Grasp of Death is another way for them to engage from a range as well. You don't have to aim that ability truthfully inside the jungle. You can hit a wall, and BMT is a very talented player. I'm sure he's going to be hitting enemies, but he doesn't have to. And even if he dies, even if the dive comp from Obey works out, Sure, you killed BMT, but all of a sudden he's still returning damage to you. Cavalier, he doesn't care anymore. He's already dead, but he's a ghost, and he can deal just as much damage as just about anyone else. I think that Obey have a steep hill to climb up, and already, we're looking at 9 minutes in. This pace is a little bit slower. You need Obey, if you're an Obey fan, to be being a little bit more proactive on this map. This Osiris pick, and it looks like it is going to be a very auto-attack damage-centric Osiris with Ninja Tabi and Stone Cutting Sword already. It's not very tanky. You need him to perform well in the early game. He needs to get that natural tankiness online through levels so he can get the tether online to get the additional damage mitigation. But as of yet, Adapting's keeping pace and probably going to be able to pull slightly ahead if he does decide to go for a gank.
Yeah, I am a bit surprised that you lock in Osiris and then choose to play this slowly, right? If you want to just wait for the mid to late game, you think there'd be some picks that make a little bit more sense than the Warrior jungle. But Sino, perhaps anticipating aggression from Radiance and wanting to be willing to fight, or just being comfortable on this pick, whatever it is, Sino's played well enough up until now that I just trust the man, as Benji is in some trouble. Dazzling Offense will be used to lock him down, and the lockdown works. Sino even has the Lord of the Afterlife, and Benji, without the leap, has no way out. The gank from Obey, for some reason, I never thought it would work, absolutely gets the kill, and there's the Osiris working out.
Yeah, caught him with the jump down, and that Stone Cutting Sword does so much damage in the early game. The lockdown potential from the slows is just enough to keep Benji sitting there. That's unfortunate for him, and the Heavenly Agility from Ducky as well, just making sure that there really was no escape path possible. And Obey Alliance get a small lead for themselves. A successful gank in solo results in the Pyromancer falling as well. Radiance try and return damage on the other side of the map, and they weren't quite able to do it as Aurora diving deep.
Okay, they want Inbound Dead, I see. Grasp of Death and the Cavalry Charge and the Anvil of Dawn all being used in, and it worked. Inbound's dead. You got him, fellas, and that's a kill going in favor of Radiance. But isn't it crazy how well that gank works? I mean, Benji had the Mystical Mail to go back to the solo lane kill for that fight, as it looks like we are going to be having a bit of a pause coming through here, so we'll work on getting the players back into the game as soon as possible. But I think that's what you get, right, with this Amaterasu and the Stone Cutting Sword. The Ama passive, the SCS, those work together for great prot shred, and even a Mystical Male Nike is going to have trouble living through that gank without her leap.
Yeah, Mystical Male Nike with 2 entire health bars with that ultimate as well. Just not enough health to survive through that situation, and it seems like that was the strategy. With Ducky picking up the Heavenly Agility so early on, it looks like it is just going to be that. They want to be able to chase down this Nike every single time. Maybe we're going to see Sino try and reprise that gank in the solo lane pretty often going forward. But now that Pyromancer is dead, Gold Fury being the only neutral objective up, Obey are likely to shift up their strategy at least a little bit to try and contest the duo side of the map. But I want to talk about that gank in mid right there. Fantastic target selection from Aurora, chasing out Wolfie, forcing out the bees, and then immediately turning around to regroup with his team on top of Inbound. And that's the second time we've seen that exact play from Radiance. It seems like their shot calling is really cleaning up after this long break.
That's a good point to bring up there, Myth, because that's something that has felt like it's been a bit off from this team, right, is their coordination, especially in the late game team fights. It's felt as though they've kind of fell apart in some moments where otherwise they've been pretty coordinated in the past. So anything that indicates that this team is back on track in that department, I think it's good news for Radiance fans. We are back here into the game. And we're starting to get a bit of an idea about how this Osiris can work for Sino now, right, Mifflin? He could pair up with Ducky to take down even a Nike here at this point with physical defense going into the double physical gank. So I think that Obey are still feeling comfortable about this pick here right now. We had some doubts, but I think they can feel very good about how this game has gone so far.
But Obey do make the commitment of sending Sino over there. That's the second time we've seen him in that lane, and even though Benji does fall, he ticks over to level 12 first. He's able to maintain even, if not a slight lead on this Nike. If the idea is we need to shut down the solo lane, it's a good idea. It's a strategy that Ghost likes to run pretty often. They'll send 3 people over there, but you need to have Ducky pull ahead. He's 2-0. And completely even. That's not how it's supposed to look. And even then, the only real lead establishing is for Sino in the jungle about 1 level. But this is what we like to see.
Wow, they burn it quickly. Aurora still coming in with the Grasp of Death as follow-up, but Sino has the response. Lord of Afterlife, and Aurora is done. Dunk from adapting a little bit late, so beads have to be used to get him back out of there. And Obey do that so quickly, Miff. It feels like Radiance were a little bit slow to get to it. And I don't even know if slow is fair. I just think Obey had insane burn on that objective.
Just all that shred. Poseidon slept on a little bit. That Trident absolutely decimates objectives. The passive from Amaterasu speeds that up as well. Stone Cutting Sword to strip away some defense. There's a lot in Obey's draft that can burn through these things quickly, and they've even got the Frenzy very early on, the first relic picked up. So I think that's a huge determining factor in these objectives. And now Obey, clearing out both neutral objectives in the early game, have free reign in the map. If they want to continue ganking out the solo lane, there's real no risk of it, unless they're worried about potentially a duo lane gank. They do have the safest guy in the game, though, and Wowie, very used to being left alone on an island, I'm sure is absolutely fine with it.
What do you think about this Executioner, though, which has become something of a calling card for Sino as long as Aurora doesn't end up in trouble? Looks like he's okay. It's something he's been picking up a little bit, going to Twitter to defend as well. Maybe not a Hunter item, but he seems to think it's a pretty good jungle item.
Yeah, I like that you call out the tweet. My man said, just because that man said it's bad doesn't mean it's bad, guys.
That's what he said.
You know, he's right. He's absolutely right. It's not very good in the Hunter build because it's a little bit more expensive than you'd like for a bridge item like Executioner, but having Sino have it means that multiple people are going to be able to benefit. Ducky and Wowie, who should be the core of damage come late game, are going to benefit greatly from having that additional protection shred on their team, matched up with the fact that Sino can just be a light CC bot with multiple slows, permanently slowing whoever he makes contact with, matched up with Ducky's slow as well from the Frostbound that he's working into, is going to be a very strong lockdown. But again, this is a very squishy Osiris. It's going to be really hard for him to stick in these engagements long enough to get value out of these items. Both Stone Cutting and Executioner require multiple auto attacks to land before you get their full value.
But hasn't it become clear that I think killing these tanks is the idea for Obey, right? They have the Stone Cutting Sword, the Executioner, the Amaterasu passive between Ducky and Sino. They'll be able to burn through Benji and Aurora relatively quickly. I mean, in this front line of Radiance has got to make sure they're being careful, at least in regards to their prots dealing with Ducky and Sino and how quickly those could be brought down. You saw the Talisman of Energy being highlighted there by Doug for Benji, so he's picked that up in his next item slot for Radiance. So they're trying to come up with some responses, right, to deal with this lockdown that Obey are trying to show they've got.
It is curious that Benji elects not to pick up the Stone of Gaia against all these knockups on the side of Obey. He probably would have got pretty decent value out of it. Wowie on this Jingwei, inbound on Sobek, even the Kraken from Poseidon can count as a knockup as well. So Stone of Gaia, maybe not just yet, but probably being considered by the solo laner from Radiance. But look at Obey, man. This is a very ghost strategy of setting 3 over to solo, but Radiance respond quickly.
Yeah, Radiance have 4 members on the right side of the map to deal with this, and that is going to work. They'll defend their blue buff.
Pyro.
So they say, if you want blue, we're going to take
Wow.
Pyromancer. You already know how quickly we burned objectives. It is done. Grasp of Death does land on inbound, but he goes lurking in the waters, adapting out of range with this dunk because Obey dipped too quickly, but Benji still gets the kill on a Wolfie anyway. Aurora now low, and Obey can find some blood and retribution, adapting falls as well. It ends up being a 2v1 or 2-for-1 plus Pyro in favor of Obey, and they're not even done yet. Now the slows starting to come through. Now the prot shred starting to be a problem here for Benji, but Cyclone Spin Snipes will cut down inbound and make it 2 for 2. And now that he's here, this Hunter can hit that gas pedal and start looking to burn a couple of these targets, but might have stepped up too far forward. Wowie in the backline needs some support. Aegis keeps him alive, but he gets the knockup onto Cyclone Spin, forces the Aegis, and it ends up resulting in another trade. Ducky goes down as well. 4 members of Obey end up falling.
Man, that was a game of overchase from both teams. Radiance overcommit to the dive. We see Aurora immediately dive deep, trying to force off the relics from Wolfie. Does take the beads and the Aegis off Poseidon, but then immediately loses his life because he is in the enemy back camp completely alone. Adapting tries to follow up a little bit. Wolfie doesn't quite find the Kraken onto him. And then from there, Obey decide, okay, the fight's in our momentum. Let's chase forward. And it's almost a complete reversal. Radiance now retreating is able to turn around after a good bit of damage coming through from Cyclone Spin to turn it around onto Obey. It seems like both of these teams are just looking for any opportunistic scrap and aren't quite showing enough of respect to the enemy squad, seeing how much damage is coming through. All in all, I'd say that's a bit of a wash situation. No one really comes out too far ahead. The only real differentiating factor being that the objective goes the way of Obey. Pyromancer for the second time in 17 minutes is going to go their way.
They have proven that they've got the objective burn, haven't they? I mean, Obey, You didn't even have time to drop it to me before that Pyromancer was gone, man. Obey have the burn at this point. So that's something Radiant's got to take into consideration. They've got to make sure that they're nearby these objectives, that they're keeping an eye on where Obey are, or maybe starting them up themselves. You can't steal it away or sneak it away if we're starting it up in front of you, and the objective is down to half. Obey are right here, though, in plain sight. The objective gets dropped, and Aurora is brought down to half HP. Adapting
Nice
finds
ults.
the dunk, though, onto Cyno. Cyclone Spin hits the snipes in follow-up, but Cyno, perhaps tankier than we're giving him credit for with full passive. He makes it out of there, but Radiance have done the job. Cyno lives, but has to retreat. Radiance can go back, burn the Oni Fury, and take the objective away.
Looks like Obey are trying their best to chase them out, but a nice wall from Adapting is able to stop that engagement from coming through here. And that's twice now in 2 engagements where Wolfie would have been the determining factor for Obey in the team fight, but just can't quite find the center of the Kraken. But look at this. I think Obey are going to go for a sneaky Fire Giant call here. This is some of the most console smite call you could have ever made. Cyno, remembering his days on the box, they're going to try and burn it instantly.
Well, they've got the burn to do this. It's already down to half. I love this call from Obey. They just have to confirm it at the tail end, and they do. Obey get the Fire Giant. Benji, though, looking for something in return, but the stuns are there. The Whirlpool is pulling him in, and Obey make out like bandits in the night. They steal the Fire Giant away. Say, who cares about the Gold Fury? We want the big one.
But what are Radiant's going to do in return? Obey have to go back to bases 5. They might be able to take up a tier 1, potentially even 2 in the mid with Adapting, split pushing. But Obey are coming into this next engagement with a slight lead, about 2,000 gold, and I like to equate Fire Giant to about 10,000 gold in their favor. And look at how many neutral objectives are still available on the map. There is 6 towers that Obey can burn through. 18 minutes in, if you're able to take out all 6 towers, you don't have to worry about the Phoenixes. That's enough to establish such a large gold lead that is going to make Radiance think twice about whether or not they want to contest the next objective. I think that Obey are in a good spot to really expedite their lead.
Yeah, it'd be about, what, a 6,000 gold boon for them, about 4,500 from the tier 2s, about 1,500 from the tier 1s, and suddenly, Obey would then have an 8 to 9k gold lead in their back pocket. So this could be a big swing for them. What a great, confident call that was on the Fire Giant. Understanding what the identity of this draft is. They've shown us the objective burn. They've shown us the prot shred that can take care of these tanks as well. They have the slows stacking up so that if you're isolated, you will get picked. This Obey comp is making more and more sense as Obey continue to play this one out. Now, they're burning down the tier 2. Radiance will get here in time to defend it, but Obey continue to burn. The tower still stands. Grasp of Death locks down Ducky, but Obey are starting to turn tail. Radiance do enough to keep their mid-tier 2 standing.
Surprised to see Obey so willing to back up there. Instead, now regrouping, trying to further this engagement. With Big Man Ting's ultimate down, that's a huge tool lost, and it seems like they are going to continue to push a little bit more traditional. A 4-1 split is going to be Cyno up against Benji in the Soul Lane with a 4-4 core, Obey and Radiance in mid. It's going to be slow going, though. This is very hesitant play from Obey.
Oh! Psycho's been rolled in. This is aggression coming out now from Radiant, perhaps knowing that Obey don't have any non-telegraphed engage, so he could afford to be a little bit more aggressive with that roll. Meanwhile, Cyno and Benji's battle continues. Aurora has been plucked in. Kraken is there, and Aurora is down, but Adapting in the backline with the Anvil of Dawn gets rid of Wolfie. He'll pay for it with his life, though, so 2 for 1 in favor of Obey so far, and they're okay without Wolfie. The Kraken has already come out, and they still have Wowie for the structure damage as well.
But look at Cyno wrapping around the back. This is a fight that they absolutely won.
Yeah, and Big Man Tings is low already. Wowie gets the kill on him, though he can still fight from the grave. But Benji and Cyclone Spin, the only ones still drawing breath, and perhaps they can be enough to keep this Phoenix standing. The ultimate, the Sentinel of Zeus, coming up from Benji to keep Obey at bay. And still, throughout all this time with the Fire Giant Mifflin, all Obey has gotten is the mid-tier 2. We talked about this like it could have been a 6 to 8k gold swing, and instead, they're only up about 4,000.
Yeah, it's just a very hesitant push from Obey. They should be looking to move into these towers, burn away a couple of the utility abilities, re-engage after they sustain up through Fire Giant, but instead it feels like they're waiting for Radiance to overstep. We saw that Obey even backed up to the center of the map there, and then we saw Roar go in with the cavalry charge, largely alone until Adapting and follow up with the Anvil of Dawn. while the rest of Radiance kind of play this catch-up game from a range. I think that Radiance honestly kind of gave away that engagement just by engaging so far outside of their own structures into a team that has 5 members with Fire Giant. Obey, unfortunately for them, weren't quite able to get enough value out of Wolfie before he died to feel confident to continue pushing forward. Radiance reflect another siege as Sino loops around the backside, but they're not in the clear just yet. Fire Giant is going to wear off just now, but Obey seem like they're very willing to continue the push.
They sure do. As you said, they no longer have Fire Giant, though, so not a huge advantage, but they do still have that 4,000 gold lead. And Radiance's engage has seemed a bit off to me. I don't know if that's necessarily their communication. We're adapting an Aurora and not making it there close enough for my liking. I think it's more that Obey are kind of forcing them to engage, and Radiance are having trouble lining everything up in time because of how much delay there is from going up and finding the dunk. And yeah, while I'm explaining all that, Obey have just gotten another Gold Fury Mifflin. It's incredible how quickly they burn these objectives, but Radiance are going to take this opportunity to try and grab a fight. Inbound is alone. Charge Prey gets off, though. He manages to create some space. Wolfie's Whirlpool saves him, and just like that, Obey get away with another objective.
But look at Obey's positioning now. We're in a similar situation to the last Fire Giant, where Obey has to back up with the majority of their members, while Radiance is grouped up as 5. Fire Giant spawning right now. They could move in. Instead, we're looking at a 5-man push in mid, trying to establish a little bit of pressure, which should also open them up to the defensive positioning around Fire.
Wow. Radiance is doing a little bit more than just taking the mid-tier 1. They're starting to step forward, but they might have overstepped as Obey are now looking to engage. Lord of the Afterlife dunks onto 2, and Tings can't survive it. Sino finds the damage from it. Aurora has to leave with the cavalry charge, but that means Benji's all alone. But no, Adapting comes in like a superhero, dunking in to provide support.
Nice
but gets interrupted in the middle of the hammer. That means he can't teleport out, and Wolfie finds the second kill, a 2 for 0, as Radiance indeed overstep.
They do. What an interesting call to go for the tier 2 there. They could have backed up, forced to fight neutral territory around the Fire Giant. Radiance slipping in the late game. This is exactly what we were worried about. The late game decision making seems to be a little bit off now through engagements as well as through just deciding where they want to put their pressure. And now Obey pick up their second Fire Giant of the game. Already 8,000 gold separating them. This push is going to be much, much stronger than the first. And Aurora, that pluck is not enough.
Yeah, not when the rest of the team isn't there, but certainly still good, and that means Aurora doesn't have the dash now. That is all set up by Inbound, who's been playing very well here today. Mid-Phoenix already down below half HP, and Benji cannot find a way in. Obey obviously not going to go over-committing onto the Titan just yet. There's still plenty of towers to burn down and gold to be mined from this map. This is the best we have seen Obey play in recent weeks because they came in, Myth, with a cohesive strategy that they have played around for 25 minutes now, and the Radiants don't have an answer.
Yeah, it's looking very good for them. And I want to highlight Inbound's build as well. We noticed that every single engagement, he's almost tanking Grasp of Death on his own. He's getting a lot of CC dumped into him as well, which is why we see this Bulwark of Hope and Spirit Robe getting picked up. Now every time he gets CC'd, he's going to have that additional defense, as well as if he does fall low, Bulwark shield kicks in and buys just enough time for the rest of his team to regroup around him. Being so tanky and having so many frontliners on their squad, Sino and Ducky should be able to peel out for him very well. I like this adaptation from Inbound. He's looking very innovative inside of this support role. He's looking good, man. The last couple of weeks, these last couple of steps for Inbound have been phenomenal. This guy is improving rapidly.
I got to agree 100%. I also think the relics are pretty important. Wouldn't you normally, against Osiris, Ama, and Jingwei, want some upgraded shells if you're Radiance? But they've had to pick up these Aegises because of Wolfie's Poseidon. I think that's another example of how this composition puts strain on which items you can build in response to them. As Adapting is dunking in mid. It's Sino that they've spotted out, but Lord of the Afterlife gets him away from the Sentinel of Zeus. Now the snipes are coming through. Now the dunk comes through. It's 3 ultimates committed, but it works. Sino eventually dies, but Myth, is it worth it? 3 ultimates while the rest of Obey are threatening your left side Phoenix.
Especially if Grasp of Death gets whiffed out the window. Now BMT a little bit out of position, but Obey no better. Gonna back up out of there. Aurora on the cavalry charge, looks for Wolfie in the back, but he doesn't have much follow-up.
No, he sure doesn't. That was risky from Aurora, but it might have worked because he was able to get Wolfie to use the purification beads. And Radiants are recognizing that they've got to try and fight now when Sino isn't here to help out in this fight, when maybe they can re-engage, but they don't have any of the ultimates available, not a single one, so it's going to be hard to punish Obey the way they'd like to. Obey are playing this well and really spreading Radiance out.
They are. Sino overstepping in mid, or maybe a calculated overstep to draw the attention of Radiance as the rest of Obey knock down that left side Phoenix. And now what are Radiance going to do? They've got Fireman Waves flooding through mid and duo lane with no Fire Giant on their own side. They can't really push into anything. Normally in this situation, once you're able to force all 5 members of Obey back, either in a body bag or just a TKO, you pick up the Gold Fury, but that desynced timer, it's going to be 30 seconds left until that respawns. Obey are doing a fantastic job of just controlling the map state, making sure that objectives are on their timers as well, and now they're able to regroup as 4, or 5 rather, and move their way through the jungle. If anyone in Radiance's side oversteps, they're going to meet the full brunt of 5 members.
Yeah, and Radiance, despite pushing up left, really don't get the minion wave pushed up that far, and now Benji's doing it, and it's going to be very difficult for him to live this one. He manages to get the leap, and Obey are not going to heavily commit on him. They have the tail whip now, and the rest of Radiance are coming in to try and save him. They recognize they can't just let Benji fall here, but inbound whips the charge prey on that one. He's had an excellent game. Not going to ride him too hard if he misses one of them, but that should have been a kill into Benji, and instead he lives.
Oh, you know what? I'll do it. That was an open field pluck, all right? I mean, there wasn't even a minion standing between them there. They were walking straight. He biffed it. He biffed that one, but you're right. He's been playing incredibly well for the entire 30 minutes of this game, so we can leave him alone just this once. I don't want to see it again, though, from inbound, tarnishing such a good match so far. But Obey are in a very good position to move into this next Fire Giant. That left side Phoenix is going to be down for the entire duration of the dance. Likely mid-Phoenix is going to have to contend with some Fireman waves, at least distracting Radiance for the next 2 waves as they try and keep that one standing as well. And Obey can move in, get the defensive position around Fire, pick up the vision advantage as well. And we've seen what their composition can do. If they're left alone with Fire Giant for 5-6 seconds, Fire Giant's not going to draw breath much longer than that.
No, it'll have been burned through very, very quickly. It's a lot of damage onto these objectives that Obey has demonstrated up until now. Now, the gold lane's still not to the point where it's backbreaking. About 7,000 is still a good amount, but really it's the map pressure that's the difference here. These fire minions still pouring down mid, even though mid-Phoenix just respawned, and in left are a problem, but it looks like Radiance are doing some kind of in-between plan. They're near the FG, they're sending over Cyclone Spin to deal with the mid-wave to keep their mid-Phoenix safe, and Obey are doing the right thing. They're waiting it out and forcing Radiance to choose between the fire minions in left or defending FG.
Yeah, they're just waiting for the slightest sign that anyone goes to defend that left lane, and Radiance seem like they're willing to just let the, they have to, right? That will deal a ton of damage to the Titan, but no one's backing as of yet. Obey pull the Fire Giant, and it's burning fast.
It has been burning quickly, but they're going to start falling off it once Adapti goes up to the ultimate. This is clean from Obey. The best we've seen them play in weeks, isn't it? They bait the ultimate out cleanly.
They do, and immediately re-engage once it's down. Now, Adapting, being the weakest member, has to go back to base. It doesn't really matter if he loses out on that time, but he doesn't push out another wave. Obey pick up fire, and Firemen are still flooding.
Yeah, and they're going to lose their left side Phoenix. This is a disaster now for Radiance because they've got to win the fight. At this point, they do make it a 1-for-1 inbound for Aurora as their left side Phoenix is about to come back up. A Cyclone Spin gets good snipe damage. Obey, I think, recognizing that their health pools are too low to go back in, and Radiance should be able to get their backs off in time. Cyclone Spin's got to hurry as those minions are starting to pour in. Adapting goes to the hammer, and they get there just in time. That's a thin margin they're playing by, but Radiance managed to at least get a pick and defend the left Phoenix.
Yeah, not often you have to stun a minion wave, but I think if Adapting doesn't do that, they may have lost their Phoenix right there, how many fire archers were stacked up. So that's a nice little micro play from him, and a good trade from Radiance around that Fire Giant. Unfortunately, Obey playing so clean, Adapting doesn't get a lot of value out of this Thor ult. But Aurora trading his life for inbounds, able to strip Fire Giant away from at least one member. They get back to base in time to defend the left side Phoenix. That's about as good a situation as you could hope for Radiance in such a hard situation that they've been placed in. But still, we've got 4 members strong on Obey with Fire Giant. Their siege is strong still, and inbound has a pretty sizable lead over Aurora. 4 levels 31 minutes into the game. He's going to be much, much tankier. He should be able to, with the help of Sickening Strike, also sustain through at least a couple siege attempts. I want to see Obey get proactive here.
Yeah, I want Obey to start trying to take advantage of what is what is a shrinking window, right? I mean, they're in control right now, without doubt, but this could be a big play. Radiance are going to gank them and let the two-man dunk from adapting to start things off. Grasp of death. We ought to talk about that when big man tings, as Sino is able to make his way out of there, but Ducky not going to be so lucky. He's been left to the wolves.
He has to die.
Just trying to buy as much time as he can. He's being sniped out here as well, and Benji able to eventually get that kill, but Sino going to use this opportunity to strip away the left side Phoenix.
So smart from Sino here. It's a death sentence. His ultimate's down. There's no way he escapes the situation. But Obey, on the other hand, is able to take away at least another tier 2 tower. But now it's time to retreat. It's time to get away. It's not the cleanest play that Obey could have gone for. I don't know why Ducky and Sino feel safe pushing that deep into enemy territory alone, while the rest of their team aren't even pushing down mid. They're pushing down the solo side. There's zero hope for backup in that engagement. But they make the best of a bad situation. Again, able to strip away that left side Phoenix as Ducky buys a ton of time for Sino to push it down alone. Adapting tries his best to get back to base in time to defend it, but unfortunately for him, does not. And Obey on the other side take down a tier 2, but now Radiance have a huge window. 30 seconds on Sino, 10 seconds on Ducky. Good luck, Obey. 5 versus 3.
Aurora goes in first, finds the damage to the back onto WoW. He gets out the Aegis as he's able to find the stun. Mid-Phoenix comes down to half HP and inbound. His health bar looks worse for wear for trying to defend, but he gets good damage off lurking in the waters. Kraken comes through too, but Cyclone Spin gets rid of inbound. Adapting dunks onto Wowie, and just like that, Radiance are able to find 2 kills, but Obey defend their mid-Phoenix. And Myth, I think that's enough in my mind. As long as they don't lose a Phoenix here, they're still way ahead.
They are certainly ahead, especially considering even if that Phoenix does go down, it's a less valuable Phoenix than that duo lane Phoenix. This is good for Radiance, though. Being able to pick up the Oni Fury, especially so close to Fire Giant spawning, is going to be able to drag Obey into the lanes a little bit, be able to control where they're able to rotate as they have to contend with these Oni minion waves. And it should also help out a lot for Radiance defending down that left side. If they're able to push it forward a little bit, that Oni minion wave should be able to take care of one, making it that much easier to defend the Fire Giant once Obey group up on it again. Obey is so close now, and this is something that we've been saying about Obey a lot in the past. They're so close to finding a win here. It's such a thin margin. One team fight is all they need, but this is where they have historically struggled in the past. This next Fire Giant might be the closest defense of the entire game. Only about 4,000 gold separating these two teams. At 34 minutes, I'd be willing to call that dead even.
I agree. I think the biggest advantage in favor of Obey at this point is nowhere near the experience or gold. It's the fact that that left side Phoenix is down for Radiance and the mid Phoenix is forever weakened. Obey will have a much easier time burning that down than the right one, since it has already fallen once. But now it looks like Radiance are showing us they do want to be here for this Fire Giant fight. They fought the last one with a full-on Fire Minion wave on their Titan, so of course they'll be here for this one.
They should be. An inbound stepping a little bit too far forward. Takes a ton of damage before the fight even starts.
And that means they've got to go now. Sino leaps onto Cyclone Spin in the back, but Adapting goes up with his ultimate, and he's going to land in the back onto Sino to keep him off of big man Tings. That's when Adapting gets the first kill onto Sino. Cyclone Spin winning the battle up against Inbound, the 2-for-1 in favor of Radiance so far, but Radiance are low, and that means Ducky needs to go on a hunt for some of these members. Ducky will be the one looking for Cyclone Spin. Meanwhile, Benji can escape going south. I don't know if Cyclone Spin's going to be able to make it out of this one. Maybe
he might go for the
he can
Phoenix.
Just try and do some damage while he goes, but Ducky's right here on him.
Odyssey?
Oh, he's going to lifesteal.
Odyssey!
That's right, he's lifestealing up the wave.
Ducky!
And Ducky can't live through it. Cyclone Spin making the big-time plays. Does eventually get hit by the airstrike from Wowie, but that's so worth it because now it's just Wolfie and Wowie up. They can't do fire like this. Not with Radiance here. In fact, Radiance should have the advantage.
They should. Cyclone Spin makes away with a 1 in 1 million play there. Ducky not accounting for that Aussie lifesteal. That's insane Galaxy Brain level stuff there from Cyclone Spin to turn a terrible situation into a much better one. Even if he wasn't able to strip away a Phoenix, if he wasn't able to survive that situation, just being able to return a kill there is going to cripple Obey's aggression. Now, Ducky being dead for 30 seconds means that it's going to be a true 4-on-4 engagement from Radiance. They are able to respawn their left-hand Phoenix. He buys so much time for his team, and now that one margin, that one thin margin that Obey had a lead in inside of that left side Phoenix is gone. This is going to be the hardest Fire Giant offense that they've had to take as of yet, and it seems like they might not even be willing to pull it themselves. Instead, Radiance has Aurora hovering around first, trying to establish a little bit of vision.
Yeah, Obey are able to make it in there first, but as you covered already, this is the most even fight since what, the 15-minute mark, Myth? I mean, these last 20 minutes have belonged to Obey, and we've been giving Obey a lot of credit for how well they played this game, and they have. But on that same token, we have to give all the same credit to Radiance for defending through this great game that Obey has played so far, to dragging themselves back to an even game state, but adapting could be costing them here. He's lost a lot already, but this response is better. Sino gets blown up, but adapting falls in trade, so it's jungle for jungle. Aurora has been sent the Kraken on him, so now he's low, and Ducky gets the double kill. Now they can try to lock down Benji as well, but Benji, plenty tanky, looking for the chase onto Wowie and Wolfie, leaping in as well, and Ducky can't do enough to save him. Inbound's not here for Peel either, so Wowie just has to hold all this damage. Now Wolfie trying to give him a little bit of Peel here as well. The silence is there, the slow is there, and Benji can't quite keep up as Ducky has done enough.
And inbound comes in on the tail end. Benji's left alone. If Ducky's able to land an auto attack after this jump goes down from Nike, they might be able to lock him down enough to find the kill, but instead, a little bit of a disengage. You've already got a small win, Obey. Might as well not take the risk. That's a 2-for-1 in favor of the Chaos team. And now it's going to be 20 seconds left on both Adapting and Aurora respawning. Obey have already gone back to base and regrouped. If Radiance want to defend, it's going to be difficult.
Not going to be easy here for them at all, as Obey are indeed going to start up this Fire Giant. It's Ducky that's hitting it first. Wowie and Wolfie, the W crew, are both here with them, trying to bring the Fire Giant down, but Cyclone Spin and Tings are nearby. The dash in from Ducky is good, and Cyclone Spin is in trouble. The Kraken grabs him, and that Cyclone Spin taken care of. And who's next? They want Tings. They want the carries removed, as in comes Wolfie looking for damage, but Tings still alive for now, but Wowie won't let him out. That's 2 going the way of Obey, and now Adapting dunking in silence during the hammer because Ducky's the GOAT. Inbound puts Adapting down, but Wowie falls as well. That means it's 3-for-1 so far in favor of Obey, but can they get rid of these tanks? The front line for Radiance is still here.
It is, but that's all they have left is frontline, and frontline without ultimates either. Obey look like they're going to back up to the Fire Giant, but they could decide to try and group up and push down. They've already got the minion wave pushed up in mid, but instead it looks like it is going to be the objective called Enhanced Fire Giant, keeping their eyes on the future to clear out all 3 Phoenixes. This is a huge advantage for them, but they are lacking Wowie on this push. It's going to be a lot slower going on the Fire Giant, and Aurora and Benji are certainly tanky and willing to put up a fight. This is crazy.
I like it, though. You want to not let Obey take this for free if you can. Plus, you're tanky enough to where they'd have to commit to kill you. The Fire Giant is below half, down to about a quarter, less than 3,000. But Benji and Aurora have both given it up. They won't contest for real, and Obey take the Fire Giant. But now, I don't know if Aurora can make it out of here for free. He doesn't have the ultimate. Kraken gets the knockup, and Mantle stuns everybody out. But the charge prey from inbound too good. Wolfie gets the kill, and Obey improve even further. What a late game fight from them.
So good. Now that's back-breaking for Radiance. Obey now have a full minute window where Radiance is going to be lacking 1 frontliner. That's why I thought it was so insane for them to step up to that Fire Giant. Even had they stolen it on time, it would have only gone onto the frontline carries, and they would have been left high and dry without their ultimates. It's very clear that Obey would have been able to pick up at least 1 kill in return. Now Aurora dead for 40, and Obey knocking on the door of the base. We're looking at a split push here, 3-2 and mid to right. I think that Obey should be able to take away at least one of these Phoenixes easily if they play it properly. They've got so much time to work with before Aurora respawns.
This is going to be a great opportunity here for Obey. They go down mid first. The 3-2 split. The mid Phoenix has already fallen, so it's weaker. But Adapting goes to the sky. He's looking to dive in the backline, but cannot find anyone. Grasp of Death connects, and Wowie looks a lot worse for it. But there is a follow-up. The snipes from Cyclone Spin are almost enough, but he misses. Wowie used Aegis anyway, and now he lifesteals off some camp, so he'll be back and ready to fight before too long. But Radiance kept them out, at least in mid, though they end up losing the right side Phoenix.
And that right side Phoenix was the last one that had not fallen yet this game. So now the remaining left and center Phoenix are already weakened. Obey take out the hardest piece already. And with all the lifesteal in their kits and the sustain from Fire Giant, they're regrouping against the Radiance that are lacking a lot of their most impactful ultimates. Grasp of Death, Anvil of Dawn, the snipes from Cyclone Spin, all not available.
Gonna be difficult defense here for them, but they have managed to get Ducky down low. Dazzling offensive lands. That means Cyclone spins low, and Sino is able to get the last bit of damage. That's a huge pick to start this fight off, but Aurora is on the hunt, looking for a stun. Can't find it, so Big Man Ting smacks him with the plants, and that is it, at least for Sino. But Ducky gets rid of adapting elsewhere. Wowie low, that's Aurora finding a kill, but will he be able to escape with his life? It might not matter. Both of the physical damage dealers are dead. Meanwhile, Ducky burns down the left side Phoenix. That's both of the side Phoenixes taken care of, and Obey find 2 on this siege.
They do, but that center Phoenix does remain standing. It's Big Man Tings and Aurora on the chase. This is dangerous, thin margins. If they move up too aggressively again, it's very easy for Obey to turn this one around, which is why we see Radiance decide to back up here. And another objective likely going the way of Obey, this Primal Fury, gonna make it that much easier to pick up subsequent Fire Giants. Both side lanes now missing their Phoenixes on the side of Radiance, meaning that there's only one left to defend, and it's one of the hardest to defend in the game. The center Phoenix means that Obey can diversify where they want to attack from, be it coming down the side lanes and going through the side, or marching their way down the center. You can worry about jungle ganks on the side if Radiance decide to move out as well. It's going to be a tough task for them, but it's been looking so shaky from Radiance on these engagements. Adapting dunks down, no follow-up for him. Aurora finds a multi-stun with a cavalry charge, no follow-up damage for him either. Big Man Tings uses the Grasp of Death very early on in that engagement to isolate Wowie, who was already inside what used to be his tier 1 tower. There's no follow-up there either. Radiance have so many tools to lock down all of Obey, but they're not getting anything out of it.
Yeah, it's a bit disparate, isn't it, from Radiant? A bit disjointed, but it's working. But they're still in the game, and I think you can make the argument that Obey had a good chance to win like 13 minutes ago. So I think this has just straight up been a very well-played set from both of these teams. And what, 3 weeks ago, I don't think we could have said that about either of these guys. Radiance were struggling coming off the break, and Obey were still trying to figure out their identity, but they came in with a game plan here in Game 1. It worked for the majority of the game, and Radiance have hung on for dear life. Neither one of these two teams are giving the other one an inch, and you mentioned that Big Man Tings used his ultimate at the start of the fight. He had one at the end of the fight, too, where he's able to smack someone on Radiance to confirm a kill. Those ultimates are up way too often for my liking. That's Chronos Pendant, Spear of Desolation doing their work.
Yeah, a lot of cooldown available to Big Man Tings, which is likely why he is deciding to use it the way he is. Same how Cyclone's is engaging the majority of his fights with his own ultimate as well. But this is an interesting call from Radiance. Again, they're stepping to defend the Fire Giant, but only with 4 members. Adapting, hovering the left side, and Obey absolutely know it. But look at inbound, he's deep.
He is. He's already gotten the pluck onto Aurora, but the rest of Obey are diving for Tings. They get the kill early on thanks to Sino, but the snipes from Cyclone Spin make it a 1-for-1 trade, and now Ducky is too far forward, but Obey finally clean up the kill into Aurora. That means they can rejoin their solo laner in a 4v3 engagement. Obey, again, take a favorable trade, and Radiance have to take the scraps Obey give them.
Adapting and Benji maintain their ultimate cooldowns, however, so they can decide to step up and try and defend. It's only Adapting in position and inbound playing goalkeeper, trying to make sure he doesn't work his way in there. Unfortunately for him, Benji's already in the back.
Oh, inbound misses the pluck again, but it ends up not being costly. Benji is the one in trouble, uses Sentinel of Zeus to stay alive and the Thorns,
Ducky.
But Cyclone Spin has the damage. Ducky is done. Wolfie gets hit by the dunk coming through from Adapting, but manages to live with good relic usage. Kraken gets rid of Benji, but Adapting comes in with the hammer and puts down a Wolfie. So that means still they're trading out kills. It's actually 3 for 3 with the dual lane for Obey, Cyclone Spin and Adapting up for Radiance.
Radiance have no right winning that secondary engagement. And inbound stepping too far forward. What are you looking for, buddy? No one's there to help you. Adapting catches him out with a wall for another clean pick. Radiance's right side Phoenix's respawn left on the way up as well. Another reset to neutral if they're able to keep these alive. You can't miss these plucks this late into the game. You can't do it because that's exactly what happens when you do. You lose an engagement because of it. And now Radiance, again, in one of the best positions they've been in the last 20 minutes, should be able to very easily work their way to this next Fire Giant and defend with all 5 members, or potentially even take it because inbound's dead for so long.
Wow, what a game here from Radiance, huh? To have withstood this early onslaught from Obey, and it was an onslaught. If Radiance end up winning this, I don't want that great first 25 minutes from Obey to be forgotten, but How do you remember it, right? Radiant, if they get the win, it's just that simple. They start up the Fire Giant now, though. But Sino's here to defend, as is Wowie. And Cyclone Spin, who's been the problem, ends up living.
No.
Sino goes down. They get right back to the Fire Giant, but Wowie is now up. Ducky is on his way to help defend as well. So this will not be going down for free. Benji's not here for Radiance, so it's a 4-on-2. And the Fire not going down easily. They have it down to half. And Ducky's here to play some defense, but he's kind of playing it safely, falling back a bit, and Obey are not so sure about this defense. The Fire now down to about a quarter. Aurora goes to the backline with his ultimate. Grasp of Death lands on to Wowie, and that forces Wowie to use the beads. Meanwhile, Ducky is losing the battle to Cyclone Spin, but wins it at the tail end. Aurora able to get the return kill, so that makes it 1-for-1 since Sino died so long ago. But still, Radiance go to the objective. They've got the Fire Giant pulled. They actually released it at this point to go help out with the fight, as Aurora is low, got hit by the Kraken, but they don't have the damage to complete this on its own. Obey has to fall back, as Radiance appear to be resetting as well.
Radiant's not quite able to pick up the Fire Giant. A nice work in from Obey, able to force them back, and now Wolfie continually moving forward. Inbound, you're low health, bud. We've seen what happened last time. I want you to back up this time. Get ready for the team to regroup. Luckily, Obey buy enough time that Radiants aren't able to optimize off those desynced respawn timers. Cyclone Spin dead for the next 30. Ducky, the exact same. It's an even state. How many times have we said it? But that's how back and forth this game has been. But now all the Fire minion waves are dead. Radiance doesn't have to worry about neutrally losing their Phoenixes. They can dedicate all their members, all 5 for the first time in 20 minutes, to the initial fight around Fire. This next one should be the big one. Whoever wins it likely wins the game.
It's become such a close match here, hasn't it? I mean, we're upwards of 50 kills here at this point. What, 53 on the table here in 48 minutes. As Obey do seem to have reclaimed the neutral position around the Fire Giant at this point. But that's a blink in from Sino. He is trying to get to the back line to see if he can take care of adapting, but he can't. In fact, Sino takes a ton of damage, even the FG getting involved as Aurora. His ultimate runs out a bit too soon. Now he's stuck in the back line, but baits out the Kraken. Benji comes in and takes a ton of damage too. Has to use Sentinel Zeus in order to disengage. So that is what 10 ultimates used, and adapting is the one that pays for dunking in the back line. Sure doesn't work, and he's got a 70-second timeout to think about it.
Yeah, and he deserves all 70 of those seconds. No one was following up there. Even if he hit all 4, there's no way he survives that situation. All the defensive relics were still available except for Sino's beads, which he wasn't even in that dunk radius. It was everyone else. So adapting goes for the hero play and gets smacked out of the sky, flying a little bit too close to the sun, and Obey have a huge advantage going into this next Fire Giant fight. They're going to have a 5 versus 4 situation, and Benji, Aurora, Cyclone Spin still waiting for those ultimates to come back up. It's only the Grasp of Death available to Radiance, whereas Wolfie just got his Kraken and Dazzling Offensive is available.
Fire Giant being burned quickly. Obey still can make short work of these objectives. Kraken for the secure a little early, but it absolutely still works. Now Aurora getting in the backline, but he pays for it immediately.
Oh, no.
Aurora is dead. Benji starting to get shredded as well. It is starting to feel like the beginning of the end here, Mifflin. That's 3 members on cooldown for Obey, adapting back up in 10. But Obey still have the Lord of the Afterlife lurking the waters and Airstrike plus FG on 5 to work with.
Enhanced Fire Giant. Only 1 Phoenix needs to go down to expose that Titan. That hero play that we just admonished adapting for, we're going to need to see it work this time if they want to defend.
They have a lot to do, but Obey are not going to overstep just yet. They take care of the right side, Phoenix, and they're going to move over towards mid. All of these Phoenixes have fallen, so all of them can be made quick work of, and Obey do that. They're going to typewriter their way across and do this patiently. They've got time. It's still 30 seconds before Aurora's back, 40 for Benji, so they've got the 5v3 for plenty of time at this point. That's all 3 Phoenixes down, and now Obey are going to start moving in. Damage goes on to Cyclone Spin right away, but they want the Titan instead. Kraken lands on it as well. It's down to half. Adapting's up, but it doesn't matter. Obey in 50 minutes, able to get the win over Radiance.
A game of endurance, a war of attrition here on the battleground, but Obey brought a little bit more supplies, it would seem, into the late game. The mental stays intact. A couple of questionable plays from both squads are really what separates these two teams around these Dance of the Fire Giant. Had adapting not gone so deep, we could have been looking at another 10, 15, even 20 minutes before this game was able to be opened up. but Obey get the better end this time. Clean play, much improved.
Yeah, and they understood what this comp did well. It worked for them for the first 25 minutes of the match. Then it came down to how they executed these team fights. And Sino's dive into the backline was insane, right? They were taking either Tings or Cyclone Spin out of fights right away, and Radiant are struggling to find a way to defend it. That's it for Game 1. Obey get the win, but can Radiance bounce back? We'll find out after the break.
Welcome back, everybody. A 50-minute game between Radiance and Obey goes the way of Obey. Obey hold the 1-0 lead here in this set after some great team play down the stretch. Aggro is with me to break it down a little bit further. Aggro, this one's back and forth, but ultimately I think the consistency and maybe even some comfort down the stretch there from Obey give them the advantage in a 50-minute win.
I agree. I think that Obey really should have ended this game earlier than they did. I mean, they looked fantastic through the early to mid game. This Osiris jungle for Sino was setting the pace really, really well. It just looked to me like Obey was more cohesive of a unit than what Radiance was doing. That was the big difference in my mind, was that we saw Obey target select a little bit better and work together better as a 5-on-5 unit, but Radiance kept making these individual plays to keep themselves in the game. Tings looked great on this Persephone. He was putting out a ton of damage, 61k, 53k for Cyclone Spin. I mean, these backliners were putting out the damage effectively. It's just that they couldn't survive long enough consistently in order to make it work. And I got to give credit to the backline of Obey. I thought both Wolfie and Wowie had exceptional performances. That is not an easy composition to play Poseidon into. And I thought that Wolfie did it pretty well.
Sino had 32,000 damage in this game. Not bad out of him. He obviously made some early rotations over here to the solo lane. Ducky on the Amaterasu obviously carries a lot of weight with it. You know, it feels like, this is probably an overstatement. I don't think they carry the same weight, but it's like, you know, all the supports need to be able to play Emoja. That's kind of our buzzword. It feels like solo laners need to be able to play this Amaterasu here as of late, and Ducky certainly shows us in Game 1 that he is able to do so. And I love that you're giving a shout out to the backline of Obey as well. You know, Wowie's definitely had his ups and downs here this phase, but when put up against, you know, a Rom and then a Cupid that's banned out, showing that he can still go down to the Jingwei and have a good game, very important.
Definitely important, and the fact that he's able to match not all of the late game damage of Cyclone Spin. Of course, 53,000 is a lot to try and match, but Wowie did his job effectively in this game. And the main concern for Obey is that they still clearly are not very clean with their end calls. I mean, it was Obey with having Sino and Ducky pushing left while the rest of the team was pushing right. That's just a free opportunity for Radiance. I mean, Obey needs to get cleaner at ending games. You cannot expect to take every game that you're winning to 45, 50 minutes, and it feels like that happens to Obey really, really consistently. And it's not, it's credit to Radiance. They hung on well, but Obey didn't slam the door closed, and you've got to get to a point where you're comfortable slamming that door shut.
And not set-wise, but individual game-wise, that game 1 snaps a 6 straight loss streak for Obey. So at least getting some momentum in this set's got to feel good for this squad. Let's see what picks and bans for game number 2 have in store for us. The Guan Yu was a power pick for Aurora in previous sets. I think it was 2 and 11 here in game number 1. I don't think Radiance are the type of team to kind of knee-jerk away from that. Obviously, they stuck with the sort of set Morgan composition despite a couple of losses. So, maybe the type of team realizing that it's some shot calling and things like that down the stretch that maybe make the biggest difference. And how about this? Radiance don't want to deal with Ducky's Amaterasu, so they'll take it off the table.
It's a very, very safe first overall ban because you know that you're going to have opportunities to target ban a little bit later on in the draft and your first pick, so you can manipulate it to getting a pick that you really want pretty easily. So I like the Amaterasu in that ban slot. Think we saw a Cupid ban from Radiance at this spot last time, and that's exactly what they'll do. And the big change up now is that Ra is open, whereas that was their first ban last time around. I don't think we'll see Radiance top pick the Ra here in order to keep it away from Wolfie, but Wolfie's done enough on the Poseidon in my mind to say, okay, well, we don't have to worry about just taking one pick away from him because he can beat us with something else, which is all you can ask of your guy who's going to get banned out to do is show that there are other picks that he can do similar things on, and it opens up your draft because of that. So I like that adjustment by Radiance, but it's credit to how well Wolfie just played on the Poseidon.
Right. Well, so often in the raw sort of Thoth compositions, it's how do you set up for your mid laner to hit some of that high but somewhat easy to miss damage. Sobek is definitely one way to do it if that's the direction Obey want to go with this draft. I know Sino really liked the Erlang Shen into those compositions as well, so I think those will be some of the signs that we'll be able to follow if we don't see a raw or mid lane pick super early on, which we will. I suppose it makes some sense here. Obviously, Wolfie has played this pick a good bit. So then the question instead shifts from, we'll follow the pieces and see if a Ra is maybe coming later. Now it's, we've got this Ra. What kind of pieces are we looking to put around it to make it easier to hit some of that damage?
I think Obey is in a fantastic spot here, Dave, because I think it's pretty easy for them to just pick Erlong before the second ban phase and go, okay, we got what we wanted. What do you want? Now on the other side, we can get Wowie something else. He's played Jing. He's played Heimdall. He can play a couple different things over there, that long lane. Ducky's got a pretty big god pool as well. So if I'm Obey, I think I am snap-locking Erlong Shen, though the Cerberus pick might throw a wrench in that. This is a really good counter pick. Erlong really struggles against slows because you don't get any movement speed cleanse whenever you use 72 transformations, so you just become a truly very slow turtle that doesn't really get a whole lot going. No innate CC immunity. The guaranteed Anzio coming from the Cerberus passive messes with the Erlong ult. I wonder if the Cerberus pick is what makes Sino go a different direction, because otherwise I think Erlong looked really, really good in that third slot.
Yeah, definitely, and if it's not going to be the Erlong Shen, what will it be for Sino? We've seen a variety of picks from him in some of these compositions as well. Jingwei left open again for Wowie here, looked good again in game number 1, so not surprising that they'll pivot to the Jingwei here, leave open some picks later on, because likely Radiance then start to ban out some of those hunters maybe down the stretch. Same second wave of bans from Obey, realizing adapting again here in picks and bans for game 2. Need a jungler. Robin, Hunbats, both off the table. Thor was the adapting pick there in game 1, and I think a truly hot and cold performance. Some big plays to lock down fights and damage for his team, some plays where there maybe wasn't quite the same amount of follow-up. The Erlong Shen is what we wondered and maybe figured Sino would go to, but banned out by Radiance. Obey don't lock it in before the second wave of bans. And the Arachne for Sino will make its return here to the SPL.
Not in love with this pick. I think that you could probably give Ducky a selection like Wukong in this spot and feel good about your chances to just get a better counter pick for Sino a little bit later on down the line. Wow, Susano is the pick here for adapting. A god that we haven't seen a lot of, only 6 games played, but that looks like 5 out of 6 wins to me. Not exactly a math guy, but in order to get 83% win rate, yeah, carry the 1. Don't forget about that, Dave. You got a, long division.
5 out of 6.
Square root. Okay, great. Thank you very much. I mean, the Susano pick, if these games are going to go late, there are very few assassins who do a better late game than Susano. I think he can really work effectively, can displace the Ra, can be pretty mobile. This is what I thought Obey was going to do. I thought they were going to pick Thor 4th overall and then let it be a flex pick until a little bit later on. If Ducky doesn't like the matchup that he gets, you just give it over to Sino, who has a very, very good Thor in the back pocket. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter too much. You get the Thor there for Ducky. The Arachne is the big thing. I mean, Sino was so impactful in game number 1. I thought that he did a great job on that Osiris, even though his scoreline might not have reflected it. Can he do similar things on this Arachne? It's been pretty hot and cold for him as of late.
I still think such a wild world where we're not ranting and raving about Persephone getting let through again. Sometimes just feels like the norm nowadays, obviously with some changes to her. The Radiance draft, what do you think they're looking to do here, maybe to find an advantage over Obey's composition?
They're pretty CC heavy. I mean, it's a lot of characters that dive very effectively, that do good damage to the backline. I love the Cerberus pickup against the Ra because you have that guaranteed anti-heal already built in. I think if you can have a typical adapting game, this should be a good composition to win with.
Right. If
you're Radiance. But frankly, adapting has not had many signature adapting games as of late. In a 50-minute game on his signature pick, I expected a little bit more out of the Thor. If Radiance are going to turn this around, I think you've got to look at the jungle. Adapting has the potential to win this game all by himself. Just got to see if he can do it.
Aggro, Obey continue to surprise myself and I think a lot of other people. They have the 1-0 lead here in this set. Moving into game 2 with a chance to close out the set and beat Radiant once again. We'll go down to Finch and Mifflin to kick it off.
Thank you, Aggro and Dolson. It is indeed Finch and Mifflin here as you move into game number 2. Doug still bringing us the views, and Obey still bringing us something different. It's the Arachne for Sino, the Ra there in the mid for Wolfie. A little bit surprised, it ain't broke, don't fix it, but Obey got to bring a bit of a different look here, and Radiance now get Persephone again, crazy, adapting on the Susano, which should be able to stick to Ra. How do you see this playing out here, Miff? Is it going to look a lot different from what we saw in game 1, or can Obey get to 2-0?
I think that this game is going to be much, much faster. No matter who wins, it should be a lot faster this time around because Obey Alliance bring a draft that really does significantly lack in frontline potential. It's really going to come down to inbound and Ducky. And Ducky on this Thor is never going to bring as much frontline pressure as he was on the Amaterasu, but he does bring the potential to rotate in the mid and absolutely dominate and help out in that 3v3, now a 4v3 with the semi-global ultimate coming out of the solo lane. But I think it really does come down to Sino and adapting. That's the story of this set for me. Because if Sino's able to pop off and prove to us why these other teams were deciding to ban out the Arachne so consistently, I think it's going to bring a very real threat. Yeah, you can't be doing that, man. You guys practice this, right? Hold on.
That's not how that's supposed to go at all. I guarantee. So yeah, poor Wolfie spent a little bit of extra time making sure that speed buff goes down with the Arachne web. Supposed to be able to do that on his own, but instead Sino just gonna get jumped in the jungle. Oh no! About as different as a way a game can go.
Well, he's okay.
Good work there though from adapting. Oh no, never mind. Yeah, he's dead. Yeah.
Yeah, Sino, I mean, that's a cool strategy. That would have been the cringiest cringe rank of all time, showing up before even the 1 minute timer rolls around. The strat is have the webs deal with speed buff. You get the experience just from having your spiders there. Have Wolfie clear it out. You're soloing out red buff with your own spiders as well. Then you rotate into level 2 while everyone's still level 1 in the duo lane, not only having webs, but also the venomous bite. Unfortunately, it seems like Radiance was privy to the idea, adapting already there, able to shut down a ton of that aggression, setting up for an early kill from Aurora. And if that's the strategy for Arachne, if that's how you planned on pulling ahead, getting it crushed before the 1 minute mark, that's gotta feel bad.
Yeah, I mean, essentially no piece of that went the way that it was supposed to. The speed buff clear, the gank, none of that worked out, I would say, the way that it was meant to, but I don't think that that completely upends the strategy here for Obey. They definitely still need to be able to try and get out in front here. We thought that in game one, but they managed to win in 51 minutes, but still, it seems even more true in this case, where they're going to need to get out to an early lead, and Sino got to find some aggression somewhere as Aurora leaps in, but cannot find the stun.
Fortunately, the silver lining is there, as Sino also had his webs on the blue buff, so he was able to get that farm for himself, whereas Adapting was not. Adapting dedicates that time to stopping the early duo lane gank, so even though Sino does fall for first blood, he doesn't fall behind too much in XP or gold, just getting that additional camp going his way. So the real only disparity differentiating these two teams at this point is Aurora. He picks up first blood on himself, which is a pretty big deal considering he is playing Cerberus, and Cerberus is one of the most aggressive Guardians in the game. Having Aurora be ahead is never a good sign for the opposition, but Obey certainly have ways back in.
They do. We'll just have to see if this team can execute it. Wolfie on Raw has become one of their core picks, right? I think the same thing about Inbound on this Sobek as Adapting. Perhaps looking for a buff invade, getting there a bit too late, though, to make that happen, and just gives it up. So as long as Obey are still playing these picks that we know are signature for them, as Inbound maybe seems to have gotten a bit out of the groove. He was hitting it at the beginning of game one, but towards the end, and now here in game two, they're off the mark, and Cyclone Spin holds on to his beats as a result. In fact, Inbound now doesn't have that charge prey to get away. It just barely comes back up. He was low on mana too, but Inbound barely able to survive.
Yeah, we're gonna need to play a little bit cleaner now, Obey. You gotta play even especially cleaner considering how poorly that early gank went for them. The duo lane already behind can't afford to take any more losses over there. But it's on Sino. It's his mess. He's gotta clean it up. He needs to rotate over, try and help out, and with Radiance playing this aggressively in the duo lane and having an Arachne up against Rom, that's a pretty strong matchup. Even into Aurora, it's a very good matchup as well. If the jumps are ever down, you should be able to chase it down very easily with the webs. You've got stuns to set up for all sorts of damage from your team. But I think it's interesting to talk about the 3v3 for Obey in mid. Normally when we see Wolfie pick up the Ra, it's flanked by an Erlang Shen or some other very easily confirmable CC. But now with it being Arachne's sole form of CC coming through, some slows from the ultimate and the third ability, but the stun from the second ability being prerequisited by having to land 3 auto attacks, is going to make it very strange timing for Wolfie to follow up on.
Yeah, not going to be quite as simple as the Erlang Shen Raw combo normally is. Adapting Grasp of Death into the Typhoon. Not quite enough to kill Wolfie, but it does get the beads out from him and have to take a back here as well, so that gives a little bit of time for Radiance to move around the map. But we're starting to get the idea here, right? Aurora playing aggressive, Adapting in teams, communicating and playing aggressive as well, as Ducky looking to get involved with the dunk. Will be landing on Adapting, gets the beads out from him, but he'll have to return to lane. Ducky will, as he manages to find the wall on Benji and should be able to defend the blue, though Benji's still lurking to try and steal.
And that Jinku Bang is going to be pretty high steal potential, but Ducky does enough damage to make him think twice about it, uses the 72 transformations to get out of there. Now Obey get a little bit of their footing back this time around, able to confirm their blue buff and go to the speed as well, and Aurora using that lead.
Able to make it back out of there after trying to get aggressive on that red buff, is now able to return back towards safety. Radiance are looking to be quite aggressive throughout this early game, as you already pointed out there, Mifflin. I think that they're responding to what should have been Obey's aggression with aggression, and that's going to make it so much more difficult for Obey to get back into this game. In game one, they had a much more consistent strategy around this prot shred and objective burn they were able to work with, but this time, it kind of felt like they put all their eggs in this early aggression basket, and I'm not sure how they're going to get back out of it now that they've lost it.
Well, they're able to at least invade these back camps, able to force Adapting back here, and Sino still has the lead, about a half level, maybe more so, on this Arachne, so he should be able to work his way in. He does decide to pick up the Golden Blade early on, which is going to stilt the aggression ever so slightly, will speed up his ability to farm the jungle. It's going to be a little bit until he gets those boots online, and then I expect to see this Arachne going for ganks often, be it through the dual lane or even the soul lane. He's got decent kill potential in either as long as those ultimates are down. But it's tough. We're already looking at a pretty large gold lead for Radiance this early in the game, having 1,000 or so gold separating them off of just one kill going their way. That's not how it works out. They've been able to consistently invade these camps, and now Wowie getting the aggression onto him.
He uses the airstrike, though, defensively and is able to make it back towards safety. But that's what Adapting's been doing all game long. He's been moving around the map aggressively, forcing out relics. There was the blink ult he did in mid, not blink ult, but able to move in, and then that got Wolfie's relics out. Now getting aggressive here in duo, forcing those relics out as well. Adapting's been active, and now they're using that pressure to look for a purple buff invade. Cyno and Wowie are nearby, but can't step in time. Cyno, though, still does want to get aggressive. That's because Inbound is on his way, but Aurora with the leap repositions, and now with the Grasp of Death coming in from Tings, it's Radiance looking to try and re-engage. Inbound lurking in the waters makes it out. And Obey or Radiance trade a lot of ultimates, but all that happens is that Radiance get the purple invade.
Yeah, Cyno forced to use his ultimate defensively, as is Inbound. It's only the Grasp of Death that goes down on the side of Radiance. I'm surprised to see that Radiance didn't engage a little bit harder after that. After Arachne goes up in the air, I was expecting Aurora to try and move in and use his own ultimate to reposition or at least burn out some beads, but maybe a little bit of calculated aggression from Radiance. Not much to fight over since those buffs had already been invaded or lost, so Obey instead disengage themselves. Radiance happy to let it happen. But it feels like, despite early aggression attempts from Obey and Radiance, it's always Radiance coming out ahead right now, be able to invade camp successfully, find a few kills in the jungle, and so far, even though Cyno had a pretty large level lead coming into that level 1 gank despite falling, Adapting's been doing a good job of not only putting more pressure on the map, but also farming.
He has been. Adapting's been doing both better than Cyno here so far, hasn't he? I mean, this game similarly paced to the first one. We thought that Obey were moving a little bit too slow in game 1, but around the 13-minute mark, they started playing around these objectives very well, moving around the map as a unit, and kind of forcing Radiance to respond to them, and Radiance weren't able to keep up. Obey got an early lead. This time, they're still going to have decent objective burn with Cyno on this Arachne, but I don't know if it's going to be quite the same, Mifflin. They don't have this early frenzy, so I think that this pace, even though it's similar to game 1 and it worked for Obey, I don't know if it's quite the same thing. Radiance got out to a bit of an early lead, only 1,000. It's plateaued after they got that, or answered the gank that Cyno was looking for. So they'll have to keep up this pressure, but I'm a bit more worried about Obey this time than I was last. But this is similar timing. They're trying to burn an objective, but Radiance seem a bit aware. They're making their rotations in as Obey are going to stick if they want to take the gold very quickly, and they get it with that searing pain coming through from Wolfie, but Cyclone Spin rolling in, looking for some damage, even using that second ability. But Obey are going to get away scot-free after stealing the Gold Fury, and this game essentially tied.
Wow, that strategy works because Inbound was able to separate 3 members of Radiant, zoning him out around those bottom left-hand mid camps, and just survives on his own, and now Adapting a little bit deep, loses the beads.
But has the Typhoon. That allows Inbound to get collected and only takes 3 ultimates, but we know that Radiance are willing to do it. They did it game 1, and Inbound will go down. So Radiance have 2 kills. In comes Ducky with his own ultimate. Doesn't find a whole lot there as everyone's able to make it out safely. But now Aurora's low. Cyno closing the gap, gets the kill, and now they want Cyclone Spin as well, who rolls forward, uses the ultimate, returns good damage on Wowie. Tings comes in to help clean it up, and they're able to find 2 kills on the back of that Gold Fury going the way of Obey.
My man Cyno saw that fight go sideways even a little bit and left Wowie for dead. And that's what I'm talking about. You gotta leave your boys for dead sometimes, especially when you're playing jungle. You can't be responsible for every single person's life. Wowie now, unfortunately, gonna be 2 levels behind Cyclone Spin, a mess that has originated the genesis being around Cyno, and now that 1v1 potential is lost. There's no shot that this Jingwei is ever gonna step up to Cyclone Spin in this lane. Now Wowie is just on damage control. Luckily, even though Radiance have a ton of pressure in the duo because of that level lead, Gold Fury following so early on means that they can't really do anything with that pressure. It's just going to be a farm war between these 2 hunters until that Gold Fury respawns. Whereas Obey, we've seen now that they're still willing to go for this objective-centric strategy, and Arachne has the capability, once he finishes up this 3rd item, which is likely going to be the stone-cutting sword, to solo a Pyromancer. Radiance are going to play very aware if they want to stop these objectives from following.
Radiant still hold on to the lead, though, so certainly not feeling too bad just yet. Look at some of this itemization coming in from Obey, though. The Sovereignty for inbound. I imagine a Lotus Crown for Wolfie, so they can get a little bit of extra protections off their healing. And Adapting, getting aggressive again, is able to find the Typhoon, even still trying to pull in Wolfie as Sino uses the ultimate to escape. Aurora steps in, is able to find the, well, not able to find the stun, and that's more aggression from Adapting in mid, but this time it doesn't find much. This will be a pause coming out as Adapting has several times looked to try and make something work in mid, but hasn't quite found it.
But I like this proactive playstyle from Adapting. In Game 1, it felt like he wasn't really having his mark known on the game. I mean, the only play I can remember from Adapting in Game 1, and I casted the entire game, Finch, was him dunking into the back line against 4 at the 48-minute mark and just immediately dying. Because I feel like that's the most that we saw from him. But now he's getting involved in mid. He's been able to strip away the beads from the mid laner very often. Wolfie feeling the pressure for sure. He's ganking out the duo lane. He almost single-handedly establishes that lead for Cyclone Spin over there. This is Adapting, getting back into his own pace, and Radiants are benefiting from it.
They are. They've been in control basically this whole game after that early gank from Sino didn't work. And the pace has been slow since then, right? I mean, we did see Obey go to the Fury, but Radiant's able to get some return kills on it and maintain their lead as a result. So things have plateaued, if not slightly increased from Radiant since then. But I think Radiants are fine with that plateauing pace, right? It's Obey that have the onus, I think, to step up a little bit with this non-traditional draft, with this lack of frontline, with Ducky playing on the Thor instead, and this Arachne in the jungle there for Sino. They're going to make sure that they're able to find some kind of way to reclaim this game's pace, or I think Radiance might start to run away with it as Inbound is indeed looking to start something off. He goes for the charge Prey, now lurking in the waters as well. He wants to keep this fight going. Ducky has TP'd in. Now he's dunking down, but finds nothing with that dunk. The wall separates Adapting, but he gets out as well, and now Ducky in a bad spot. Aurora able to get everyone with Staging and Torment, sets up a two-man kill. Sino and Inbound end up falling, and Obey starting to struggle to find anything to work.
They need to do something now, though. They can't let this mid tower fall so quickly. Bone Rush slams Wowie for over 50% of his health bar. Ridiculous the damage Persephone does. Maybe the Obey boys had a bit of an outlier in Game 1. Maybe put some respect onto Big Man Tings once more. This damage output is starting to be a little bit ridiculous. And now XP and Gold are starting to really differentiate themselves. 3,000 in favor of Radiance. Multiple levels across the board, across multiple roles as well. Radiants are doing a very good job of squashing the aggression from Obey. I thought once Ducky TP'd into the mid tower and went up into the ultimate, we'd see Radiants disengage, but that's not the case. They just won harder. There was another person there available to take damage, essentially, in Radiance's minds.
Inbound does get the beads out from Tings, though, here in the middle lane with that charge Prey. And looks like they're going to keep up their objective-minded gameplay. They're starting up the Pyromancer, and Radiants are going to lose this. There's no one around for it, but I don't think they're going to be losing too much sleep over this objective going down. Obey grab, Pyro. But Gold Fury coming up in a minute, and that's going to be a lot more important for both of these teams. So Radiants can grab it, keep their momentum going, and maybe start to finally put Obey to bed. And if Obey can find it, then suddenly they found their way right back into this.
They have, but right back into it's not exactly where you want to be when you have a draft as aggressive as this one. Ducky on this Thor and Sino and Arachne kind of require a lead into the mid to late game if they want to remain as impactful as their counterparts. But it seems like Obey, not too deterred, are willing to put up a fight here. Radiance, however, are very aware of the strategy, and Ducky goes up instantly. Aurora's deep.
And they get caught out by that charged Prey. Does get the Stygian Torment, but Ducky waits until the end, does end up being nearby, and Wowie gets the kill onto Aurora. So Obey has successfully killed him right before the Fury spawns. They're down 2 ultimates, but Radiance is down a frontliner, which gives the edge to Obey. Benji continuing to zone, though, and put out Poke, but Obey can just heal all of that up on top of this heal from the Raw. So now, Aurora down for 8 seconds. Might be a bit of a window for Obey to go to this Fury, but Radiance are kind of keeping them zoned out. Sino taking all this Poke. I don't know if he can afford to go in at this point.
Yeah, he cannot. He could go into base. That's essentially the only place he's allowed to go going forward. That damage output from BMT is insane. And take a peek at Benji's build as well. A little bit more so on the Bruiser path. No dedicated defense items. Instead, picks up the Soul Eater immediately into the Sledge. And then potentially what could be a Glad Shield if he's looking for a little bit more of additional cooldown. He's going to be dealing a ton of damage. And because he has a 2-level lead over his opposition, he doesn't really sacrifice that much in the tankiness department. He's still going to be very, very hard for Obey to shut down.
Well, it's Radiant starting up the Fury. They've dropped it, though, and instead look for the fight. Aurora is up front, is able to retreat back towards the squad, and Ducky's taking quite a bit of poke. So now Obey need to get their ultimates back up. Ducky not too far from his, but Aurora's right back in the fray, right? That pick they got on him didn't end up amounting to much. Adapting, trying to keep Sino out of this fight as Sino goes off into the jungle, the right side jungle on his own. Looks like Obey are done with this Fury for now, as are Radiant. So that is it for the little bit of an objective dance. Instead, we're back to farm.
I mean, back to farming is a good place for Radiance to be because they've been winning out every single step of the way as long as this has been the pace of the game. Inbound, looking for a little bit of a gank. Not too much follow-up for him. Instead, just going to hide in the jungle. I need to see more from this Arachne pick, Finch. It's not done enough this game to warrant it. I'm surprised that other teams have been banning it out. Maybe this is a bit of an outlier game for him. Maybe that duo lane gank is a little bit more crushing normally when it is performed at full capacity. But this time, it just doesn't really amount to anything.
No, it doesn't, and it kind of feels like this strategy has struggled before it even got to get off the ground because of the way the start of this game went. None of the execution went the way that it's meant to. They are going to start up this Fury, but Radiants are nearby, so it's not exactly sneaky. In fact, inbound takes a ton of free damage. They drop the Gold Fury. Into the backline goes Adapting, and Cyclone Spin completes that kill into inbound, but Adapting gets Wolfie
nice shots
as well. It's a 3 for 0 so far as Radiant start to run over Obey. Ducky at least gets Adapting in trade, but it's going to cost him his life. A 4 for 1. Cyclone Spin is still on the Fury, but I got to think Radiants are kind of done thinking about that at this point. I mean, whoa, Cyclone Spin nearly dies for it. That's a lot closer than they wanted, but that's the only drama in this fight. A 4 for 1 as Radiants basically walk over Obey.
Look, that's Cyclone Spin, Finch, all right? He knows how much damage he can take and how long he's allowed to stand in that pit. I don't think for a second he even thought there was a risk of dying. But Radiants cleanly went out in that engagement. That was, I mean, you said it best. That's the only drama that we got was Cyclone Spin potentially dying to an NPC on the tail end. It just feels like Obey's aggression has been stifled. This draft has been conquered. I don't think that they're going to get any stronger coming to the late game. They've already missed their best pace of the match, but this could be a good way in. Cyclone Spin with a bit of a lazy back.
Yeah, nice little pick here for Obey. You know, a nice little, hey, you can have this, I suppose, as Cyclone Spin didn't know how much damage he could take there, right? He kind of gets caught out. But I don't think it matters a whole lot. I mean, Radiants are so far ahead that they're A-okay. They're more ahead than the numbers belie, I think, here because of the nature of Obey's draft, because of how much they need to be in the driver's seat at this moment in the game, and instead, they've been pushed all the way back. It's a 3-level lead in solo lane. It's a 2-level lead in the ADC matchup, a 1-level lead in support, 2-level lead in the mid. Radiants are ahead by every conceivable metric here at this point, and Obey are going to need something to really go their way here the next few minutes if they want to pull it back.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see Radiance, upon Cyclone Spin's return to the battleground, immediately group up around this Fire Giant, or if not the Fire Giant, at least the Pyromancer. And Obey, being 5,000 gold down, probably don't feel too confident going in for the defense, but they have to, because it'll only get worse if Radiance is able to take away some objectives for free. But this is nice for Sino, able to catch a roar out in the jungle alone. That's a lot of damage coming through. This is the strength of Arachne.
Not quite able to get the kill, though, and now Sino in some trouble. Adapting comes in to clean it up, but Sino, with some help, punishes him, and Ducky able to find the dunk. Now Benji a bit alone here in the front line. Tings is able to eventually clean up that kill on the Sino, but once Benji makes up to the cloud, he's okay. Cyclone Spin, the damage makes it in, and Benji will survive. So it's Adapting for Sino, jungle for jungle traded, and considering the state of the game, I mean, it's got to favor Obey, right? Any kills they can get, any trades, they're happy to take.
Unless they also lose out on the objective as well. Pyromancer goes the way of Radiance, but
they should have lost Pyro for free.
Yeah, fair enough. You're absolutely... Yeah, Obey, you know what? Good on you guys. Nice job shutting down Adapting there. But take a peek at Cyclone Spin's build. This is the nature of Obey's draft getting focused on by Radiance because they are lacking so much in frontline. No true dedicated tanks coming their way. Cyclone Spin doesn't have to go for that tank shred attack speed build. Instead, he elects to go for something that we saw a little bit more so at the beginning of Season 7, the tail end of Season 6. This crit-centric build picks up the Rage very early on, likely going to be followed up by maybe the Wind Demon and a Deathbringer as well. My man's got options going forward, and that's just it. He's got options, and when you have options in Smite, I mean, that's a luxury. Normally, you're forced to respond to what your opposition is bringing, But Cyclone Spin with the lead, with his team doing well, with Obey kind of pigeonholing themselves into this very squishy strategy, opens up Cyclone Spin to do really whatever he wants.
I think you're right to point out this crit build. Makes a ton of sense that Cyclone Spin's going for it. I'm also just a bit confused at some of the lack of respect Radiance was showing to Cyno's potential with Aurora just wandering around the jungle alone. Kind of is the only reason that ends up being a 1-for-1 trade instead of just a free kill, instead of a free pyro for Radiance, basically whatever else they want. But they're still miles ahead, right? None of it is consequential until Obey could start chaining together some serious team fights, and Benji alone up in the jungle is certainly comfortable, right? He's still had his ultimate. Even if Obey collapse, he's in no danger, and they're not collapsing. He's just creating some space, trying to get control of this side of the map while the rest of Obey, or the rest of Radiance, take their reset and come back out to be around this fire. But now Obey know he's here, forcing out this bird form, and Benji makes it back to safety pretty easily.
Want to talk about a lack of respect? Benji's build is that personified. No dedicated defense items going his way, and not even another bruiser item to top it off. It's going to be a Heartseeker to finish out the build for Sun Wukong. He's essentially just another assassin in the backline, and when you've got this much damage on a Sun Wukong and this squishy a composition from Obey, any individual person has to be worried. Normally you'd say, Ducky, please help me, or maybe Wolfie's saying it to him, please, I'm getting dived by Sun Wukong. Ducky can't help you. Ducky's a Thor. He's going to get blown up just the same. Everyone's going to have to fend for themselves in the 5-on-5 for Obey.
Obey have shown an ability to drag things out as Cyclone goes up with the snipes. Wowie is low. Ducky will respond by going up himself, but inbound takes a ton of damage. 3-man stun from Ducky leads to the snipe, and Cyclone Spin has to use Aegis just to survive. So Cyno comes to the back line, gets the kill onto Cyclone Spin, and one now showing up here in the kill column for Obey, but Benji uses his own ultimate, gets caught by the wall. Aurora gets a 3-man Stygian Torment, and Benji gets the double kill. Wowie falls to adapting, and inbound also in some trouble. If you thought I didn't get excited enough about that first kill onto Cyclone Spin, you're seeing the reason. Radiance are so ahead. You're going to need a lot more than one pick for me to turn my head.
Hey, at least Cyno's able to pick up something on the tail end. Tier 1 tower going his way. You see there on the minimap, he considers for a second whether or not he wants to go back to base. It can't be. No way. Oh, well, hold on. They have a minion with. Finch, this might be over. No. Fire
okay,
giant,
no,
thank
right. God, okay.
Yeah, good stuff, Radiance. Yeah. Woo!
Instead, they'll take a breather. Will the Radiance boys back up, reset. There's still 2 tier 2 towers up. And there wasn't too long before the rest of Obey's reinforcements are going to come in. Do you like the reset here, or do you think Radiance had a shot?
I think Radiance may have been able to do it, especially considering Cyno's ultimate's not up. He's got the beads still, but I think it's a smarter call to not. I mean, they're not going to lose a team fight. We've seen that Obey, even when they initiate a fight with a pick and a 3-man Thor dunk
about as good as possible, right?
Raw snipe. I mean, they could have only added 2 more people to it. Radiance still walk over them inside their tower, so I think they don't have to rush this win. They can go ahead and play around the objective and the future, because the later this game goes on, I still think that Radiance just outscaled them.
Agreed. I mean, it's hard to do 3-man dunk into 3-man snipe into picking Cyclone Spin and get a more realistic good beginning to that fight. Now inbound in some trouble. Typhoon even being committed, he responds with a lurking in the waters, and he will survive. Adapting his ultimate on cooldown for a little while longer, but he's got a good amount of CDR there in the build, so it'll be back up before too long. Benji, on the wrong side of the wall, does get the 72 transformations interrupted, but makes it out of their A-OK, and now Radiance are starting up the Fire Giant. Obey Alliance are nearby, ready to defend, as this Fire Giant drops down to a little bit above half. Ducky responds with his ultimate, though. He's up in the sky. Benji goes to the back line looking for Wolfie. Cyclone Spin snipes are there to help. Aurora comes into the picture as well. Grasp of Death comes from off screen, and Radiance starting to bring the hurt to the back line. Wolfie goes down first, and this is just 3 pieces of the puzzle kind of putting the hurt onto Obey. They continue the surge. Benji dashing in the Ox form. Slow lands onto inbound, and still they have not quite collected the Croc. But Aurora blinks in. Ghastly Breath is enough, and that's 2 for 0 in favor of Radiance.
Oh, Obey, you can't keep fighting this. Benji stepping forward again. Wowie in a little bit of trouble, is able to make it back to his fountain. Benji thinks twice and turns around, but luckily, look at all this space they're buying. This is some of the best zoning you'll ever see. Guys, stay in your fountain while my team clears out the Fire Giant, and adapting picks up Sino in a bit of a separate engagement towards the mid-Phoenix.
Yeah, Sino was looking for a bit of a split push there as he was burning down the mid-tier 2. Never made it to the Phoenix, though. Adapting caught up to him and cut him down. So that ends up being a 3-for-0 plus FG for Radiance. I'm not a math major, but that favors Radiance every day of the week. Here's the thing. Radiance have been in control of this one for like 25 minutes now. And Obey are trying to find their way back in. That's where we are right now. They're praying for a miracle, basically.
All right, Finch, let's play the hypothetical game, all right?
Yeah.
Let's say that Wolfie doesn't mess up the speed buff clear. Let's say that Sino rotates in a dual lane and gets a two-man kill over there. I don't think that's enough for them to instantly win the game off of it, but it was enough that they messed it up, that they essentially instantly lost the game off of it. That's how risky this strategy is for Obey. That's how thin margins they decided to play on, and Radiance just kind of spit on them, didn't they? I mean, and since then, for the last 26 minutes, as you so eloquently stated, Radiance has been in control, and Obey is hanging off the edge of a cliff by their fingernails, just getting dragged by gravity, and it's not the best look for them. But we're in a position now where we get to talk about the siege defense for Obey, and it's bad, and that's all I wanted to say about it.
Listen, Obey are using Looney Tunes tech right now. They're floating over the air, but they have not yet fallen, as Wowie takes a bunch of damage in the backline from the Cyclone Spin snipes. Radiance are considering the left side Phoenix siege. Meanwhile, Adapting hangs in the back. They've got decent damage going on to the Phoenix already. It's falling down to about half, but that was decent damage. Aurora falls down to half as well, but in the back line goes Benji. They know Inbound and Wowie are both low, trying to heal. And in the back line, Ducky gets the dive. Cyclone Spin removed, and even finds the wall to buy some time. And now Benji in danger of falling as well. Wolfie gets the shutdown bonus. Ducky will eventually pay for his crimes as they pluck Aurora back into the tower. Stygian Torment does collect all of the members, but no one's there. So hey, Obey find a nice 3v1 win. They're going to need to chain together a few more of these, though, before they can consider some offense.
Maybe our nonchalance rubs off on Radiance there as they kind of disjoint their engagement on that left side Phoenix. It seems like they didn't really agree on who the target was. Cyclone Spin showing some of the least respect I've ever seen from a Hunter. Standing on the Phoenix line, loses out on the majority of his health bar, and then the semi-global ultimate from Ducky is enough to clean him up in the back. From there, Radiance had a decision. Do we all fall back and try and peel and shut down Ducky, or do some of us fall back and some of us sit inside the Phoenix and take a ton of damage? And it seems like they decided on the latter, and that's why they lose out on that engagement. Even though Sino was instantly forced out, there was at no point any Arachne damage coming through there for Obey, but luckily, it was enough. That said, we're still looking at 11,000 gold separating these two teams, and both the right and left side Phoenix are on 50%.
Yes, Radiant are so far ahead that Obey are going to need 2 or 3 more of those before we can start realistically considering the comeback, I believe. But that's how it begins, right? That is what the first step looks like, is Radiance over-engaging on the left side Phoenix, perhaps not giving Obey enough respect, and the door is not open, right? I don't even know if there's light shining through, but I think it's unlocked at the very least now, as Obey are showing that, hey, you're going to have to do this the right way if you want to close this game out. We're not making it free.
And look, there's also the additional benefit of, even if we want to assume that Radiance takes this game here, Obey are tiring them out, right? There's a stamina meter somewhere above Cyclone Spin's head that is going to be slowly ticking away.
Yeah, he should be watching anime right now.
Yeah, he's thinking about the new episode of Haikyuu, you know, his boys and his volleyball. But there's something to be said about at least making it hard for the opposition to win. It's a strategy that we used to employ at LAN, where it's, okay, we might lose this game. If we have 6, sure, we could stop their momentum, air quotes, or we could frustrate them and drag it out as long as humanly possible. So I think there's certainly merit to Obey holding on as long as they have. And if they could drag it out another 10, 15 minutes, it's only going to serve to frustrate Radiance.
And listen, this is a team that has got to be frustrated in general, right? I mean, they were on a 7-1 streak before the break and then like a 2-6 streak afterwards. They have been struggling since coming back from that extended time they had to take away from playing. And And you got to think that a team that was expecting to be in the conversation for first is now suddenly in the conversation for sixth. And they're starting to struggle here, even against Obey, a team that, as Sanguine once put it, is just a team, right? You're supposed to get the win. I think Obey has shrugged that off long since, right? You got to give Obey their due respect. But I think Radiance and Ghost and SSG are expected to win these sets, and instead, Obey drag them to 52 minutes, win that game, and now here they are in a 99%er, starting to take the only path that leads towards Obey getting a win, right? They're at least at the beginning of that path.
And there is potential here. They still have all 3 of their Phoenix available to them, so they don't have to worry about fire minion waves. It is an enhanced fire giant spawning at that 30-minute mark, and they've got steal potential, be it through a Thor dunk from a range or a raw ult. But this is tough. It's a hard position, and Ducky losing his ultimate this early on in the fight, that's crippling.
Where is he going to land kind of becomes the question. Looks like he landed way back over near where Adapting was, and Adapting... He's got Blink in the back of the fight. Benji gets Wowie right away. Aurora is low, but he's back and regrouped with the squad. Meanwhile, Benji is living up against 2 people. The snipe from Wolfie doesn't find a whole lot. No Bay need to disengage, but Sino doesn't have that same option. Cyclone Spin gets the damage, and that's the 2 for 0 in favor of Radiant. They're going to head back towards the FG, and without the snipe from Wolfie, the dive from Ducky, I think they've just got to give this one up here, Myth.
But it looks like they're still trying to make a decision. Obey kind of hovering around a little bit, but Ducky starts the back, so they think better of it. This one's going to go the way of Radiant's 5 members now with enhanced Fire Giant. Can they siege the base this time? They should be able to with the lead that they have, but we've seen before that maybe hubris begets the fall. If they don't focus up, Obey can certainly stop them from taking out the game here, but they've got the tools, they've got the time. 20 seconds left on Sino's respawn means that they're going to be lacking Arachne, but they lacked Arachne in the last engagement as well. Once the game simplifies at this point in a 5-on-5 engagement, Arachne really struggles to get her damage off.
Okay, wall into the snipe coming out from Wolfie.
Oh, watch Ducky.
And that's a lot of damage on the Cyclone Spin. And Ducky considering a dunk, but I think Radiance might be too far away. So that is the Anvil of Dawn now used twice. And if I'm counting correctly, we've got no one dunked. We'll see how the third one here goes for Ducky. As Obey did a good job defending on that right side Phoenix just now. Listen, before that left side Phoenix siege, I was not acknowledging the Obey comeback. After the left side Phoenix defense, hey, I'm eyeing it a little bit. And now that they've pushed them out twice, I think I have to realistically acknowledge that Obey are making this hard for Radiance. They're struggling on this Phoenix siege a bit.
They really are, and it's been this Thor-Ra combo, almost acting as the pseudo-Sino for his teammate, Wolfie. Now Sino playing Arachne can't really set up for it too well. Ducky, on the other hand, absolutely can. That Thor wall is just enough to find that searing pain, and that combo is enough to do 60 to 70% of Cyclone Spin's entire HP bar. No passive healing on the side of Radiance means that they can only really use the lifesteal in their builds and the Fire Giant healing to sustain up through these fights. So that was enough to force them back yet again. But it's not enough to buy a ton of time. We're still looking at 2.5 minutes that this enhanced Fire Giant is going to be ticking away around Radiance's belts. And it seems like they're playing confident, grouping up as 5 instead of a 4-1 split. They want to take the fight to Obey.
Yeah, I think they do. Left side Phoenix Siege take 2, and Radiant are still in a dominant position. Let's see if they can put it to work. Wall onto Tings, followed up by the snipe, and the A gets too late. Tings is already low. Ducky goes up to the sky, and Aurora is low. He falls to Wowie. Now Ducky makes his way to the back line and gets rid of big man Tings. Adapting gets the kill in the sign-up, but Ducky now in no man's land. The snipes are coming through, and big man Tings from the grave gets the kill, so it's 2 for 2. Mid support for Jungle Solo, and Radiance still getting stalled out on these sieges.
They are, but they have enhanced Fire Giant. They keep Cyclone Spin alive this time around, so they can just create a little bit of space. Once these waves spawn up, Benji should be able to lifesteal up with the Soul Leader, so he doesn't have to worry too much about his health bar at this point. And just look at the damage getting put in. Every single time Cyclone Spin makes contact, that's about a third or about 10% of the Phoenix lost every single time. 233 damage per auto. Seems like they want to continue to push, but Cyclone Spin kind of alone.
Well, don't you? I mean, do you want to admit that 3 times in a row a team you're 13,000 gold ahead of has stopped you at the Phoenix? I wouldn't want to admit it either, but I think they might have to. Here, Myth, Radiance now, thrice, for my old English, I don't know why that's coming out, have been stalled out on the left side Phoenix. Obey have shown that this combination, and again, what this is really showing me is I don't know why this is the mid-jungle combination for them because it clearly works when the synergy is there, but they have stopped them with this Thor-Ra combo.
Yeah, Wolfie has consistently, every single time, all 3 sieges, stopped it with the Searing Pain on a priority target. This time on Big Man Tings, the last 2 times on Cyclone Spin. So it seems like, as long as they're able to poke out at least one member, Radiants are feeling very unconfident moving in towards these Phoenixes. They don't have any sustain in their draft, as we pointed out earlier, so they have to play very carefully. But it's interesting that Radiants keep having their hyper carries in the front line. They're essentially handing over these snipes to Wolfie. It's just Ducky walks up with a tectonic shift and immediately sets up for it. If they just have Benji go in first, or Aurora go in first, or even adapting, trying to maneuver around, it'd be much harder to make contact with the Susano. But so far, it seems like they're very content to have Cyclone Spin and Big Man Tings be some of the first people into the Phoenix. I think Radiants have room to clean up these sieges.
Agreed, they certainly do. And listen, this game, if Radiants do eventually win this one, I think we characterize it as a big bounce-back performance for Tings, right? Going into that fight, he was 4-0-12, I believe, 4-1-13, 4-0-13, something like that, and now he's got his first death of the game, like 30 minutes into it. After, I think, struggling in Game 1, man. Those ults were a bit off the mark a lot for him in that game, but he has been huge for Radiants this time if they can clean this one up. And remember, 3 sieges ago, I wasn't even acknowledging that possibility, but Obey have thrice forced me to acknowledge that they have got the defense. And I think that if Radiants don't clean this up here in the next 5 minutes or so, Obey are just right back into an even game.
I would even say they're almost there just now. It's only inbound trying to get
close.
that 6th item online, so he's pretty tanky already. The rest of the damage is really coming to fruition for Obey as well. It seems like, with the strategy that they've been employing, they might even benefit from removing the Lotus Crown from Wolfie's build, removing the Mantle, and just have him be this late-game 50-cal sniper, because he's not really in the middle of these team fights. If he could just one-shot one person, that'd be huge value for Obey, but look at this, Aurora's in!
Using the Stygian Torment right away, forcing out some relics, and putting Inbound in an awful position. He's certainly going to fall to Cyclone Spin over there in the left. Meanwhile, Ducky ults back to the back to regroup with his friends, and Sino is all alone. This is the fight Radiance needed, right? One where they spread out Obey, disrupt their core combo, and now Sino has to run on a merry chase, trying to buy as much time as humanly possible at this point, even using the blink to try and just further drag away Radiance. Good job using the ult to jump over the ult from Big Man Tings, and Radiance finally give up on him. So Sino actually surviving thanks to that chase and should be able to back and rejoin the group. He might even just walk in.
He might, and he needs to if the rest of Obey are going to remain grouped like this, but look at adapting, looping his way around the side. It looks like Radiance want the fight before they want the objective.
Yeah, and Sino might not be able to catch up at this pace. He's so far away. But look at Radiance. They've all taken a decent amount of damage. So this isn't a free fight. And Sino is walking into triple territory if he lines this up correctly. Can't quite find it. Benji is the face he ends up meeting. Ends up getting Tiger stunned. And instead of a triple, my man takes a seat. But look how low all our Radiants are, man. They can't do anything here. Obey have stalled them out. I might call this a 4th time.
It really is. This is ridiculous.
What's going on
how this
here?
game has been playing out, dude.
That's a good word. Preposterous.
Yeah, they're looking for the longest SPL set of the year, it seems like, moving into the 40-minute territory of Game 2. And Wolfie's got to be pressed at this point. Yeah, I've hit a snipe every single time. I'm dropping people to 10%. Where's my jungler? Why is he at their Phoenix? I need him here to at least put one auto attack of damage into Big Man Tings. Fortunately for Radiance, Sino was forced out pretty far, so BMT makes it out of there alive. Sino dead for 30 seconds. Obey looks like they might be willing to put up another defense, but this time, Wowie's way too far away.
Yeah, going to be very difficult for them to get in here in time. Radiance have it low. Inbound's the only one nearby, and he's zoned as well, but Obey steal away the Fire Giant. I gotta see what did that. It was Searing Pain. How did Wolfie get close enough? But Obey steal away another. What is going on here, Mifflin? This is preposterous what's going on this set. A 52-minute win for Obey in Game 1, and Radiance barrel stuffing this aggressive strategy minute 1 are somehow still struggling to close this game out. Obey are right back in it. It's more than even. It might be slightly favoring Obey now.
Yeah, now we get to talk about
adapting at his
Obey's
head in his hands. Oh
siege.
no.
The mental is shattered, boys. Let's go, Obey. Radiance is shook. It's time to step up, and their siege is good because they can elongate these fights with the raw heals. We've got a late game Hunter with the attack speed build, so he absolutely shreds objectives. Inbound with a pluck can disrupt anybody on the side of Radiance or even set up for a pick. And Wolfie has been playing lights out. This dude is putting in Buko snipes. He's landed them every single time, be it on a BMT, Cyclone Spin, this time the Fire Giant. I think Obey might be able to close this one out. They just need one good pick.
Listen, I was mentally checked out here when Radiants were way ahead, okay? I thought this one was out of reach, but Obey have stalled them. Let's take a look back at this steal that Wolfie was able to get. It doesn't even look like he's close enough, but at the last minute, he's able to make it there just barely and seal that away. Well, Wolfie has done so much for this squad here today.
All of it. He's done all of it because it's not Sino. It
has not been Sino, undoubtedly.
It has not been Sino even a little bit. All right. So Wolfie definitely carrying the weight of his squad here. Every single bit of damage has been impactful, but already Radiance, they're defending a tier 1.
Yeah, Roar moves in, Benji right behind him, but Benji misses the Tiger stun, goes up to the sky with the Somersault Cloud. Ducky as well, but he dunks down and adapting over to the right, and so far winning the trade. Ducky able to solo out adapting, that is huge from the solo laner. Sino has a train behind him, but he's leaving him on a chase. The snipes are coming out from Cyclone Spin, not enough for the kill, and now that's basically all the ultimates down for Radiance. They still have Grasp of Death. Wolfie still has the Searing Pain, but how do Obey keep stuffing Radiance?
It's just weird aggression from Radiance, a weird defense from Obey. All props to Ducky there, immediately spotting out Adapting, trying to rotate into the side. Had Adapting been allowed to get in there and find a multi-man Typhoon, that fight goes to Radiance handily, especially considering Aurora blinks in and finds a 3-man ultimate, essentially stripping beads from the entirety from Obey. But now we're looking at another advantageous position for the boys on the Chaos side. They've got raw heals to sustain up. Sino's been using the Venomous Bite to sustain on his own, even though he doesn't have Fire Giant, already back up to 100%. And we got 15 seconds left on Adapting.
I can't believe you're about to get some points this weekend, Myth. It's blowing my mind right now as Ducky finds the dunk. Aurora is able to grab the Stygian Torment. That does bring one in, but Ducky, the assassin, gets rid of Big Man Tings in the back lane, but this is some low members on Obey. Aurora is able to get in and take care of inbound and still doing damage from the grave as Tings. In goes Benji, but he dies instantly. Cyclone Spin misses the snipes, but Adapting comes in, finds the ultimate. Cyclone Spin gets rid of Ducky, and now it's Radiance's turn to dunk Obey. A great defense gets rid of him, and Cyclone Spin gets a triple.
Yeah, Sino just walking in says, oh, he's on a double, might as well pad the KD there for the boy. And now we're looking at a full minute across the board for Obey. Radiance might be able to just move in and end it. Shut up, Vince. You cast his curse by points, on purpose. You scumbag.
Yeah, of course. I knew as soon as I got on your side, Myth, there's no way you could be right. Here's the thing. No one's less lucky, bud. So I jumped on your bandwagon, weighed it down, and now Radiants are getting the dub, as I calculated all along, of course. High Cyclone Spin, melting left side Phoenix. Now, this is not free. It's taken them a while to get this left side Phoenix. In fact,
they might not be able
they're just barely going to get it. They can't in from here. They got it back.
Okay, all right. No, we're back on the Obey train. They can certainly regroup and defend that Fire Giant, but they
Obey can win it. Yeah.
Yeah. Shut up! Let me do my thing, okay? They lose out on that left side Phoenix, okay, and that's the most important one on subsequent Fire Giant defenses. But this late in the game, the Titan's still healthy. I don't think they have to worry about it too much, especially considering how far pushed up that left side lane is. Obey can try and put up a defense around this Fire Giant immediately, and it seems like that might be the strategy. Even if they get there first, they might be the ones on the offense. All Radiants have to do is drag this fight out. They do have a hard task of doing so because we'll be playing Rock and heal up his team, but the longer Radiants drag the fight out, the more likely these Fire Minion waves start to flood into Obey's base, which should turn into a 5 versus 4.
Oh no, inbound to the bad spot, but Ducky's in the air waiting for this dunk. Unfortunately, though, is not able to save the life of Inbound. Way too far forward to the zone. But Sino solos at Adapting. He might have had some help, but that's twice. Adapting has died too early in the fight. Cyclone Spin gets the damage onto Ducky, and the front line of Obey has been removed very quickly. Sino all alone.
Nice stun.
He might win this battle up against Aurora. I'm not sure. As Wolfie gets rid of Benji somewhere else. What happened there? and still Obey are in it. These are the weirdest fights I've ever seen, Myth. The weirdest fights.
They are so disjointed. It's a 1v1, a 3v3, a 2v2. I mean, they're all over the place. And now we see Aurora trying his best to make sure that Sino can't back, so he creates a little bit of space for BMT and Cyclone Spin to go for the push. Unfortunately, the last two remaining members of Obey, Wolfie and Wowie, the W squad, as you called them earlier, were able to get back to base and stop that push themselves. And now it fizzles again. A 2-for-2 trade turns into nothing as Sino kites Aurora across the world.
I mean, I guess this is still worth it for Aurora, right? I mean, because now the rest of Radiance can try to collapse onto Sino. As he has the ult. A little bit too late for it as Big Man Tings finds the snipe from across the map. Cyclone Spin rolling to catch up. Goes up for the snipes. One.
Has to hit him.
Just needs the third, but he misses. Tings, though, able to close the distance, I think, with a bone rush and finally get the kill on the Sino. So now Radiance can start up the FG.
They can start up the FG, but we've seen Wolfie in this situation before. He might not have enough time to get in with the Searing Pain, but he is working his way forward. No. Radiance pick up their first Enhanced Fire Giant 45 minutes in, and now they get to start their siege. And this is the best advantage they've had as of yet, not only burning through Ducky's ultimate through superior positioning, but also they've got the left Phoenix down already. Mid Phoenix and right already weakened, means that Radiance have a very clear path to victory, and because we're so late into the game, Sino's still dead for another half a minute.
Yeah, a long time before Sino is back, and Radiance are all grouped up outside of this middle Phoenix with 4 members strong. In goes Aurora right away. Stygian Torment collects Wolfie, but he doesn't take that much damage. Grasp of Death lands onto inbound, and Aurora is low. In fact, Adapting cannot live through these fights. That's 3 fights in a row where he gets stuffed instantly. Mid Phoenix goes down, though. Benji gets rid of Wolfie. The snipes land on the Wowie, and Benji able to get the double. Radiance, 4 members strong, are right outside the base, and how can Obey defend with 2?
Well, they could do it with 3. Sino sure is back, and he's ready to fight. The spider, the itsy-bitsy one, is able to keep them out of the base for a little bit longer. Aurora, very low health, doesn't even have any sustain coming his way. It's only the Fire Giant keeping him alive. But inbound, what is this?
Well, Ducky had the 3-man stun, so inbound goes in to attract attention, I suppose. And it does end up allowing Ducky to land a pretty good ult. Sino gets the kill, but ends up dying right away. So now it's just Ducky left for 38 seconds. No way he can defend alone in this position. Radiance, 47 minutes on the clock, should be able to put this game to bed. The Titan is down to half HP. Ducky ends up falling, and Radiance do enough to win in 47.5 minutes. Mifflin, we're going into game 3 for what could easily be the longest set of the phase here so far. Obey and Radiance going back and forth. Who knows how this one's going to end?
Look, we predicted that Radiance win at the legitimate 1 minute mark, 46 actual human minutes ago. But here's the thing. We talked about it in jest, but I think it's real, and we got tangible evidence of it. Obey has done immense mental damage to Radiance. You saw him adapting in the cam looking like this after that Fire Giant steal. You don't recover from that quickly. Obey might have done enough here to give him a slight edge in game 3.
We'll certainly see. I think this Arachne jungle maybe could be put to bed, though. Let's see something different, Sido. Yeah, I'm on board with the Osiris now at this point, so maybe you could pull that one out. That's it for game number 2. Quick break. We'll be right back for the conclusion.
As I fell to the ocean floor, fading light through an open door, I saw myself rise with the water. They thought they could keep me down, hold that breath and watch me drown, but all they did is push me higher. We don't care what they say, we will be here all day. We'll stay till it's over, till the world's out of sight. We will stand, we will fight, it's not over till it's over. Through the nights in the rain, through the time and the pain, the stand will never fall. And then at the end of it all, we will win, we will chant, it's not over till it's over.
to see the meaning of cruel.
Let the heavens rage!
You guys, I am just the lowly salesperson around here. If you want to know who the brains behind the Maxonomic operation is, it's this little sweetheart here. Say hi, Ramsey. Say hi to the crowd. Can you give me a paw? Can you give me a paw? No, you just want more treats,
Big
huh?
pressure. Okay.
Big pressure, huh? Paw? Now you're making. Oh, she did it!
Oh,
She gave me a
yes!
paw. Let's go,
Yes,
Paw!
Ramsey!
Paw! Yeah,
Let's
you're so sweet. Go, Ramsey. That's a good girl. Hey, she wants you to know that you should buy a Maxonomic chair. Look at she's chilling. She never chills.
Yeah,
she's
she's
sitting
comfy.
and chilling in this chair. She is comfy beyond all belief, and she is a good girl. Actually, she's lying down now. You can't see her. Can I back her up? She is just straight up chilling in this chair, having a good time. That is an endorsement if I've ever seen one. Maxonomic is our chair sponsor here at the SPL. Thank you, sweetheart. I'm gonna sit down and adjust my camera really quick. The greatest helper there is, but that is Maxonomic, our chair sponsor here at the SPL, endorsed by the one and only, the greatest pup there ever will be and there ever is. I gotta go up more on my camera. Sorry guys, I'm delaying as long as I can. There we go. I'm back to normal here. Maxonomic, needforseat.com. Use code SMITEMAX. Oh no, he's tears in his eyes.
No, I'm ready. I'm ready. That was just the cutest thing I've ever seen in my whole life.
I was for sure she wasn't gonna give me paw there by the end of it, and then she does.
No,
at the
she's
last
she's
possible
nuts,
second.
dude.
So,
She's too locked in,
thumbs up.
baby. She's ready to go. I love it.
That's right. Yeah, I'm the humble servant. She's the CEO of all the chairs and things like that. But if we need to recollect ourselves, move away from the puppies, let's talk a little bit about what happened in Game 2 here, Aggro. Finch and Myth. You know, nothing against them. They were for sure this one's going to be shorter. Technically it was, but only a little bit. This one goes 47 minutes, Radiance on top.
Yeah, Obey really just refused to go away in this game is the best way that I can describe it, because Radiance had this one by the scruff of the neck pretty early on. Obviously, the level 1 start, not ideal for Obey Alliance, but you look at the damage that Radiance is putting out. I mean, 50k from Big Man Tings, more than double Wolfie. I mean, Wolfie's never going to be able to match that kind of output from the mid laner, but it's still impressive from BMT. Benji,
Yep.
I thought, was much more impactful this game than the last. The Nike, always more impactful than you can see because of her passive, but in this game in particular, nearly 40k for Benji. It's just that Radiance had a lot of trouble ending because of a couple bad mistakes. I mean, obviously letting
Stolen
Wolfie
FG.
get in range to have an opportunity for the snipe was a pretty big mistake. But overall, I just thought that Radiance should have been able to be a little bit more clean on a lot of these end calls. You just can't give teams this many opportunities to come back and make a play and get back in this game. And Radiance should really count themselves a little lucky that Obey didn't come back in this one, because they had plenty of opportunities to do so.
I think by the end of things here, the carries for Radiance, well, they did their job. Cyclone Spin goes massive a few times. This might be his triple kill. Gifted over maybe a little bit by Sino there towards the end. But, you know, this brings me back to this Persephone pick. I've kind of hinted at it a couple of times. Aggro, it just seems like you're playing with fire if you're continually giving one of the best mid laners in the league, one of the best mages in the league, and it finally kind of bites him. Oh. You sad now? Am I sitting in your chair? We're unhappy with it?
Why are you on me at all? Get away from this
She's down.
shot. What are
She's
you
down.
doing?
No, she's
Ramsey's
down.
oh, okay. Well, we list our last one with the Ramsey. Jared, come on. I know you're better than this, man. A horrible call by you. But overall, I do think that you're right. I think it's probably time to take this Persephone away from Big Man Tings. It's just too difficult to lock it down and prevent him from dealing really, really relevant damage. And look, Big Man's looked really good on a lot of different picks recently. I mean, he's added Discordia to a mage you actually have to worry about, which is really not common in the SPL right now. But he's done it with Persephone 2 games in a row. I think it's probably time to get him on something a little bit different.
We'll have to see what the pivots start to look like here for Obey, because that is a very Obey draft there in game number 2.
Yeah.
Didn't quite work out for them. There were some moments, and it's kind of that Obey vibe, right, where there's moments in the game where it looks like, man, they could turn this around and win it, but a bit short of the goal line. They have pushed us onto a game 3. Radiance, rather, pushed us onto a game 3 picks and bans for said game 3. Will join us now, and Aggro, I think we talked about the Persephone, and that might be the largest change that Obey looked towards. Also, for the first time, I believe this set, we will flip sides. When I say flop there, Obey will be in the first pick spot this time around, sticking with that set. And that's such an interesting thing. We talk about SSG as being one of the most difficult teams in the league to kind of ban out against. If Radiance are really going to make this set composition work, and especially in the last couple of weeks of the SPL, that's going to give them an advantage straight up in picks and bans if other teams feel like they have to take this set away consistently.
Agreed. I mean, you look at why Big Man Tings is able to get this Persephone. It's because of this set ban that feels like they feel like they need to make. It's not just set, of course. You have to worry about the Hercules for Aurora and Aurora's Umoja. So those are basically 3 picks that you feel like you cannot give away. And we keep asking ourselves, well, how does Big Man Tings get Persephone? It's because of this. It's because this is exactly how picks and bans have gone the entire set.
Right.
If Obey really want to make sure, they don't give Big Man Tings that Persephone, they need to take it themselves.
And now is the time. This first pick slot is the time to take it away, if you are indeed going to take it away. But Obey, I don't know if they feel that same pressure. Cupid, for the first time in this set, is going to get left open, which means it will be locked in now by the Obey squad. Rom is banned out, so we'll have to see Cyclone Spin on something else. Cyclone Spin, the same as Wowie, to be fair. Cyclone Spin very comfortable on a wide suite of gods there in that hunter role. Once you guess it, Aggro, you lock in the Persephone first here. So this must be Obey maybe feeling like they're comfortable enough in playing against it. They were able to beat it in 50 or so minutes in game number 1. So why not give our chances another go here in game 2? And then a good pick for Benji and the Sun Wukong as well. Good damage output, good engage potential as well.
Agreed. Now, if you're in Obey's shoes, I think that I would just be looking to grab Sino's God right here. Probably going to be Sobek and Ra if I had to guess. But, yeah, Obey decided to at least flex. I mean, we know Ducky can play this Osiris, but given how they used it in game number 1 of this set, this seems more likely to go into Sino's hands. And personally, I think that he must like the matchup up against Persephone as Osiris more than Erlong Shen. I think Erlong is just clearly a stronger jungler right now in terms of kit strength. But if Osiris is the vibe for Sino, if that's who he really identifies with a little bit better, then I think you give it to him. And maybe it's matchup dependent, maybe it's just that he likes it more now, but I have no problem with Obey going Osiris Kuzenbo here, top 2, or top 3 rather, before the next ban phase. My concern now is what is Wolfie going to play? I imagine Radiance will ban Ra in this spot, and they will likely end up banning another mage, probably between Raijin and Poseidon, as those have been the 2 that Wolfie has gone to.
Yeah, smart eyes there, Aggro. It is Ra that ends up getting taken away. So it is Wolfie in mid, and then Ducky and Solo that still need a pick here for Obey. Guan Yu, hit or miss for this Radiant squad. I think we've talked a decent bit about the Guan Yu and what it can and can't bring. Aurora in game 1, I believe 2-11 on the Guan Yu, but I'll sort of reiterate my point from that. I think Radiants are the type of team that can separate, just a rough game, maybe some mental and shot-calling mistakes, separate from whether or not a god will or won't work for them. So I don't mind them going back to the Guan Yu here. Double mid-ban, as you figure there, Aggro. Big difference, though, in that Obey have left open the Hun Bats for the first time this set. They do still ban out the Robin, but the Jingwei banned out over the Heimdall. It's not like there's a lot of fall off there, Aggro. I mean, Jingwei or Heimdall for Cyclone Spin both seem good to me.
Agreed. I don't think it's a huge concern, and this would surprise me a little bit if Obey do lock in the on her for Wolfie in mid. just don't know how much pressure you can really exert on Persephone. Persephone's so good at fighting in her lane because she can set up a bunch of plants, and then you've got a minefield that's really hard to go through. This is what I was expecting if they're going to go with on her, is a Guardian or Mage in that solo lane. Obey has been pretty cognizant of trying to avoid going for physical. They like to try and add in a little bit of magic damage, and the Kuzenbo alone is enough magic damage that you have to at least respect it a little bit. If I'm Aurora, I'm still building Sovereignty first item here, but it is at least a viable option for them.
Right, the majority of the damage here looks like it will be physical, at least with the Osiris then piled on as well. Athena can do some damage numbers as well. You know, I brought up the Hunbats being left open, but that's not where Radiance want to go here with their 5th and final pick. Instead, it's the Serket for adapting. Is that a pick, aggro, that you think rounds out the other 4 picks somewhat well?
I'm just not in love with Serket right now as a god. I think that she's taken a ton of nerfs, and I just don't know if she is a top-tier assassin that you can play. You look across the way, I understand why we don't want to see the Hunbats here if you're adapting. I mean, a low cooldown ultimate mid, a lot of CC immunity among Obey Alliance members. I just think that his Hunbats is so good that I would have probably gone to it anyways in this slot. I think Tsukiyomi could have been fine up against this composition. Serket, she just gets disrupted so easily. I mean, Fields of Love cripple is already such a nightmare for her, but things like Watery Grave, Impale, I mean, these are really annoying CCs you have to deal with as a backliner or as a backline diver, and I just don't know that Serket has the amount of safety that I would have liked.
Yeah, Serket, I mean, I didn't catch the specific win rate, but it's low. I mean, it's on the low end of half, you know, here in the SPL. So you're fighting against the stats here, aggro. Obey Alliance, they're on a 6-set loss streak. The last team they won against was Radiance in 3 games. So, you know, maybe history repeats itself here. Obey versus Radiance. Let's find us a winner.
Dave, maybe it does. I'm thinking there's a good chance Obey could find a win here with the way they've been playing today, but only if they can execute at that same level we saw in Game 1, because Radiance found a way to bounce back in Game 2. I think we knew how these picks were going to be assigned for Obey. Ducky taking the Athena. He's liked to play this lately. Sino played the Osiris in Game 1, and then Wolfie taking the on her mid. I don't think we got any big surprises the way that this all ended up landing out, Mifflin. So that's got a chance to see both of these drafts. And you kind of got a sense for how scrappy these teams are both playing. Are you leaning one way or the other?
Yeah, I think I mean, as far as drafts go, I think I just straight up think Radiance out-drafted them here. How is Obey going to apply magic damage consistently? They won't. They won't do it. I mean,
not, yeah.
Shield Wall is easy to avoid unless you get the full taunt off and you're not really picking Athena for the shield wall damage. Inbound playing support, as Kuzenbo is decent for magic damage, but again, it's not the type that's going to be enough to force Radiance into building some. I think Radiance get away with a very easy call to go ahead and just build a ton of physical defense. But we've seen that with Onher's passive, with Executioner being picked up by Sino. They have ways to contend with physical defense coming through for Radiance. But just across the board, Big Man Tings gets Persephone for the 3rd game in a row. That's nuts to me. Absolutely crazy. And Benji gets Sun Wukong again after a pretty strong performance in Game 2. I think Radiance might have potentially just pulled ahead here.
Yeah, and Rom gets banned by Radiance, Cupid picked by Obey. They also banned the set, and Cyclone Spin comes down to Heimdall, and you're feeling great? I don't think so. You know, I mean, that's a strong pick, too, as Sino puts some pressure there onto Tings. I think that Radiance could probably get away with things like Mantle, right? Hybrid items in terms of having their magical defense. You don't need to buy, an Onis or anything like that. You just can take your Pridwins and such and let that incidental magic prot you get be enough here against an Athena and a Kuzenbo. So Obey have their work cut out for them, but we also know that they're very willing to run these prot shreddy type compositions, right? You already mentioned what Honor could do with his passive, and it's likely that we'll see Sino get the SCS as well as the Executioner like he got in the first game, so they'll have their opportunities if they can isolate targets. I'm just worried about how they apply that damage in a spread out team fight.
I agree completely, but it seems like Obey with this draft are almost forcing themselves to remain groups. They need Ducky to initiate the fights. They need inbound for the peel. Sino, we already saw that once we got into that 40-ish minute mark in game 1 on Osiris, my dude was squishy. He was able to get in and deal damage pretty quickly, but he would also die immediately afterwards. So he's going to likely be playing around his teammates as well this time around, even further due to the fact that they're going to have a lot of physical defense on the side of Radiant. So it's almost forcing Obey with this draft to play together a little bit more closely knit. And I think Radiance has a team comp that can maybe struggle a little bit in a pure 5-on-5 engagement. Aggro brought up his concerns about the Surcat pick for adapting on the desk, and I tend to agree. Come late game, Surcat really does struggle. That ultimate so choreographed makes you know where you can land those auto attacks. If she jumps on the back of anyone that isn't a hunter, she's going to have 2.5 auto attacks coming at her every second from 2 separate people while she kind of injects them with her poison. I think that Surcat can certainly struggle come late.
She can, man, and Adapting was struggling late game on Susana last game. Remember, I mean, we were talking about it. It felt like in those last 3 or 4 team fights, Adapting was getting popped, right? He got dunked on by Ducky's Thor in one fight. He got blown up in another one, right? I mean, every single one of them, it felt like he was starting to struggle. So I feel like this Surcat can have those same woes. She needs to get in very, very close to this damage to go off and she relies on the CC chain for that time, but everyone that's not in the Cobra's Kiss / Last Breath combo is free casting, man, so she's going to need some fizz prods to make up for that. I think if she can get some of those hybrid physical defense items, like a Void Shield or something like that, and some other ones, she'll have the time, though. She knows that all the damage coming her way will be physical.
And it looks like that's already the decision Adapting's making, going into the shield tree first off overall instead of going in for the mace. Is going to sacrifice a little bit of that early game pressure, likely going to miss out on the Brothers Beat Stick or even the Jotuns for cooldown, instead going for additional survivability. But I think that's a smart decision to go ahead and get that physical defense online as quickly as possible, as Adapting, hovering around the duo side, gets spotted out by inbound, thinks twice about the gank, and this is a pace that we are used to seeing now. I mean, 3rd game in the set. I expect that we'll see maybe Obey group up around the 9-minute mark, 8-9 minutes around this first Gold Fury. And it's a strategy that can work again because Double Hunter, that just straight up works on objectives. So that's how Obey likes to establish their lead in the early.
Ducky denying the back there to Benji just for fun as Sino has to use Lord of the Afterlife to escape. He was too deep, and he shall pay for it. Big man Tings cuts him down. A little bit of help from Adapting, and that is first blood going into Radiance. And I think Sino's going to make sure he's being a bit more careful than that. I understand you want to go kind of be a bit of a bully when you're on the Osiris, but giving up that early kill there really hurts.
And with Aurora already in the soul lane, they can go for a very easy blue buff invade here. Adapting, also taking away the speed. That's a tilter as well. Adapting, angry from game 2, makes sure that Sino's feeling a little bit of as well. Maybe if he had his cam on, we see his head in his hands. But the blue buff is going to make its way out of there. You know, Ducky gets a little bit of a silver lining as Sino regroups around it. And now we're looking at another pretty quick start for Radiance, but still not enough for them to feel confident. But maybe enough to slow down Obey from looking for those early Gold Furies.
You know, I am glad we got the player camps going again. Not for the anguish. I like the fun moments, like Variety's Thorn kills on the Tsukiyomi we had earlier, and then the laughter, the anguish. You know, we take those alongside it. That's not what we're here for. As Obey are going to have to really figure out a way to right this ship. I mean, remember in Game 2, it took 48 minutes, but it was an early death for Sino that really set them behind, right? Irrecoverably behind. And so you're kind of seeing shades of that here. It didn't happen at the same time, not quite as backbreaking here, but you are kind of seeing shades of that same thing. I think that this is a team that obviously has practiced the Arachne starts. It didn't work for them last game, though. The execution was a bit off. They got to make sure here with this Osiris they don't fall down that same hole.
And I'm sure that even with Osiris, it's a little bit less crippling. You don't need him to pop off as hard in the early game as you do Arachne. Arachne very strong in the late game as far as auto attacks go, but very weak as far as team fights go. Osiris, a little bit less so, able to set up for his team with the ultimate or even sustain up a little bit more damage with a tether. So I think an early kill for Sino, not nearly as crippling as you already pointed out. What is a little bit more crippling is Big Man Tings getting first blood for himself and pulling ahead in mid against an On Her, a pick that you traditionally pick out of mid to get a ton of pressure. Already we're starting to see that Radiance has established a lot of the lead in the 3v3.
Inbound in danger, getting collapsed on Cobra's Kiss into Last Breath with a roar there to shred the protections. In comes the Desert Fury though, and it's Adapting who ends up low. He leaps over the wall, but Sino follows well used to blink, and adapting is done. But now Cyno's on the wrong side of town, but nothing really that Radiance can do about it. He just gets to leave, I suppose. He still hasn't left. Uses Lord of the Afterlife instead, and Aurora does a good job to force that ultimate out, at the very least, in trade for Adapting's life.
And now Benji looking for something to get back on his end, able to move into the back camps and finds inbound. Inbound dashes aggressively. You don't have ult, bud. Oh, what up? Aurora's here.
My man isn't happy with dodging death once. I want to try again. And it just wasn't there for him this time. Poor Inbound getting a little bit, well, he's on his own side of the map on that one, but I don't know about the push. Maybe just try and get out of there that time, buddy. Instead, he ends up paying the price, and Radiance now looking for a blue buff invade. They're trying to keep up this early pressure, and it is successful. Benji strips it away. Good zoning from Aurora, and Radiance are the owners of a nice little 800 or so gold lead.
And this Guan Yu pick for Aurora has been performing very well recently. I really do like him on this pick. We saw it at first with Radiance going for that 5-man dive draft, but with Obey betting out set every single time, it has stopped that coming from fruition, but it hasn't stopped the aggression out of the support. Now, he's looking for a little bit more. Cyno in some trouble.
Good use of that ultimate, but a better use from Wolfie, acting more as a deterrent than anything with that Desert Fury. And Aurora has to give up the chase. As you already kind of pointed out earlier on, though, I don't think that we should be surprised at all by a slower pace to this one. There's been 3 kills in 8 minutes, so it's not exactly a snail's pace, but still, maybe not exactly what we might have expected from Obey coming into this one. But now that we've seen him play twice in a row, I think we can expect this one to trend a little bit towards longer for these late-game team fights to be the real big deciders. And what really has felt like to me is the big deciders at Mifflin is the engage for these two teams and who's able to start these fights off on the right foot. And as far as engage goes, I don't know. I feel as though I might be leaning a little bit towards Radiance, but Obey starting up the Gold Fury. They've done this all set long as well. Early Furies on the back of their objective burn, and this game is no different. That's a 9-minute Gold Fury.
Oh, it's almost like clockwork. 8-9 minutes roll around. Obey groups up on gold, makes its use of the Ducky Global Ultimate to make sure they have all 5 members there, and they get away with it cleanly, like bandits in the night, as you said last time. But this time, Radiance privy to it, catch him on the rotation out.
Yeah, that's Last Breath, Grasp of Death combo. You are being locked down, and that is it for Inbound. I do also want to point out Ducky went for a bit of a proxy before that rotation, so he set up for that. They knew that was what the strategy was going to be, and apparently Mifflin was in on those squad meetings, as he also knew. It is in favor of Obey at least getting the Fury, but Radiance get the return pick afterwards and balance things out a little bit more.
But they do steal away some more buffs as well. Radiance doing a good job of making up whatever ground they can on the map, strip away Ducky's blue buff, pick up a kill on the rotation out, and that's not where the aggression stops. They've got a grouping around this red, but it seems like Obey have responded in numbers, enough numbers to force Radiance to back up ever so slightly.
Radiance are stepping forward a little bit, but as he said, they eventually give it up. But not going to be the case for Cyno. He blinks in, gets responded to by adapting, and Ducky maybe considering joining the action. Not really much action to join after all, and a little bit of a small lead there for Cyno. He went the Stone-Cutting Sword as we expected, as he is a little bit ahead of adapting here at this point, hitting 10 while adapting is still 9. But I don't know how impactful it's going to be. Look over at Solo. Benji level 12 as opposed to Ducky's 10. Tings with a small lead. Cyclone with a small lead. Radiance in most matchups are ahead.
Yeah, it seems like Ducky, sacrificing himself for the well-being of the team, has been rotating out pretty often, which has resulted in Benji getting a lot of solo farm, forcing it into the towers. Ducky just missing out on waves repeatedly means that he's going to fall behind naturally. He's looking out more so to just make sure these neutral objectives go down early on. Maybe Obey. The strategy isn't even to use the gold for you to pull ahead. They're just trying to clear it out on cooldown so that Radiance don't have a place to force a fight themselves. And I think you were right earlier to bring up the engagements for both of these teams. Whoever has the better engage potential should be able to win out in these late game team fights. And I don't think we can sleep on Confound through Athena. That taunt is so easy to utilize and has such good backup from Wolfie and Wowie, just having anyone to lock down for about a full 1.5 seconds by the taunt with 2 ADCs bearing down on them as well should be enough to deter anyone on the side of Radiance, tanks included, from stepping forward haphazardly in the 5-on-5.
Yeah, even with all the physical prots, I'm sure Radiance will be buying. If you're in a taunt for, what, 2 seconds, 2.5, close to that, when Confound is all the way ranked up, you're going to die. As expected, like we mentioned, the stone cutting came through from Sino, and Wolfie's passive is working there, so they'll have some good options. As Sino gets caught out by the Cobra's Kiss,
Nice
but
taunt.
there's the taunt that we brought up. Ducky does a great job peeling, and adapting actually is the one that looks a little bit worse for wear. He takes quite a bit of damage after that engage, as Obey are here in numbers to defend their blue buff this time around.
And they get it as well, forcing Radiance to show a little bit of respect there. And that's just the strength of that Athena that we're worried about now, because that taunt sets up for so much damage onto adapting without really any follow-up from Hunters. Imagine in the late game, once they are full built, once this Osiris also has the Executioners as well to help strip away some of the defense coming through from Radiance, it might be a little bit harder for them to stick around in these engagements, especially considering the already pre-existing weakness of Serket, being that she has to get so close to deal her damage. Now she's got to pick her fights even more closely, now that we've seen what Ducky is capable of doing.
Certainly putting the hurt out there. Speaking of other items that we had expected to come along, it's the Void Shield for adapting, and it looks like he's going with another item in that same tree going to be next. Aurora has the Sovereignty already. Benji has Sledge, but we can expect some Frizz prods to come from him, and maybe even like a Breastplate or something like that from Tings. I mean, do you want to see both of these backline carries pick up some physical prods? I mean, Cyclone Spin get something like a Berserkers, right, without really sacrificing that slot much at all.
Yeah, I think Cyclone Spin going for Berserkers is almost a shoe-in for what's going to happen here. Zapman popularizing that build on the Heimdall. I think you kind of nailed it earlier on. We don't need to see dedicated defense coming through from the side of Radiance. If they decide to go for these more hybrid items, even a Spirit Robe to contend with the CC lockdown of Obey should be enough to deal with the majority of it. Because of all this shred potential, you're going to get diminishing returns if you do decide to go for some more dedicated physical defense items. Maybe one for each carry, but outside of that, I think they can very easily get away with these more bruiser-centric items, maybe some helmets for big man Tings, or some shields for adapting. Aurora can decide to pick up a little bit more damage as well, so I think he's just going to become naturally tanky throughout the course of this game. And you called it out earlier on, it looks like it's going to be a Prid win for the support on Radiance.
Yeah, this has become a bit more popular in that third slot with the CDR on it as well. It can feel hard for supports to get this at times. And he might not buy anything else with magical defense on it after that, dude, because why would he, right? I mean, Obey don't have the pressure. As Inbound has Aurora locked down already. Aurora returns the favor, though, and Inbound the one looking hurt. In fact, Aurora using the ultimate to get to the backline, but now he might be too far forward.
Body blocks
into Fields of Love, and Aurora has overcommitted, and Obey happily punished him on the back of it. Inbound, though, caught out as Adapting goes on a mission. Cobra's Kiss on both, and Adapting showing the Serket mechanics there. So that's a one-for-one, support for support. Fury ends up forgotten in the backline as Benji's clone will be the only thing that falls afterwards. It's 1-for-1, and I think that Radiance sealing the red buff on the back of it, I suppose, come out ahead.
They come out ever so slightly ahead. I got to give some shout-outs to both support player there. They make some very interesting decisions. Aurora diving deep with his ultimate, sees the Athena ultimate coming through and decides to go past his initial target to make sure that he gets the double stun to stop Ducky from finding a big impactful taunt. And then on the way out, Inbound gets some fantastic body blocks to make sure that kill goes their way.
Well, Sino be going all the way to the base. Wowie might be soon to join him, and it's Cyclone Spin that does it. It's a two-man wipe there for Radiance as they find two, and now the Primal Fury belongs to them pretty cleanly. Radiance managing now with a couple of back-to-fight fights. They go even in one, then win the second. Now they have a tremendous experience lead this early, 6,000 plus 3,500 extra gold to go along with it.
This might be the most sizable early game lead that Radiance has been established all set, and now it seems like they're continually putting on the pressure. But Obey, no slouches. They love these neutral objectives, man. That's why they died out there trying to go for the gold Fury in a bit of a precarious situation. Do regroup and pick up the Pyromancer on the right side, able to undermine that lead just ever so slightly. Still going to be 3,000 gold in favor of Radiance. XP, the more determining factor, really separating these two teams. 2 levels between the Soul Lane, 2 levels in the jungle. There's a lot in favor of Radiance going forward in these fights, but because Pyromancer's been removed from the map and Gold Fury as well, there's not much that Radiance can force a fight over unless they decide to try and group up and push down one of these tier 1s.
Yeah, and the one that you'd be most likely to go for, the mid-tier one, is already down, right? So that makes it a little bit less likely that we see it, but we could potentially see one happening in solo as well. We occasionally see the group ups over there. This has been a good game here for Radiance, the best one we've seen from them in this set so far, as adapting around his build out with Berserker Shield. Sino correctly ulting away. There's even a lot of trouble there. So you can already see this physical protection starting to stack up here for Radiance, making the job harder, as adapting forces Fields of Love out from Wowie. He used Last Breath, Grasp of Death on cooldown too, as Sino shredded by Aurora, but they're under the tier 2, they're safe. It's Wowie that's in trouble next, but he makes it back to his tier 2. It looks like Obey can basically only fight under these 2-2s at this point, as Radiance have the control.
They do, and adapting with his physical defense build, finishing up with that Glad Shield, picks up Thorns as well, so now Obey's going to have to think twice about whether or not they want to return a whole lot of damage on him once he does go into that ultimate. Ducky finds a taunt on a Benji in the backline, resulting in a pretty good amount of poke, but that's about it as Aurora comes in for the peel.
Oh, Aurora is in trouble. Good dash, though, and now into the ultimate, and he is out of there. 4 members collapse on him, and Aurora makes it out of there safely, but looks like Radiance are going to be largely falling back at this point. Obey moving forward, though. Sino has the Athena ult on him, so they're able to taunt in Aurora and find a Pico to the support underneath the tier 1. There's some aggression from Obey.
That's some nice play, but there's still nothing left for them to go for here. They might be able to group up and try and force down this tier 1 tower, but even that's a little bit risky going forward. And Ducky's damage, we just got to see it. If that's your sole source of the majority of your source of magical damage, that is, we can't count out the Kuzenbo just quite yet. That wasn't a lot. That Defender of Olympus did just about nothing to Aurora. It was all down to Sino to put out that damage with Stone Cutting Sword and Executioner. What seems to be a kin size getting picked up from Sino, realizing very early on that he's going to need to deal a lot of yellow damage if he wants to get any impact out of this very physical heavy comp from Obey.
And I think he's right to start working on it. That's going to add a lot to his damage. Kin size feels like one of the biggest power spikes items you can buy as a physical auto attacker right now, right? Man, that item is huge on hunters and on junglers, and Sino leveraging it the same way. So this has been still Radiance's game through and through. Obey has shown us these sparks of life, these glimpses, these flashes, but I don't know how they're going to chain together any of them with Radiance in such a strong position with experience leads in every role. It's 3 levels in the Hunter role. It's 3 levels in solo. 3 levels in the jungle, man. They have got a stifling lead at this point. But maybe Ducky can find a way to fight past that. He's taunting in Benji, but he's also all alone. Benji lives through it easily. And now the rest of Radiant starting to look for a bit of a collapse themselves. Even without fire, they might be considering grouping up and trying to force down a tower, but everyone's going their separate ways. Benji back to his, Cyclone back to his as well, and they're done looking for fights.
It seems like Radiance are very willing to split up the map entirely, very confident in the ability for each individual member to win a 1v1, or whoever they send over to any lane that they should be able to survive and win. But it's an aggressive play from Benji, going to get his ultimate forced out there by Ducky. It's a 3-man rotation from Obey onto the right side, whereas we got a 4-man grouping from Radiance on the left. And wow, it inbound alone? I'm not sure they can defend this.
A good response to Obey overreacting a bit to Benji, but Ducky's on Athena.
Aurora.
So he can show up quickly, and
Nice
Aurora
stun.
is low. He makes it out of there, though, able to retreat back to the squad and adapting, trying to sit on Wolf. He has to deal with the Desert Fury point blank. So that is adapting and Aurora now both pretty low, and they don't get any actual towers off that myth. I think Obey have defended pretty successfully here.
They have, but they've only slowed down the inevitable. This Oni Fury respawning in 3 seconds is going to be exactly where Radiant set their eyes next time around, and this time Obey aren't going to have Defender of Olympus, no Desert Fury, no Fields of Love to make sure that this team fight goes their way, whereas Radiance maintain a couple of their more aggressive ultimates. The Grasp of Death still available, as is the Heimdall ultimate to send you to Niflheim. There's so much they can use to fight in here. I don't think Obey's going to have the time to even step up. It's burnt instantly.
It does seem as though Obey have now, or rather Radiance have now, been able to grab one more objective for themselves and push this lead even a little bit further out of control. Still, though, it's only around that 6,000 mark. It stayed at right about that same position for a few minutes now, about 5 minutes or so it's been there. You can see that small plateau in experience and gold happening since about the 17-minute mark or so, but Aurora getting aggressive. Obey are on the Pyromancer, and soon Radiance will get that audio cue. They know they're there, but Inbound is the one stepping forward, pushing Aurora, and meanwhile, you're right, Obey have started fire. I don't think they're going to get away with this one for free, though. In fact, they might end up having overstepped. Aurora lands onto Wowie, but the Field of Love is there instantly. Aurora gets popped, but he's traded out for Ducky. That's who a big man Tings is spending his attention on. Now Sino trying to dive into the backline, and he's making it work for now. But he's been sent to Niflheim, as you mentioned earlier. Inbound will fall, Sino will fall once he lands, and that just leaves Wolfie and Wowie left. The WoW crew, or the W crew rather, trying to find some kind of way to make their way back out.
And Wowie no longer has beads or eggs available to him, so he's going to play very defensively going forward. Wolfie trying his best to try and pick out Benji, does put some good damage into him, but that physical defense already through the Void Shield is enough to make it feel a little bit worse going forward. Radiance, on the other hand, sent the core of their members towards tunneling down mid. They pick up a tier 2 tower, and now another tier 2 tower on the right side once Wowie has to go back to base. And Radiance come out ahead handily there. Obey kind of gets split up and conquered by the boys on the Chaos side. And Fire Giant still on the menu. We're looking at 11,000 separating these two teams now. That last fight was about as good as it was going to get for Obey. Radiance, they're in a good spot.
And I know that Obey have 4 kills, but look where they all are. 3 of them are on Aurora, 1 on Adapting, which I'm sure they're thankful for, but Obey has not been able to kill anybody impactful yet. Cyclone Spin, Tings, and Benji are coasting. And Adapting for the most part, too. It's mostly just Aurora they've been able to punish by putting all their CC and engage on him. That is not a winning formula for them in the long run. They're going to find some kind of way to get back there to Tings and Cyclone Spin and take them out of these fights earlier.
But Wolfie's showing that he's still got pretty strong damage output. They need to have Ducky engaging these fights for them, but it seems like Ducky is almost always on peel duty, trying to save whichever member of Obey's taking their turn to get picked out this time around. And again, why is Ducky so split from the rest of his team? He finds a taunt on a Cyclone Spin, but nobody's there to follow up. All you did was expend a cooldown and get nothing out of it.
Inbound, though, has been locked down by Benji. That pillar was pretty good. Inbound walks around it the other way. Meanwhile, Adapting is looping around the back of the fight. He's stuck inside the Fields of Love, and that's a great ultimate that sets up for Sino to get the first kill. But look how low Obey's health bars are now. Benji gets the first dunk with his ultimate. Wolfie running out of options, and Aurora gets the other. The front line for Radiance starting to get some kills, and maybe a few more can be found. Inbound in some trouble. That one belongs to Cyclone Spin. It's a 3-for-1, and Radiant says, who needs Fire Giant? We are running these team fights. Let's just go to the Phoenix.
And it's just Sino and Ducky left available to them. With Radiance being so healthy, they should be able to burn through this Phoenix relatively quickly, and we're still looking at 25 seconds left on Wowie. They might just go for the end.
I think you're right here, at least that they're going to try for it. Radiant are moving into the Titan room. They thankfully want to try and bring one of these games to an end a little bit sooner, but Ducky maybe can disrupt that. He's made his way in, but the Titan now
50%.
down to half HP, and Radiant are doing plenty of damage. Sino has already dropped Ducky low as well, and I think Radiant have found a way to do enough. A double for Cyclone Spin at Deicide, and less than 25 minutes, Radiant get the Game 1 victory. If I wasn't even considering it, I was so sure it needed at least be 40 minutes in before the game could end.
Yeah, Radiance just handily deal with Obey this time around from minute 1, and this time, and unlike game 2 after they got control at minute 1, they ended just 20 minutes later. I mean, I was fully expecting them back up to Fire Giant, was going to dance for a little while, Obey makes some heroic plays to defend for at least another 20 minutes, but this time around, Radiance looking a lot better in game 3. That's clean play. Obey, maybe back to the whiteboard for some new drafts.
Yeah, they're clearly going to figure something out. I don't think this Osiris is a bad pick for Sino, but if that comp is that physically heavy, then Radiance can just itemize to deal with it. So this ends up going over to Radiance 2-1, and we'll take a quick break, then be right back to break everything down.
It's all I wanna do. Believe. It's all I wanna do. Believe. It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do.
It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. Believe. It's all I wanna do. Believe. It's all I wanna do. Believe. It's all I wanna do.
In a average length game, Radiant's able to close it out here in game number 3. 25 minutes is all this one took after a 50 and then almost a 50 in games 1 and 2. Aggro with me to round out the set. Aggro, this is a much more clean game from the Radiant squad. Start to finish, seems like they felt like they were in control. The calls were clear, and then I like the end call there at the end to go for it and finish things off.
Just a very clean performance from Radiance this time around. Their backline just got to operate under so much space. I mean, Aurora was eating double ultimates every single fight. It was both Wolfie and Wowie dumping their ults into Aurora basically every single time he went in. And he died for it a lot, but no one else really did. Only Aurora and Adapting died this game for Radiance. Benji, Big Man, Cyclone walk off the field with clean jerseys after a pretty bloody set up until this point. For me, Dave, I think the big thing is if you're Obey Alliance and you're going to first pick Cupid and then you're going to dedicate a ban to Cyclone Spin, you can't let him dominate this game like he did anyways. I mean, Wowie and Inbound have got to step up and have a better game than what they did here in game number 3, because Cyclone was ahead from early on in this game and never relinquished it even a little bit. Wowie was really a non-factor except for dumping those fields of love on top of Aurora's head.
Right, and I think we talked about that a little bit in picks and bans, where you ban out the Jing Wei, but you still give, I don't know, Heimdall has been proven for this guy, in a few games throughout this phase so far. So it feels like maybe the Jing Wei specifically, that kit specifically maybe is what Obey Alliance were trying to avoid, but Destiny arrives all the same, and it's Cyclone Spin this time around. Big Man Tings gets Persephone 3 games in a row as well. Game 1 it was kind of dealt with, though it was a longer game that Obey won. Game 2 BMT kind of went off. Game 3 he had a fantastic performance as well. I figured they might address the Persephone or something there in picks and bans, but did not. I think, though, instead of focusing on the draft, I think this is a good now barometer for Radiance, because this is the type of gameplay, Ryan, that we have seen from Radiance in the past. It hasn't been as consistent over the last couple of months maybe, but we still see those glimpses, and you hope they can do it more consistently on the run-up to Worlds.
Listen, we're hard on Radiance because we know this team can win Worlds. Like, they are that good.
Agreed.
They have that type of potential, and I'm sure they're being harder on themselves internally than we could ever be out here on the casting desk. We just, this team is too talented to be anywhere but near the top end of the league, and I'm excited to see them start turning it around again. They're a fun team to watch whenever they're playing well, because they play their own style in a very unique way, and I think that's fun to add to the SPL.
Yeah, if you're gonna be that good, your potential's that high. We'll be hard on you here. Radiance are able to turn around their previous set against Obey, in which they lost 2-1. Big win here today for the Radiant squad. Adapting standing by with Finch for a post-game interview.
Thanks, Dave. I do have Adapting here with me, and Adapting, I know this has been kind of a rough stretch here for you all, but you've now strung together 2 wins. What are some of the adjustments you guys have made to get back on track here and find a couple of dubs?
Well, for one, it would be like we found like some comps we kind of liked playing, and are kind of straightforward on how to play. So we just played those and executed those, and I mean, kind of worked out. And then, yeah, we've just been trying to get more on the same page. Still struggling a bit with it, but yeah, it's getting better.
Well, and that's another thing I want to ask you about there, talking about getting on the same page. From the outside looking in, for us, it's felt as though maybe you all aren't quite as cohesive as you were at the start of this phase. Is that the case, that there's been a little bit of a breakdown there, or what's going on with you guys kind of behind the scenes?
Yeah, definitely. During our break, when we got back to it, I feel like we kind of lost all that like momentum we had in terms of like getting better and like agreeing on like what we wanted to do and like playing the map together properly. We were kind of just went back to doing like our own thing and not really using each other and pulling each other towards ourselves and like, yeah, utilizing ourselves as a team. Like we were just making a lot of kind of individual plays and it wasn't working out, and now we're starting to play more as a unit again, but we still have a lot of ground to cover.
Well, if you all are getting closer back to the radiance that we know, then I'm excited for that. Talk to me a little bit about this set you just had here with Obey, though, because there are a lot of ups and downs. It was a really long set as well. What did you all kind of figure out towards the end of it that helped you close out that third game so convincingly?
I don't know, just don't clown around. Like we kind of clowned a bit. I made some weird plays myself, but like, yeah, I don't know, just do what we're meant to do, I guess. I don't know, just don't troll.
I got you. Well, if there were some plays you didn't like in Game 2, I think you made up for it with the Circuit in Game 3. Thanks for talking to me, man. We still got plenty more SPL to come for you all, though, that are watching at home. Quick break. We'll be right back with plenty more SPL.
that's how we do it, yeah.
End of 2020, thank God, and that means we are almost at election time. Now more than ever, it's important for everyone to get out, exercise their right to vote, make an impact on your local community and at the countrywide scale. So make sure November 3rd or earlier, if able, you get out and vote.
Go vote.
Go vote.
Canadian, by the way, but understanding that elections are important and obviously you still need to vote. We literally just say the word vote.
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 Go vote.
Yeah, I'm gonna say vote also.
Go vote.
What are you still doing here? Go vote.
Hey guys, make sure you go out and vote.
Hey guys, remember to go vote.
And remember to vote.
Vote.
Go vote or I'll kick your ass.
Hey guys, remember to go vote.
Well, I know at times your vote can seem elusive, but it is indeed your right to vote. Make sure that you're paying attention. Get out there and vote.
What the f does everyone want with me, man? Jesus Christ.
Hey, it's not just a joke at the expense of vote. Actually make sure that you go out, engage with your political system, and try to make some change. An important election coming up here at every level. We're moving on to the next set here, though, in the SPL. Sanguine to be taking on United. I'm joined here on the desk by Mifflin. And Miff, if the people at home are not tired of us yet, they're going to have plenty of time now, because we're going to be bringing you all the information about this very next set. What are you expecting here from this one? I mean, Sanguine, I feel like, has been bouncing back lately. They've reclaimed their third place spot, and now they're a strong team, and United has been slumping. This could potentially be one-sided.
I'm thinking it is really going to favor out Sanguine here. They've really figured out what they want to do. We've seen that they're willing to play that early game aggressive style. They've also shown us the propensity to go back to their more late game team fight centric play style as well. I think the main concern we had for Sanguine in Phase 1 or the beginning of Phase 2 is that they really didn't know what they wanted to do. They were having a hard time adapting. They weren't diversifying how they win games. And now at the tail end of Phase 2, they're doing exactly that. They've cleaned up one of their most glaring weaknesses, and they've finally come to fruition with their styles as well. United have a tall task if they want to take down the boys on Sanguine.
Yeah, it's absolutely not going to be easy. I mean, we thought that Sanguine were this one-note team that once everyone figured them out, they'd start to struggle in Phase 2, right? But instead, they did struggle for a little bit, but they managed to bounce back here from it. And I think the reason is that they've got one of the best frontline duos in the league in Yarkor and Rongyu. They're absolutely nuts at creating space. And then in the back line, look who you're making space for, right? Panatom, Shinto, and Netroid are absolute killers.
They are, man. Shinto, the standout for me as well. Just one of the premier mid laners in the SPL in his first year in it as well. Has a very diverse god pool, capable of playing the Thoth, the Hera, the Hebo, whatever you need him to do, he's willing to bring to the table. And I think Panatom should get a little bit of a shout out recently as well, as he's really started to lock in on what he wants his god pool to be going into Worlds. Now playing the likes of Susano, Thor, Mercury on times as well. I think that Sanguine has certainly cleaned up their act coming into the later phase.
Man, Radiant should have been on a 3-set win streak, huh? Shinto stole it from him here with the back-to-back Titan defenses. I mean, that should have been a win there for Radiant by every single metric, and instead, Shinto found a way to get it done. And I think that that's another thing the team has done, is that versatility from everyone. Even Netroid has moved on from being a one-trick, but E-United are anything but a one-trick, right? I don't know what E-United are going to play. It's hard to break this team down, because Scream is playing whenever it feels like that he wants, and so is Irwin. This United team has their own unique identity for sure.
They do, man. I mean, United, you hit it right there. What are they going to play? I don't know, man. Hurrywin might play Yanis. We might see the Bastet come out. Baskin might just break out that first pick Cerberus that he's been looking at very recently. I mean, these guys are always diversifying their playstyle. We've never asked them to be more diverse. We just want them to nail in something that's going to work consistently. And I think once United finds that, that's really we're going to start hitting their pace. But I think it really does come down to the solo lane and the mid lane for United. How well is Hurrywin going to be able to perform? Is he allowed to play his signature picks? And how is Baskin going to look on the field? Because recently, not particularly impressive as far as player damage and KD, but we have seen that United as a whole have been looking better as far as shot calling goes. So maybe it really is the intangibles that our SPL pros like to talk about when they bring up Wooney Kim that are differentiating themselves from the crowd.
Yeah, I agree. It kind of has to be the behind-the-scenes stuff because I think the on-the-field play has not been very differentiating at all. If anything, it's differentiating in a bad way. He has to step that part up a little bit, I think, here for United to find some long-term success because they had variety on this squad there last time, and week in and week out, he at least was performing there for that squad, so still a lot more for them to do. But United in general still have a lot of stuff to figure out. I think the guy kind of in charge of leading all that is the coach, Cardiac, for him. He is the one that we sat down with for the pregame interview.
Well, I'm here with Cardiac from United. We don't often get to talk with the coaches, but I'm really excited for this one because you're going to be going up against Sanguine, but we'll get to that in a second. Realistically, I want to ask you, because things started out well after the swap, right? You have these roster changes, and then after a couple of sets going well, things started to trip up. So how's the team still feeling about these changes?
I think we're still feeling fine. Yeah, a lot of people can say about like a honeymoon phase or whatever, but I think it was kind of almost the level of competition we were playing against too. If you look at our schedule, we played Sanguine, Obey, Renegades. And I think we're pretty confident against those three teams, and then we played SSG, Ghost, Radiance. So, I mean, not that we can't beat those teams at all, but the level of competition did kind of step up a little bit.
There's definitely
I think we're still, I think we're still feeling fine about the changes though. Everyone's still in high spirits, and we are pretty confident about going forward.
Awesome, and actually I think it's important because one of the things you had mentioned was that one of the teams that you beat in that kind of win streak you had was Sanguine. The last time you played was Week 8. You were able to beat them there. What do you think the key was in that set, and do you think that you're going to be able to bring that back today?
It's hard to say because that was our first set as a team with this new roster. They probably didn't really know what to expect coming out of us, and Hurry was actually allowed to play Janus. So I don't know if that'll ever happen again. Again, please stop banning Janus. No. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of things will be different. They're a whole different team. A lot of the meta has changed. But I'm still confident going into those matches. Sanguine are always a hard team. They're a unique team to play against. They have a unique style. So you have to keep that into consideration, but I'm still pretty confident going into this set.
I've got one more question for you, and it's just because it's maybe the starlight of this set to me, and it's kind of weird. Normally we talk about junglers, we can talk about the supports, even the mid lane, but solo lane has been very big. Baskin has been a huge talking point since you guys have picked him up, but Yarkor has been almost essential for the wins for Sanguine. So what do you think the key is over there in solo lane to be able to get yourselves a W, specifically to help Baskin off, get to just a good start?
Yeah, in recent sets, it seems like a lot of teams are kind of targeting out Baskin or maybe just putting like more focus on him. So we've talked about that as a team. There's been a lot of like early ganks and things like that have kind of tried to put him behind so he doesn't have the impactfulness. But yeah, I agree. Jarkor is an amazing player. He's really showed up as of recent, and we're going to just have to look to shut him down.
Awesome, man. It sounds like you guys have a game plan. I'm really excited to see this one. I want to see some more United wins out there, although I really do just want an exciting set, and I think you're going to be able to give it to us. So good luck in your games. Thanks for your time, man, and we'll talk to you later.
Yeah, thank you, man.
Hey, great to hear from Cardiac. We got some great coaches in the scene, and it also sounds like United are confident over this next stretch that they'll be going over, but who knows? All the teams have been looking more difficult lately, so I think United have a difficult path ahead of them, starting right now with a resurging Sanguine Mifflin, who I don't know how you beat right now. This team is playing top to bottom really, really well.
They are playing very well, and Honestly, I'd tell you how to beat him, but maybe EU United's listening in, so I don't want to give away those strategies just yet. But I think the strategy should be make sure Baskin is comfortable. Make sure that he's able to play well in that lane, because you don't want him getting diffed by Yarkor, because Yarkor will rotate out and diff the rest of your team.
He will. I wonder if Yarkor will end up with the Cthulhu. We'll have our chance to find out in those picks and bans. Let's hop into them for game number 1 and see exactly how this set is going to go. It looks like United will be in the first pick spot. And this is interesting because you already heard them talking about the Cerberus. We talked about a bit on the desk here already, too. United are willing to pick that in that very first overall slot. So if Sanguine don't ban it and United grab it, Sanguine might end up with a chance to grab 2 really valuable picks in response.
Yeah, I agree. I think that EU United should also prioritize making sure that they're comfortable inside of their duo lane, because I think that might be where the largest skill disparity is right now. Snoopy's been moving around roles pretty often recently, so he might struggle up against Netrioid. I think Rongyu is one of the premier supports in the league right now, and Gino just coming back into the SPL might struggle there as well. So I think that should be a concern for Sanguine going forward, or EU United rather. Sanguine should be absolutely happy that they've got these legends out of their long lane. But EU United seem like they're shifting up their ban phase just ever so slightly, targeting out the Hercules and the Hebo. After Persephone ban, Sanguine respond with the Emoja, Yanis, and the Cupid, much to the chagrin of EU United. But it isn't going to be the Cthulhu first overall. Rom picked up.
Yeah, they like to take this ROM, but I think these bans from United actually speak volumes, right? I mean, consider the late-game team that Sanguine was, now Rongyu getting respect for his Hercules after these last couple of weeks of playing it. And then same thing for the Hopwa that Shinto used to stuff Radiance on their Titan twice in a row, so United certainly giving their due respect over to Sanguine. And then first picking this ROM with the Cupid band mean that they get the priority Hunter on their side, but you leave up this Amaterasu to go over there to Yarkor. And now they're hovering this Fafnir, a bit surprised that they wouldn't come back to maybe something like the Horus that Rongyu has liked to play, but how do you like this Fafnir here for him instead?
I'm not a huge fan of Fafnir in general, all right? I recently went on record as saying I don't think Fafnir is very good. His engage is a little bit lacking for my liking, only having the single target CC in the standard stance. If you want any form of AoE CC, it's going to be one of the harder to hit in the game through the jump inside a dragon form, which is, again, conditional due to the ultimate. I think that maybe Horus would have been a better pick, or even a more traditional aggressive support. I might even just straight up prefer the Guan Yu. Why pick Fafnir when Sobek exists? But I'll hop off that soapbox, and instead we'll talk about this Ra and Thor getting picked up by United. I think United are coming away with a very strong draft here. We saw what Thor and Ra were able to do together in that last set with Ducky and Wolfie kind of Voltroning up to make sure that those ultimate combos lined up for them. It's pretty strong. I like it a lot.
It is strong, and I think mentioning that Ducky played the Thor is good here because it could even still be a bit of a flex pick and go over there towards Baskin. Seems almost a little bit too normal for Scream to play, but he certainly could end up taking that Thor into the jungle. Now this Heimdall comes through here for Sanguine, and this is something that Netroid has flexed to in times when Jing Wei was taken off the table, or maybe there weren't some other strong hunters for him, and he's looked really strong on it. No longer that Jing Wei one trick that everyone called him back in Phase 1. I think that he could certainly bring plenty of potential out from this pick. So that means now United still need a support for sure, and then either a jungle or solo, depending where the Thor goes. Meanwhile, Sanguine still need a pick for Shinto and Panatom as well. So jungle is probably going to get heavily banned here in this phase.
And it looks like you're absolutely right. United going ahead and taking out the Circuit as well. Direct target towards Panatom on the other side. But I kind of, you know what? Maybe this Fafnir pick makes a little bit of sense. You've got 2 auto attackers already inside of the Amaterasu and the Heimdall. Heimdall's a god that really can't benefit greatly from going the Silver Branch build because he doesn't have a great way to overcap his CDR like the Cupid, like the Rom. But now with Fafnir giving you the stim through the dragon form, or even just in his normal dwarf form if he wants to single target you on it, now he can decide to go in towards that Silver Branch. Could be a little bit of hidden synergy there as Sanguine pick up Merlin. It's been a while since we've seen Shinto on this one, but I like it a lot too. That's a lot of objective burn for the boys on a team that already has Fafnir. They're going to be burned through him quickly.
Yeah, a bit of a Shinto special, this Merlin pick. Not a lot of other people are piloting it right now, and it's something he had a lot of success on in Phase 1 and even towards the beginning of Phase 2. But here's the thing, man, with the way that Sanguine have approached these support bans. I mean, they took Fafnir early on. They banned him with the emoji and the Kuzenbo, but I mean, I don't understand how Gino's going to feel bad on this Sobek, man. That falls down to him pretty comfortably in that 8th pick slot, and then they take the Nike as well. So now their front line shored up here a little bit. This Nike could be going jungle or solo, but I feel like now that we've seen it, it's pretty likely going over to solo.
I hope so. I really do. But that scream over there, Finch, you couldn't pay me to predict this man. He'll do whatever he wants. He might somehow find a way to build magic items on this Thor, but I think you're right in your guess, and I think that would be the best way to line up this squad, just because Thor and Ra have so much synergy together in the mid, especially into a Merlin as well. That god is very predictable with his dash. It's very easy to lock him down. Searing Pain almost being the entire length of the lane means that if we ever catch Shinto with his beads down, he could very easily just die instantly to the Thor Ra combo. You not have a very strong draft here, but it's very standard Smite. This is something that could have happened back in Season 4. And you know what? It's a good look from an unorthodox team, a very orthodox draft.
Yeah, I like it. They got the snipes ready and all the control you can need to set it up between the Thor and the Sobek, and then the Raw snipes plus the Rom snipes. Those are kind of close. And then meanwhile, Sanguine feel a little bit more reliant on their ultimates, don't they, for these team fights to be tremendously impactful for them. We'll see how it ends up looking once they actually make it down to the battlegrounds. EU United versus Sanguine. That's going to be the final set here today. Game number 1 about to kick off.
Always appreciate you, Finch and Mifflin. Dolson, Gormizer, Doug on the call and on the cam for EU United versus Sanguine, the final game of the SPL this weekend. In chat, please let us know. What way are you leaning? Make sure to vote now. We'll see those results here in just a moment. Gore, this is a big game, I think, for both of these teams. Sanguine has started to heat up here recently. EU United, hot when they first brought in Baskin, have fallen off here just a little bit over their last few sets. Very important, I think, for both squads to get a win today.
Especially because you roll it back, when they first made these changes, put Snoopy back in that carry position, picked up Gino and Baskin, Sanguine was the first team they beat in that three-set streak that they then established. And granted, that was also at a time where we were kind of questioning what Sanguine was doing. I mean, they seemed to fall and falter in those few weeks as well. So maybe it was an opening for E United, and they were just playing well enough that week to make sure that it went their way. But it was a 2-1, so it still goes 3 games. It still showcases that they're close. And when I come into this one, I look at Panatom on Susano, I look at Yarkor on Amaterasu, Shinto's here on Merlin. Like, at least in those 3 picks, Sanguine have such insane comfort and power that I'd be scared for anybody in the league, let alone E United.
And you could wrong you. I mean, this Fafnir pick is obviously strong, but definitely something, you know, we've seen some other supports in the league start to play as well. He's got some great coerce targets later on in the game. Yarkor, Panatom, Netrioid, fantastic. That ability hits. Look at this from Gino. Follows Netrioid through the crystal beads used. Beads, maybe enough. The body blocks from wrong you. Cannot delay the damage from Gino. And E United will grab first blood despite chat voting 34-66 against it.
Look, and I'm going to tell you, this is the perfect time to plug something. Snoopy sat down with us, did a Grandmaster's class on the ROM, which you can find only on the SMITE YouTube channel. They can come through Herwin, just having it done to him by Panatom. But I was going to say, you got to go watch this content because they teach you how to do things like this in those moments. Not necessarily Panatom Susano. I think that one might just be a special that he brings into the jungle. But across this wave, I think that's a good answer back for Sanguine Dave, just to make sure that they find something, a little bit of pressure. And I'm going to tell you, it's never good news for anybody if Susano gets, or specifically Panatom on Susano gets comfortable and an early kill. That's a good way to start snowballing.
Well, it's always the threat, isn't it, of picking Bra in the mid lane. A mobile, obviously, build up some move speed, but no mobile. And now you don't have your bead score for the next 2 minutes? I mean, that's tough. Panatom didn't necessarily hide that at all. I think he just sort of walks over into the mid lane, gets Hurrywin to burn off those beads, and then the Susano makes quick work of it from then on out. Of course, Shinto is there to assist in the kill as well. But you got to be hyper aware, I think, if you're Hurrywin, of potential return ganks for the next minute and a half.
And, I mean, it's so easy, I think, to be able to get back in there because you're Susanoo, right? You have mobility like crazy to close the gap, and literally a way to pull this Ra back in. Yes, he's got the cleanse to slows, but you're not really caring about that, right? You're locking him down. The movement speed in his passive can only get him so far, and he's only got tier 1 boots, so he's not really going to be able to run away, and I think that opens Panatom, like you said, for some easy ganks over there, and unsurprising is Heroin just sitting under the tower knowing that he is under threat at any moment.
Look at all this pressure that Sanguine have already built up in the mid lane. That's going to allow Shinto and Panatom to invade the red. They won't stick around to pick up the red, but they will deny that gold and XP. Unfortunate as well, because Gino and Snoopy were there to poke their head around the corner, so just wasting a little bit of that time as well. Love the call there, Gore. I mean, Panatom and Shinto realize they might have some of this early pressure, at least until Scream reaches level 5. So why not poke your head around the corner and steal away some gold?
I'm really curious about a lot of things that they have going on here for specifically Sanguine. And it's specifically specifically twice, the dual lane that kind of comes into question here. They picked Heimdall a few times, although it's definitely not been like a big favorite for Netrioid, right, when it comes through. But this is the first time we've seen Rong Yu on Fafnir, and I will admit, I've gotten to the point where, at least in my mind, Rong Yu can almost do no harm, right? Give him whatever he wants, because if he's going to be comfortable with it, I think it's going to be good. But this is definitely a pick that we've seen Jake, specifically on Renegades, carry a lot of games with, have a lot of impact with, and a few other supports that have been able to showcase the same, but almost always, if I see this in the lineup, I'm thinking I'm in a Renegades game looking at it. So Rong Yu, I'm wondering how well it's going to mesh with his style. You have to watch the hammers and the setup he's going to be able to bring. I think it gives Sanguine a lot of opportunities and a lot of control, but at the same time, he can very easily disappear into the background if he doesn't get anything done.
Well, there are a couple hammers we have to be on the lookout for in this game, Gore. Scream, of course, having one of them, maybe the most important one. He will attempt to catch out Yarkor here on his way over to the solo lane. Panatom finds Hurrywind as well. Sustain, paying off in dividends for United. Searing Pain flies through, but the only pain Hurrywind feels is from Panatom as the Susanoo now puts him down for the second time this game. Gino is at half HP. Might have the dash here shortly, and he will, and that'll all but confirm his escape unless Panatom wants to go further. There's a blue buff invade now happening. Pulled back in is Baskin. He'll at least pick up his blue, jump over the wall, but Panatom's there on the follow-up. The hammer from range from Rong Yu will confirm the kill here. Sanguine all across the map picking up kills, and the tower won't finalize the kill either. Sanguine, they get 2.
All right, I don't even know where to start. Mainly Rong Yu timer being on his favor and in his favor there. Just one more tick inside that tower and a shot's about to come out. If he is in there even slightly longer, he is dead, and that's at least one return kill there for E United. Luckily for him, he's able to step out just in time, even without that leap, to make sure he gets away. But also good on Panatom, good on Rong Yu for the way that they kind of loop around and box in E United, knowing that Baskin has that jump available, making sure that it's kind of a no-win scenario. Let's say you go over the wall, well, I'm going to teleport to you, and also my support's just sitting there waiting for you to do so. We're going to lock you down no matter what, and I think that's just a great call from Sanguine altogether. Showcases where their mindset is, but more or less, it showcases the communication that this team has. And that, again, is scary. When they start firing on all cylinders, we've seen Sanguine be one of the deadliest teams in the league because of that. I mean, they dominated the first phase.
Baskin attempts successfully granted an invade over into the Sanguine jungle, but has to use his ultimate, his blink, and his leap to escape there. Panatom just sort of pulls him in and does enough damage, and now the Nike is going to have to go back. That opens up the door for Yarkor to carve out a little bit of a lead here over in that solo lane. And I love what I've seen from Panatom so far about 7 minutes into this game. This is where you want Scream to start to have a big impact. Shinto eats a good bit of damage there, but no follow-up just yet. There is an Anvil of Dawn, depending on where Scream wants to position himself, but Panatom lurking off to the right-hand side as well. Gino rotates over into the mid. It's going to be a defensive hammer, but Panatom is having none of that. Anvil of Dawn will allow Scream to escape for the time being. Where does he choose to land down? Well, it's over by Shinto, who was being looked at by Gino, but everyone survives for the time being.
I mean, you have to look at the way some of this damage is coming out, specifically Heroin. There's not many opportunities, I think, that you're going to be able to walk away from an ult that gets dropped down by Ra later on in the game, and especially if they have some good follow-up from Scream, it's going to be guaranteed every time. Plus, Snoopy starts joining the fray. That's actually a combo that you're probably not going to think of too often, and honestly, both of them we've already seen today, very adept at stealing objectives, not just Rob, Rom is in that conversation. But both of them, in combination, you hit someone at the very beginning of a fight as Heroine, let's say 2 people on the side of Sanguine, just happen to line up and get hit by that Searing Pain. Snoopy can and will find the snipes to clean up those kills, and it is nothing but a good feeling for them. So that's some danger that Sanguine will have when they start grouping up. Their 5v5 is pretty solid, but at any point, if they just happen to make the misplay, let's say Panatom Shinto or Shinto Netrioid, any combination of those 3 names, it's just gonna turn into a very easy setup for E United. I hope we get to see it, even though it does feel like it'll be hard to find.
Neilgore, you bring up Shinto, and we saw the Merlin pick in the SEC earlier today. And
yeah,
found some good value there. Now we're seeing it back up here at the SPL level. Never going to question Shinto playing the Merlin, of course. But maybe it's a pick that definitely has some extra value specifically into something like the Ra. I mean, if you're going to go Divine Ruin first, Merlin, fantastic at spreading out some of that anti-heal. Not completely mitigating, but definitely slowing down some of the sustain that Hurrywind is going to provide to the rest of his team. Maybe not only is Shinto good on the pick, but a little extra bonus into a composition that a United have.
Yeah, it was actually one of the things we were talking about earlier because of that, where it was just like, if you have him in a composition like this where Divine Ruin's an easy pickup, then absolutely you're going to go at. He's one of not only the best at applying it, but it's good penetration. It'll give him some good damage. It's a really good early game item, I think, for mages to then transition into some of the more hard-hitting, even more expensive items. I mean, sometimes we see Spear of Desolation. Sometimes we will end up seeing even Rod of Tahuti at the very beginning, although maybe not as often in these games as we're seeing Doom Orb and the Divine Ruin in that position. But either way, I think it's just an easy shoo-in for him. I'm excited to see what he goes for next, if there's any kind of like Spear of the Magus, if he gets more of those maybe low-end, easy-to-pick-up items, or if he does just kind of go for the big wigs in terms of the damage. A lot of those bringing in power, Rada Tahuti, the first one that comes to my mind, like 160 power is nothing to scoff at. But I think Shinto, and specifically Merlin, because he's more tempered, sustained damage, not this huge amount of burst that's going to come through, it'll be helpful no matter what he gets.
Watch out, here comes Scream. Does not hit the stun on the Anvil of Dawn. Big damage from Shinto on the pullback in onto Snoopy. Typhoon roaring up there, catches out Scream just a little bit. Gino in on the peel, but plucks Panatom right back into the Searing Pain. What a shot from Hurrywind! And then one snipe and then some damage from Gino to collect the kill. You commit 4 ultimates, but at least you get the kill at the end of the day.
Yeah, I made this joke at one point, I think at the very beginning of the Obey Radiant set, and I think it bears saying, you know, like you said, you use 4 ults for 1 kill. And look, Dave, sometimes you just need them to be really dead. You know what I mean? Like, not just regular dead, not just the normal respawn. You need them to know how badly your team wanted it. But also, I feel like that could be a little bit of a confidence booster. If I'm Panatom, they had to use 4 ults to kill me. I don't care anymore that I died because they had to invest so much. So there should be some big windows of opportunity for Sanguine to maybe find something in the next few minutes, especially now that he has his speed buff. An easy pluck onto Hurwind, Beads, and Aegis available now, so maybe you can burn some of those. The biggest downside is that now he's 1 level behind Scream. He's 3 levels behind Hurwind, so trying to get those ganks might not be as easy here for Panatom.
Gore, that's wild to me. He's about 200 gold behind in the net worth department as well. Panatom has been driving all of the Sanguine pressure for the first 12 minutes of this game, but Scream has just sort of been out farming him around the bend. Right back to the blue buff goes Sanguine and E United, but this is the E United side of the map, and they want to fight right here, right now. Yarkor uses the dazzling offensive, but this time he'll escape. Hurrywind just wide on the Searing Pain this time. Look out for Scream. He does not connect onto Yarkor here, and suddenly he's behind 3 members of Sanguine, but the hammer will keep him alive. It looks like the FG gets it done onto Panatom. E United, they're on the chase. Shinto will use the Aegis to stay alive here. Rongyu finds the stun onto Hurrywind, who answers in kind with an Aegis of his own. A pluck back in onto Rongyu, and then a stun on the follow-up there, but he dashes right back to Gino and gets the kill for good measure. But Snoopy, he's made his way from the long lane, and down goes Rongyu for the first time this game.
Look, Dave, I'm used to talking about the Fire Giant as like a 6th man in terms of damage. If you start tanking it in a 5v5, yeah, he's going to be able to help you out and deal some damage to the front lines, maybe the carries. But I'm not supposed to be talking about that for another 10 so minutes, maybe 5 if this game was going really fast and we're hitting that 18-minute mark. But I think it's insane to showcase how important it is that he just gets aggressive the minute you step in there. A lot of those lava pools, we've seen less and less people, and junglers specifically, backing in the Fire Giant, where it used to be a safe haven prior to those changes. But also, you have to keep it in mind, the longer you're in that pit, even if you're just running away, the more likely it is he's going to throw something out of there. That's just unfortunate, I think, for Sanguine, that pathing ends up leading towards that way. It gets Herwin to kill as well, and now he's got that Lotus Crown online, a little protections when it comes down with that healing. Very good for the middle of the fight, especially in a moment like this. Everyone's going to get a little bit of extra. They can try to take this Gold Fury.
Gold Fury pulled for E United and finished by E United. You have the confirm with Hurrywind. So that'll be a big gold spike here for the United squad. They pull 1.5k ahead of Sanguine 13 minutes into the game, but that'll get mitigated. Sanguine answer in kind with the Pyromancer on their side. Painatom, top damage in the game. He might have climbed up the net worth charts a little bit, but just a moment ago, he was literally on top of the player damage charts, but obviously, or also at the same time, on the bottom of the net worth chart score. That is so wild to me. Like the fickle nature maybe of the jungle, where you can have 2 kills and an assist, top damage in the game, but still be bottom of the net worth charts. That's wild to me. There's an ultimate now that is connected onto Gino, and Painatom will get his 3rd kill, jump up the net worth department just a little bit. To be fair, there wasn't a wide gap of gold separating him and the other couple down there at the bottom. Susano, though, starting to heat up a little bit with his 3rd kill.
It's always this key conversation that I think comes forward, which really is that early game kills get you a lot of pressure, but it's what you do with the pressure that you know really translates into the gold lead that we're used to seeing, and that's where teams come in. You know, if you get 3 kills in the jungle, let's say, much like we see Painatom right here, how many red buffs have you invaded? How many purple buffs have you invaded? Where is that getting translated? Is it just kills? Because at the end of the day, those aren't worth as much gold as you would like them to be. It really is these XP camps, the ability to steal them away, that make the big difference. United, I mean, Scream just used his ult to get into the red buff on Sanguine's side. So I think there's a lot that you have to pay attention to, where that jungle pressure ends up going and how they play with the economy, because otherwise, I mean, you end up in this position where, yeah, you're 3-2-1. That's not a bad slash line, but like you had highlighted, he was relatively low on the net worth, 3rd to bottom, and he's still a level behind his counterpart. Scream is definitely farming a little bit better and splitting this experience a little bit better, and that's going to slow the roll of the jungle here for Sanguine and make it a little more difficult for him to get in there and make that big difference.
A quick pause, it looks like, as Scream will finalize another camp that he's working towards here. Short of a slowdown, Gore, over on the solo lane as well. We had seen repeated blue buff invades, really from both sides, though it's on the E United side of the map. Sanguine had just brought all that pressure there until the previous fight where E United was able to return things. As of right now, Yarkor, that 1-level lead on this Amaterasu over Baskin on the Nike 0-0-1 for Yarkor, 0-1-2 for Baskin. How do you think this game changes, though, when the Nike and the Amaterasu start to make their statement in some of these fights when they rotate out of lane?
Nike is very dependent on the player, and honestly, when you see it come through, big shield, big slow on her ult, very, very good in the middle of a team fight at just disrupting everything. I mean, if you land not necessarily on the back line, not necessarily on the front line, but right in the middle of them all, and you can get them all in that range of the Sentinel of Zeus, even if you end up getting sundered, you lose your shield, honestly, sometimes losing your life, although when she's in solo lane, she's a little tankier than what we saw in the jungle earlier this year. I think that helps you translate into just solid control. I mean, then you get that into potentially a silence or some knockbacks that you're able to bring, knockups that you can bring as well if you decide to jump in. I think she opens up a lot of conversations for team fight disruption that will just ruin Painatom, Shinto, and Netrioid's time. Yarkor, however, I mean, we've seen this Amaterasu and how much control she can bring. The CC immunity in her ult, as well as the big stun potential she has. Around objectives like Fire Giant, I think I give advantage over to Yarkor in close corridors like that. I think he's still going to be able to control something, but as long as Baskin is alive, that same potential exists just for disruption. I think Yarkor comes with kill potential, Baskin comes with nuisance. I don't know how to measure that. Annoyingness that he brings in, whatever meter that fills, he's got that one going for him.
Gino finds a puck onto Rongu. Into the backline goes Painatom as well. Scream is immediately there to peel for his backliner. Hurrywin will stay alive. Searing Pain We'll say it was just to clear out some waves there at the end. Unfortunate hammer pulled back in by Shinto, but now another pluck from Gino might set up for a kill onto Panatom, and Scream will tally his first of the game. This is a full-on rotation from United, a full-on grouping for what could be a Tier 1 tower. Baskin still working his way in, no ultimates outside of Snoopy's. On the opposite side, Sanguine have everything except for Panatom, a one-man differential here, but plenty of sustain for Hurrywind to keep United alive under the tower.
They've got themselves a cursed Ankh now. Yarkor is going to need to be a big part of these next few fights. He was in there for that one, although it was unused because they didn't really have a good position to get aggressive. You get the relics off of Hurrywind, though, and that's maybe the biggest deal. Panatom is losing his life, and honestly, he's losing everything in the jungle. I mean, he's 2 levels down, 4 levels down between him and Ra and Hurrywind here. So he, at this point, is almost like in that weird, again, uncanny valley is the way I would describe it, position between being a minion and a god, right? Where he's not really worth so much killing him, except that it keeps him shut down. And he's worth more than a minion because of the impact a Susano can have, but look how easily shred he is. I mean, you could accidentally kill him.
Hit him! Oh, Snoopy 0 for 3 on the snipes with what would have definitely been a kill onto Panatom, but you have now forced the Susano back again. A turning of the tides in the jungle, Gore. It seems like Scream, you know, he was blanked on the scoreboard for the first part of this game, but kind of kept up that pressure. We had that net worth versus player damage KDA kind of conversation. It's now starting to feel like it's converting itself into Scream really being the one able to dictate things. He's obviously going to be able to keep farming. But plays like that, I mean, that was, what, a double tap from the hammer and a little extra damage on the back end, and Panatom has to go back.
And that was with a 2-level lead, right? It's only going to get maybe a little bit bigger there. The question is how these Anvil of Dawns keep going. A few of them, I think the last 2, have missed. And it doesn't look like this one's going to get anywhere because no one's in range. But it's good for vision, especially around this Oni Fury respawning, knows where everyone on Sanguine is. They can get aggressive as well as potentially pull this, but Netrioid, Rongyu, even Panatom and Shinto in the neighborhood, it's just not worth trying to get yet. Now that Anvil of Dawn is down, that opens up an opportunity for Sanguine to get aggressive, to maybe try and find this Thor, lock him down, or to make some pressure, I should say, onto someone like Hurrywind or Snoopy, where their ults are down, or where they just can't get away or have that peel coming from the Thor.
Snoopy will have his snipes, just gets them back off of cooldown, so the only ultimate not ready to go for what's looking like an Oni Fury fight is the Anvil of Dawn, a big piece of utility for getting Scream into the backline. I mean, you need to be able to jump on this Merlin, and Thor, and the ultimate is one of the, I hesitate to say easy, I mean, it's not all that easy, but one of the more surefire ways of doing it, where you can kind of bypass the front line. A pluck onto Rongyu over the wall, but Rongyu is able to leap right back on the other side. Baskin has been sent on a trip to Niflheim off in the back line of this fight as Yarkor uses the dazzling offensive on the other side of the fight. Big damage in onto Sanguine here. The snipes from Snoopy nearly get Panatom, and instead it's Netrioid. He stays alive long enough to kill off Baskin. Immediately traded out, though, by Scream. Shinto, Yarkor, Netrioid still close by, but too low, I think, to re-engage. But Scream jumps back down. Does not grab the stun here, but follows his hammer right back in. Gino, another pluck, but Shinto's got the damage. He's got the double kill. What a turnaround from the Sanguine mid laner. Snoopy doesn't hit his autos either. He's gonna go down on the back end. A triple kill for Shinto. You gotta be kidding me. Sanguine, what a turnaround.
Double his salary right now. Just get whatever he's making, double it. He just earned everybody in that team their right to continue playing. I mean, that is just so well played. Being able to body block, you come through. He's finding the damage through the walls between Shinto and Yarkor. Shinto gets a lot of the last hits, but Yarkor puts a lot of that pressure on there. That was just gorgeous from Sanguine. And again, showcases why we're constantly talking about them as this 5v5 team fight monster for the longest time. The early game has not necessarily been in their favor this time, but they get that fight. They get a full-on deicide. They get a Fire Giant because of it, and now E United are the ones on the back foot. I mean, they've been ahead for most of this game.
Wow, I needed a moment to collect myself there. What a turnaround. Gore, that is Shinto of Phase 1, isn't it? When this Merlin pick was not only in Shinto's meta, but just in the meta. How many times is this guy going to make plays like that? A triple kill turns around what was a 0 in the kill column it pivots him 2 levels ahead of Hurrywind in the mid lane after Hurrywind had a bit of a resurgence. Now we'll return to the Oni Fury that was never fully confirmed, and this time it will be for Sanguine. That just grants them a 2,000 gold lead, and that I think shines a light on how United were in control of things up to this point. Gore, all 6 towers on the map still as well. This is going to be a brutal 3 minutes for United to defend.
I mean, yeah, you've been able to get 2 tier 1s at this point if you're United, but you just have a massive loss. Nothing so big that screams every team fight from this point forward is going to be a loss, but look at the experience swing. I mean, now Panatom is 1 level over Scream. You've got 2 levels up there for Shinto as opposed to what Herwin's been able to pick up. Yeah, supports are maybe trailing behind here for Rongyu, but you don't care where his levels are. He's level 12, which means at some point, ideally, he's going to replace that Vision Relic with something else. A Sunder could maybe come through to help deal with Baskin, but whatever they pick up in that scenario, it's only going to be net beneficial. It's weird to think, but it's only more positive for Sanguine from here. They're going to get gold from these towers. Maybe another fight if United don't play too carefully.
That is a 2,000 damage lead for Shinto. 6,000, 5,000 I'll call it, over his counterpart Hurrywind out of the mid lane. He's been able to go back, finish a Spear of the Magus, a Soul Reaver. It could be an Obsidian Shard later on. Scream will ult over the wall there, realizes he's between everyone from Sanguine, and wants nothing else to do with it. So now an open Phoenix on the left-hand side, still 1 minute and 45 seconds left on the FG buff. Sanguine can effectively take what they please here. It's going to be a mid-tier 2 tower now, so you're going to expose likely 2 of the 3 Phoenixes. Still a chance, though, to move over to the right side. Methodical, clean, easy as you like from Sanguine, and really opening up this United base. And Gore, I'm not sure there is a response for United. At this point, I don't think you sell out and risk making the game worse or potentially ending over your towers.
No, defending a tier 2 at this point, especially after the way that last fight went around the Oni Fury, you don't necessarily want to get aggressive against them. You could maybe try to find some poke. If they weren't 5-man grouped right here, I wouldn't mind if Baskin maybe went in and slapped someone around, but with 5 people there, it's too much. They still have 1 minute left, and the Coerce coming down from Rongyu now. They're going to put pressure on this Phoenix. United have to make a stance here.
Baskin's in behind. He might have found a route in onto Shinto. That's a big Sentinel of Zeus to slow down Sanguine, who immediately retreat from the rest of the fight. Nike doing work here. Snipes down from Snoopy will not complete the kill, nor will the one from Hurrywind. You have saved your right side Phoenix for the time being. And maybe now you just Pyromancer go back, realizing that the FG is back up in the next minute and a half.
Yeah, you only have 30 seconds left. Look, they just wiped 6 towers. They have $1 million in their pocket, what should feel like it when they get to go back. Because look at that golden hand. The lowest is 2,600 that they're going to be spending. And by the way, Rongyu still doesn't have that second relic. He was under level 12 when all of that started, right before the Oni Fury, and now he's level 15. So this is where we'll get to see what he's picking up in that engagement. But all of the items that are coming online, it's scary to think with Fire Giant going away, you're still going to get Sanguine more powerful now with the 7,000 gold lead coming into the next fight. He gets that Sunder as well, so that play that Baskin just made, it's not going to be done anywhere near as easily. You can wait behind, you can sneak into the backline as much as you want. That slow will still be oppressive, but the shield is going to disappear, and that makes you more susceptible. That's where the issues with Nike come in. Granted, I said this earlier, and I think it is worth repeating. Because he's in the solo lane, you have to look at his build. He's got way more protections than if you were playing Nike in the jungle like we've seen in the past. He's got way more survivability than a Nike in the jungle. And so losing that shield isn't the end of the world. It just means you're a little more susceptible to that death. It does still mean that you're, in danger, but you have a little bit of wiggle room to work with. And with a leap to be able to get you out, I think he's still going to be safe enough.
Well, there might be a bit of a dance around the FG here, but Gore, look at Hurduin's build. He's gone Lotus Crowned Rod of Asclepius. We don't often see that one, but we'll boost a little bit of their healing. Maybe this United team feels like they need more sustain out of this Ra.
They're using it a lot more aggressively, considering that he already has the Lotus Crown, right? So you're getting protections in the middle of the fight. You're wanting to heal in combat with this. Then you're going to be getting a little bit more more healing, which is going to counteract some of the effects, right? You're going to get a little more healing even if you have Divine Ruin applied against you. Cursed Ankh is maybe going to eat a little bit out of there. 100% healing, even if you have anything to fight back against that, it's not going to help too much. So as long as Yarkor has that relic up, there's a good window for Sanguine to get aggressive, but otherwise it's just going to top them off faster. Go back to the Phoenix defense. You have to back off. You're safe because you have the 6th man that is the Phoenix, and Sanguine don't have anywhere near the sustain, even with a Fire Giant buff, to try and jump into that compared to what this Ra is going to be pumping out. Downside of Raw heal that always comes through, though, is that you have to group up, and Shinto will eat that up. He loves if you're standing all next to each other. So Whirlwind, as well as E United as a whole, need to be very careful where this ult is placed in terms of how close it is to Sanguine's front line, as well as how many people are trying to heal at any given time.
Sanguine move right back over to the FG here. E United are in as a response. Scream a little bit further behind, but has the ultimate if he needs to make up some ground. Panatom just clearing out the wave on the right-hand side. Pulled off of the FG now. Just seeing what the response is. That's just a couple of ticks from one ability from Shinto, and Baskin loses just shy of a third of his health bar. Obshard, Soul Reaver, and some pen items will do that to you, I suppose. They're going to separate this one, Gore.
Come on.
Not wanting to force things, though. E United quick on the response. Baskin right back up to full HP. We'll see if Sanguine commit to this or pull off yet again, and it looks like they will slow down once more.
And if you were ever wondering, especially after the mage pin changes happen, hunter pin changes as well, where those, percentage pin items come in versus the flat pin, because you've got Divine Ruin, you've got Spear of the Maggots, that's going to help against like Snoopy, Scream, Whirlwind. The percent pin is for Baskin and Gino.
Scream drops down, but the Anvil of Dawn again onto nobody. Gino, though, has gotten a kill onto Panatom. Here comes Shinto. Fresh off a big play, 4 kills now in his back pocket. Nobody has touched the Merlin in this fight. Baskin will leap away, but not far enough, and Neptrioid will collect. Fire Giant being looked at by Sanguine. Hurry to Gino, Snoopy. Still have some damage, but no snipes to try to steal it away. You're going to have to fight in if you want to contest against this one, and Gormizer, they do not. Sanguine, they'll pull 2 kills and a Fire Giant on the back end.
And honestly, with where Yarkor is, they could continue getting aggressive. They still have a little bit of damage done. This Phoenix has regenerated a considerable amount of what they did earlier. But it looks like Sanguine do not want to let this one rest. They want this right side Phoenix more than anything. Typically, we're used to seeing teams go all the way over to the left side, maybe even mid, to try and start things off. But it's close enough, so they're just going to start the fight up. And they still have 10 seconds without Scream to get this fight going. It's a 3v4. That's a great way to get this started.
Half HP now on the Phoenix. Netrioid has done big damage. Yarkor has taken big damage. There you go, Hurrywind. Way to capitalize. Damage being turned around now onto Sanguine. Once again, it looks like they will be repelled. Scream connects on the Anvil of Dawn this time around. Stun onto Shinto as well. There's the Aegis to keep the Merlin alive. Scream around to the corner. No hammer to re-engage. They might want to keep chasing, just shy on the stun. Panatom, though, back on the respawn. Bubble ready to go for both of the junglers here. Snoopy, be careful. You're going to eat some damage from Shinto over the wall. And Gore, if nothing else, maybe United has proven they're not going to let these Phoenixes go quietly.
They're not going to let any objectives go quietly either. I mean, they're there for it. They don't get the steal. But you also have to look at it. I mean, relics are all down, save for a horrific emblem and a blink. Some of them coming up relatively soon, some of them on a quite long cooldown there, about 2 minutes for both the relics there for Shinto, one a little under, one a little over. And so this is actually a great window of opportunity for United to get aggressive. Even though the Fire Giant's alive on 3 members of Sanguine, you get a tier 2 there, you could take this Primal Fury because there's no one in range to contest it, and you keep yourself alive. Again, that's the only way I can choose to word it. That Phoenix is alive as of right now. You still have 2 towers to burn through, but this is the best kind of state, considering the way the fights have been going and how, at least around the Fire Giant, it's been very considerably in Sanguine's favor. this is the definition of hanging on and keeping yourself in the game. It's not just saying it for the sake of making sure it's competitive. They're still competitive. They win a fight under Phoenix. They can take those last 2 towers. They win a fight under Phoenix. They could run down mid, kill the Phoenix, kill the Titan with the way death spawn timers are going to be here. So Sanguine have to be careful with their engage, especially around left Phoenix, just because of the opportunity United could have on the back end if they win it.
Saying we're going to shift their focus this time around. Instead of going for the weakened right side Phoenix, they'll group up and try to weaken down the left side. More immediate minion wave here that'll be easily dealt with by United. That's one thing the Ra will definitely provide you underneath your Phoenixes. There's still 1 minute and 20 seconds left, Gore. This would definitely feel like a bit of a lost opportunity if Sanguine don't even really get at least one more chance in at a siege over the next minute now. They're working in those waves. More of a traditional split, it looks like they're going for, instead of the full-on 5v5 fight.
The big thing will be Scream's ability to rotate. Anvil of Dawn gets you across the map pretty fast versus what Yarkor will be able to do, which is going to be just slightly slower. I mean, you could dash and still use your movement speed passive to get over there a little quicker. But it does just enable Scream, specifically United as a whole, to get a little more aggressive into Sanguine, depending on how this split goes. It also gives them a pretty solid defense just because of their jungler, let alone the healing and damage that Heroine is outputting.
Yarkor first through the opening, way in the back line here. United just turn their attention towards this Amaterasu. Yarkor will not be able to escape his Heroine to make sure of that. Another snipe connects on a Phoenix Siege defense, and Sanguine want nothing more with this one. Another siege is repelled by United.
That felt like Yarkor and the rest of the team were communicating, let's go in. Yarkor went in, and he has one target in mind, right? He goes in, drops the Ankh, he wants to kill Heroine. And Gino, as well as maybe some of the other members there of United, decide to try and just postpone the rest of the team getting there with Yarkor. So he just ends up so isolated, it's a very easy pickup, and you lose your support for it. I think that's absolutely going to be worthwhile for United. Granted, Gino's still the only member not level 20, so maybe you'd like him to be getting some of the experience right now, but he is also the easiest one to let die in favor of trades like this. You get Yarkor down, plus all those relics, another minute out before that Ankh comes back up. And you saw the Fire Giant out, right? They don't have the buff again for 30 seconds. You put yourselves in a position to try and fight it. Gino's going to be back just in time to be able to get back in there. And as long as you force the fight maybe early, Yarkor won't have those relics to fight you, so you can maybe have a small advantage in that regard as well.
I like the way Shinto has rounded out his build here as well. We mentioned the Obsidian Shard, but sells off the Blessing for a Staff of Myrden.
We love it.
Depending on how you use that and the rotations you're looking for in these fights, I mean, that is massive damage. I mean, the stat stick on that item alone is great anyway. Percent pen, percent cooldown, 110 power. You're basically getting a free ability as well. I like the way Shinto has gone here to finalize the 6th item.
And we've already seen it, but, you know, you're watching him, like you said, depending on the rotations of his abilities, he's chunked Baskin down a 3rd health accidentally. Like, he wasn't trying to kill him in those moments. He just got rid of that health bar by trying to zone him out. So you now apply that, give him more power on top of that, more percent pin that's going to go in there for Gino and Baskin. It's going to hurt badly.
Oh no, Yarkor feels the pain here. Can the snipes from Snoopy connect? The 3rd one will, but the 2nd one did not. Scream, Titan's Bane, fresh in his pocket, will finalize the kill now onto Yarkor. But look at this, Sanguine, they still want to look towards the Fire Giant here. They will pull back. Rongyu plucked in by Gino. Scream rotating around the backside of the fight here, and the Fafnir is locked into the pit, exactly where he does not want to be. In the leap, we'll see to it that he can escape, but Baskin immediately in on the follow-up. The FG has not been fully reset. Gino is just keeping it where it's at, just in case United want to turn back around and do the objective. But instead, they'll take the 1 kill and now maybe push in the mid lane.
Yeah, they have the minions with them there, and all of Sanguine has to back for it. But this is a great bait.
Pump fake.
Now you have to. Now you're all back in base. We know where you went because we decided to put some pressure up. I love this from E United. This is a 10 IQ, 100 IQ. Let's go. Higher. Whatever the biggest number for IQ is, 100%. Either way, that's just great from them. 5-head play to make sure they get themselves here. And now, I mean, again, you get the zone from Gino, but they're here for Sanguine.
They could steal it away, but United will lock down their objective. Low health on both of the carries for United in the backline. Netrioid heavy in on the chase now. Netrioid has connected onto the ultimate. Might just be one traded out, and it's Gino who goes down. But United say farewell, my friend, and walk away with the enhanced Fire Giant buff hanging around for their players' waists.
You have to understand how good it is for them. It's so good you forget how IQ works when it comes down and the numbers that go with it. I think that's just, again, big brain from United to make a bait like that. They do still end up on the back foot slightly afterward, but look where the minion pressure is right now. I mean, tier 2 on left, tier 2 on right, so they don't have as many opportunities immediately off the bat until you realize that was post 30 minutes. So that means they don't have to worry about those backdoor protections as much. They do have to worry about this Oni wave that is going to be coming down now, because if they don't push up left and right, then they're going to find themselves in that awkward position of pressure coming down from Sanguine. And this is even more awkward. They're setting up for a defense around their Phoenixes right now. And instead of pushing, Sanguine are also in their base, so really nothing is coming out. I think they saw the Fury and they kind of expected Sanguine to get aggressive, especially with the wave presence they have. But nothing's coming out of it. And honestly, fighting into a Fire Giant team that's already defended the Phoenixes from you when they didn't have Fire Giant, that's going to be difficult. I don't know if Sanguine want to get aggressive into this.
I don't know if either team do. There are the Oni waves. Maybe gives the Chaos side a little bit more pushing power. Gore, it's always hard, I think, to look at what needs to be adjusted. But Sanguine have had, purely based on towers and exposed Phoenixes, more map control in this game, and still stands true. There's only one exposed Phoenix for Sanguine. Scream will have to use his ultimate to stay alive.
Go back in. Yarkor's alone.
Yeah, I'm wondering what he's looking to do here. He'll rejoin the rest of his team. Sanguine now maybe have an opening onto an exposed Phoenix.
And they don't have to worry about Scream getting to the backline. Coerce is going to be good at helping try to melt this. But, Dave, they've gone for this Phoenix 2 times already. This is the 3rd time, and it hasn't worked yet.
Whoa! Gino looks for the pluck and only finds death on the other end of that ability. Baskin locked in just the same. Netrioid sends him into the atmosphere, and he'll crash back down and leap away and stay alive. Snoopy snipes Netrioid in the backline. A big pullback from E-United. Are we doing this again? Are Sanguine going to have to back away again? And it looks like they might.
Look, this right-hand Phoenix is cursed. Sanguine, stop going for it. At this point, left is cursed, right is cursed. Just go for mid next time. I think it's got the only good luck possible left in this game for them. And we get to see, I had highlighted it earlier saying I hope we got to see it. But that was the perfect example. Heroin hits a long-range snipe. No one else is really there to confirm it, and then Snoopy goes up in the skies to make sure that Netrioid can't stay anywhere nearby. That alone kills any sort of Phoenix siege on the side of Sanguine. Now Scream, again, this is maybe going to give him some vision, not really going to give him any setup. He could steal a red buff if he wants to. But for the most part, it's just going to showcase that they have the ability to get aggressive and do something with this Fire Giant. They only have 40 seconds left with it, and they haven't gotten either of the 2 towers that were still standing. So ideally, they get some gold in their pockets, and that would ultimately start to level up this gold lead, or level out this gold lead.
All right, no Hunter for Sanguine means an easier time sieging down. United will take full advantage here. What a long time ago it feels like Shinto's miraculous turnaround was, huh? I mean, it seems like forever ago, and it felt like the game was just sort of going to finish there. And Sanguine were going to be able to snowball away, but United repetitively now, repeatedly is the correct word, pushed back these Sanguine offensive pushes. At some point, though, Gore, if you're United, maybe you're just hoping that Sanguine keep pushing in and you're able to keep getting these big kills. At some point, you've got to be the one putting a little bit more force onto the Sanguine side of the map. Maybe it's an FG fight, maybe, you know, something over here on the right-hand side. Or maybe you truly can just defend over and over and over again, and eventually you get a clean enough fight that's your route into finishing the game.
Yeah, it's the weird concept where you can't win from defending constantly unless it is a massive wipe, right? Because it's going to take so much time to go from base side to base side. We used to see United have things like Yanis when it wasn't banned away from Heroin perpetually, where they would actually end up using the ult to traverse that map, and it would give them so much of a map span in the blink of an eye, essentially, that they would be able to defend at their base or take a fight on left Phoenix and then end up either on the other side of the map or at right Phoenix, wherever they needed to be, right? But now, even with move speed, they're going to get caught out, and it's going to take a while to traverse that.
Well, Gino hits the pluck, but does not immediately die this time. Win for United, I would say. Nothing burned on either side. Full strength on ultimates, actives, all of that, going into this next Fire Giant fight. Something about today in 35-plus minute games. I'll tell you what, United and Sanguine have drawn this one out. We are right back to even, all things considered. No relics on any of the builds here, just a few boots waiting to be sold off. Looking for Scream. Oh, it was not the Anvil of Dawn. It was just his normal old hammer. I thought he was looking for something there. He wasn't.
Now he is.
Now he is, though. And up to the sky he goes, and down onto Yarkor. He arrives. Snoopy gets that one, and no more solo laner for Sanguine, but Sanguine still poking and prodding for a fight.
Get your butts in here.
And the United are leaving. We're sustaining. We're sustaining. We're not fully leaving before we go back to the Fire Giant. I was concerned.
I mean, look, at this point, Yarkor, you know, he's been caught out a few times like that. The last time it happened, it led to this same kind of numbers advantage in favor of United. They can start it up. Panatom's on the other side of the world. He's not going to be able to make it over here in time. So, for the most part, you're in a 3v5. You can get aggressive here as United and be very happy with the results.
Combo from Hurrywind misses. Netrioid has connected with his ultimate here. Wrong-U left alone on the front. Some big damage pouring in from the back line of United as another pluck connects onto this Fafnir. Panatom has finally joined the fight. Scream could be an opportunity for a big Anvil of Dawn. It's a flicker away, or a dash away rather, from Panatom. Right back into the sustain from his mid laner. Yarkor still 5 seconds away, and now we start the Fire Giant dance all over again. Wrong-U, half HP. Gino moves forward, stunned down, lurking in the waters, but a jump away from Wrong-U and another snipe from Hurrywind. Won't be the finalizing piece of damage onto Wrong-U, and the FG has been delayed once more.
I can't tell if I'm overestimating E-United or underestimating Sanguine in a lot of these fights. It feels like they should have had an advantage throughout all of that, but Sanguine do a brilliant job just, again, bouncing them off. They buy enough time for Panatom to rotate over. I thought he was nowhere near that fight, and there was no way he was going to make it in time to make a big difference. He would have to look for like a Fire Giant steal or something after his team was dead. But they just buy themselves time, and I think that's Netrioid, his ult specifically, making sure that Baskin isn't a part of these fights, makes it a little too difficult for the rest of E-United to stay aggressive. And the damage output from Shinto, I mean, he's 4-0-10. Granted, most of those were, you know, a triple kill that he got, what would you say, 20 minutes ago at this point? And so maybe he's not been the most impactful in the last few minutes. But realistically, the damage numbers that he's still putting out, he's 13,000 ahead of anybody else, and the next person's on his team. So you have to imagine that they're just controlling United strictly through that. You're forced to fall back and heal under Hurrywind, and then you're dealing with Divine Ruin at that point, which is causing you too much trouble. At this point, you have to figure out you're in. I think Sanguine have the better damage in the fight, even if they don't have the same engage. If Yarkor can manage to get aggressive without getting melted before his team can join the fight, I think Sanguine can win it.
Gore, it feels like, I mean, both frontliners that are often, I guess all three. Gino, we've seen how much damage Shinto and Netrioid can put onto him. Same for Yarkor and Wrong-U if Gino is the one who's hitting the pluck into the rest of E-United. We had this conversation one of these times we were casting one of these games. The slowest dance, I forgot what it was. We'll have to look it up while the Fire Giant has started again. Scream, Anvil of Dawn. Searching, poking, prodding, nothing will come of it here, so now a big engage tool down from United, and Sanguine will be the ones to push right back through. Gore, I'm getting sweaty over here. This is intense. Neither team wants to commit to anything.
This is, you know, this is one of those moments, if this was the E-United roster that this phase started with, or anything before Week 8, when they made that change, this game was done when Shinto got that triple kill, right? I mean, it was over at that point. This is giving me hope for what this team has to offer. This is why they made those changes. You know, the first couple of games, yeah, they won those sets, but, you know, Sanguine, they were already looking a little iffy at that point. You had to question mark it, then they had Obey, and then what was the next one? Renegades, right? And then when they finally met someone like Space Station, it was still a 2-0. This is what you need to see out of this E-United core to give you hope, because this was a change not made for the immediate. It wasn't made for weeks 8, 9, and 10. It wasn't even made here for week 13. It was made for Worlds, and they're doing a good job with it.
Scream has to deal with the minions on the left-hand side of the map. Is this the opening we've been looking for? Remember, he has his ultimate, so the gap close makes more sense maybe to send the Thor over to rotate back in. He's right back into position. Panatom mirroring, but only one of the junglers is in behind the enemy team. I'm not sure. United know that Panatom is lurking here. Scream, he's gone up to the sky. Gino has taken just a little bit of damage. Scream, he's found Netrioid. Both actives used by the Sanguine Hunter. Snipes down from Snoopy. Won't result in any kills this time. Here's a dazzling offensive. Two-man stun. Big knock-up from Panatom onto the United roster. Snoopy, though, trades out a 1-for-1 as Wrong You had one as well. Yarkor stuns down onto 3. That's a big mantle stun, but it's not enough this time around. Baskin will finally get rid of Shinto. United, they clean up 3 and the other 2 limping away.
That should be the window of opportunity, but look how low Snoopy is. Yes, you're going to have some healing, and this is where that Rod of Asclepius you had highlighted earlier is going to come in handy. Look at that healing. Snoopy right back into it. A little bit of lifesteal for himself as well to make sure he gets topped off. Phoenix absolutely going to go down. I mean, they have 40 seconds without most members of Sanguine. They should put the pressure on.
They don't want the FG. We'll see how they respond after this Phoenix. That'll be the telltale sign. Gino still alive, plenty tanky enough. It's Yarkor, no ultimate. Netrioid, no ultimate. Yarkor goes into the back, but now he is a bit split out from the rest of this fight. Netrioid does not have the actives to stay alive. It's a double stun, though, onto Hurrywin, onto Snoopy as well. Titan returns back to his room. Still full HP here, but look at this. Hurrywin is just going to top off those health bars. 15 seconds. Good eye there, Gourmizer, onto Wrong You. And it looks like that'll be enough for United, and they will leave. One Phoenix down, Fire Giant still alive.
They should, and that's a very heavy should, still have the pressure in order to get a Fire Giant. But even still, that's iffy for me to say, right? And I like risky plays, so that is something I think that they lose out on. I think the only option for you is to try and get aggressive there. If Yarkor doesn't have his ult timer coming up right when it does, then you're easily able to walk into that base and cause a lot of trouble. Still, you have control of the map, and you've showcased the strength you have. One Phoenix already taken down, one still exposed. Dave, there's still a tier 2 tower over there and right, and it's easy to forget about. It's not going to exist very long if United at any point turn their attention over there. But this is getting to the phase of the game, especially with these timers. 3 kills should be a death sentence unless you are Sanguine, the team who just seems to be so adept at Titan defenses. They did it so much to Radiance the other day. They do it slightly here to E United. I mean, if you get any more of these in a single week, I think we legally have to say that 4 members of Sanguine have to be dead for anyone to enter the base. Otherwise, it's just not fair.
I suppose there's a world where, you know, Netrioid didn't have his Aegis and beads on that defense, and Hurrywin hit him with almost the entire kit. Maybe there's a world where if Netrioid dies, that is really the go button there to go in and try to end the game. But there's enough of a threat from a late game Heimdall and an Amaterasu and a Fafnir that was about 10 seconds away to keep United second guessing. This FG has got to be getting frustrated as well. He's hoping somebody will attack him at some point, but nobody has. Sanguine now over in the mid lane of all places, being jumped on. I wish there was a shrug animation, like a, come on guys, what are we doing? He's trying to fight.
He's just standing there, so stop trying to hit me and hit me, come on!
Right. All right, I mean, at some point. Right, and he's so frustrated, he's just going to toss some idle shots over towards Wrong You. Of course, this is our second 50-minute game today, huh? Finch and Myth had a long one. Now you and I are moving into a long one as well. That is the beauty. I think if we're zooming all the way out, that's the beauty of the SPL at the moment. Sanguine towards the top, United towards the bottom. Any one of these teams can take another, not only into a long individual game, but lengthen out these sets. We still have at least one more game after this as well. Today has been nuts as far as SMITE goes. Let's see if this fight might put the cap on the 50-minute game. Scream looking for Panatom, but will not pop the bubble. He'll have to leave, and Panatom will not be successful in returning the favor onto Scream. And that engage might be it. The United might not be willing to go back in, though they might have to. Sanguine poking some damage down at the FG, but they will walk away once again.
With Raw Snipe available, any sort of steal potential is available. Hurrywin has to be taken down to make him feel confident. Yarkor's almost dead.
Oh, Yarkor's been stunned in, but the wall separates out the rest of the fight. Panatom knocks up a couple members of the United in the backline. Shinto, he's been allowed to free cast here, and Baskin learns that the hard way. A wall will allow E United to leave, and maybe one kill onto Baskin is the opening for Sanguine to look at the enhanced Fire Giant, but E United have not left. They have sustained with Hurry Wind. Once the healing is back up, but Gino's not going to hang around long enough to realize no snipes except for Snoopy's, but it's not going to be in time. Sanguine finally get the Fire Giant. Gino, you poked your head in at the wrong time, but Netroid's done the same. Finally, Scream finds some value in the backline. Hunter for support. Baskin still left and respawning. Scream's gotta get out alive here, but Sanguine are gonna chase him down.
Now, I kind of want to see him do a Sino-esque play here. I mean, you could maybe run towards that Phoenix and help knock it down since those fire minions aren't going to get it down. It looks like he thinks he can get out of here.
Oh,
good
nice
wall.
Well played.
And a good escape.
Scream, all right.
But Yarkor's still here, Dave.
Yarkor does not have his dash, but does have
Good
the dash
teleport.
in offensive.
Good wall.
Scream again. Oh, it's inch perfect. Yarkor, unfortunately, will not make his way through. A couple nice walls. Those are small micro plays we don't often get to appreciate in the chaos of battle. But Scream, a couple well-placed walls, cover his escape there. Very important that he got out alive. I mean, if this door is down for what would have been 70-plus seconds, the base would have been very nervous for E United. Now Sanguine, Netroid, the only one without the enhanced Fire Giant. Gore, we can return to what we were talking about 20 minutes ago when Sanguine first tried to siege down this E United base. Except
right
now
side
we're more
Phoenix
even
accursed.
than ever. They got to find a way, and I don't know. I mean, I think United are smart here in that they realize their defense is good enough, that they've been able to push back Sanguine a few times. Why take a risk in potentially getting picked out in the jungle?
This is very similar to some old-style EU games. There were a lot of times where, you know what, you won't be able to fight anywhere outside of your Phoenixes, but your Phoenix defense is one of the best in the game, and so you are going to make them work for a win. At this point, I feel like Sanguine are maybe going to wait for this Oni Fury. They might put some pressure down prior, but 20 seconds left before that spawns out. It's going to give them pressure around the lanes. Go ahead and clear up minions in left and mid to get some pressure going already. Then when those waves come through, it'll give you even more stacked up, so that trying to get under a Phoenix would be a little bit easier. Although they're playing around on this left-hand side. It looks like they're going to get aggressive. And Yarkor is splitting not just in mid, all the way towards right to try and get some pressure. This will pull Scream or Baskin, or both, fully away from this fight, make it a little more difficult for them to make a rotation over and make a big impact play. But look at this, Scream is playing perfectly where Anvil of Dawn can get anybody. He's just sitting right in the mid just in case he needs to rotate over.
Oni Fury maybe makes the difference here. Sanguine will pull back towards the Oni Fury, so some more difficult to deal with minions will make their way over to the United side of the map here shortly. And I like the idea of Yarkor kind of splitting off Baskin here. No real solo potential, I don't think, between either of them. Tanky enough and bruisery enough on both that I think both would be able to survive, so it's kind of just trading out the Ama being out of the fight for the Nike being out of the fight. Though Yarkor, if he has to go up and over, will have a slightly further route, it seems, to get into the fight. Here comes Scream. He's up in the sky. Sanguine have to be privy to this. Down he lands onto Netroid. Health bar evaporates, but he'll stay alive. Panadom finds Scream, though. Upon re-entry, Snoopy does the same. One-for-one trade as we stand, and as we so often see, that's when both of these teams will disengage. Yarkor slowly being blocked out now by Baskin. Three members of Sanguine still standing close by. Gino, oh, what a block into Hurrywind! Netroid falls! Baskin, he wants a little bit more though. That's the Sentinel of Zeus. Wrong you, pushed on back. Yarkor has done nothing yet in this fight. He's been held at bay by Baskin. What a play by Gino to get rid of Netroid.
It's part one that doesn't work. He goes for a pluck and Wrong You takes it to keep Netroid alive. Part two, you're not blocking me this time around. A great pluck to make sure you get that burn down. Turn it into a 2-for-1. Even with Fire Giant, numbers advantage, and no Hunter alive, Sanguine can't really put any pressure out. Fire Giant disappears now anyway, so they have a minute in order to get their affairs in order. If you can get a pick on Sanguine here, I mean, 80 seconds, you'd be able to find a Fire Giant fight afterward.
4 versus 3 on the map. Could get worse here. Snoopy will be stunned down, but he stays alive. Hurrywind chunks down Yarkor and then turns around the damage as well. But Shinto, the Merlin from range, will always get it done, and Snoopy dies just the same. Gore, there's been no clean trades here. It's a 1-for-1. I mean, across the board, almost every single time. We have seen the massive damage that Shinto has done I'm giving big shout-outs to Snoopy for the way he's played over the last 15 minutes or so. He has skyrocketed up the damage charts and absolutely been swinging on Sanguine. Lock in the Deathbringer for your final item, and some of those crits are really going to be hurting. I think Snoopy has really started to come alive and follow up on some of the good engage from United. So big props to him for keeping United in this game.
I mean, you have to know how late in the game we are. There's 3 pairs of boots that are still available. Some of it is maybe because you need it, some of it is maybe because you're just off the mark of being able to fully replace it. You don't really want to sell them for a tier 2, especially this late because of the passives that are going to come into play. You really do want something that's going to give you the full replacement, and I think that's where Netroid was, because he just tried to sell his. But we're also entering that territory, Dave. I mean, we're 10 minutes off now from the longest game so far in Phase 2, as well as the
We gotta get an hour, right?
that happened a few weeks. I mean, it's definitely going to hit 60
If this
at this
ends
point,
short of an hour, I
ridiculous
swear. I mean, look, at this point, 3 minutes and 45 seconds. Let's get there. Let's go for the nice even hour. Watch, it's going to end at 59:59 or something absurd like that. Give me the
That'd
next
just be fun.
3.5 minutes. That would be fun, but it would tilt me just slightly. I mean, at this point, we've made it all this way. Just give me the hour. Just give me the hour. Let's push over the edge there, and honestly, I mean, these Fire Giant dances, Gore, have been lasting like 3 minutes apiece. Scream will go up, look for an engage, he won't find it, he'll back off, the rest of United will as well. Panatom does the same, they'll back off. By that time, Anvil of Dawn is back up, and we kind of repeat the whole dance all over again. I think you have to take stock normally in these situations of where the actives and all that fun stuff is. Everyone's got them. So even if Scream lands on Netroid, won't necessarily be an insta-kill.
I mean, at this point, you know, you just do the play-by-play. We can just let it pause. Like, we can go take a quick break if we need to. I mean, that's going to be the next 3 minutes that happens, right? Nothing big.
Let me disconnect real quick.
Should pop off, unless it's going to be Scream. That's a good wall, and Wrong U's isolated. He's going to get plucked, but, I mean, look how tanky he is. He doesn't care about the damage. This is the problem. The only thing you can do is try to isolate Yarkor, which they've done 5 times so far this game, and try to keep him locked down. This Amaterasu is the key to victory for Sanguine, but simultaneously the key to victory for United. If Yarkor gets too aggressive, that's an easy pick for them. And at this point, you're waiting 80 seconds to respawn. Yarkor will be gone for the fight, and it could give you a Fire Giant just by finding that one.
Gino will pluck in Yarkor here. Panatom, though, realizes Snoopy's the threat. What a read. Panatom says bye-bye to the United Hunter. Will Panatom survive, though? He will here. Still Fire Giant being looked at by Sanguine. Quite low. Baskin leaps into the back, but he's sent away. Sanguine takes down the FG. Scream alone into the back line. He goes. Baskin has to drop the ult for the extra bit of shielding. A 1-for-none. Enhanced Fire Giant to Sanguine. Gore, they're going to chase down E United.
I mean, at this point, they have the pressure too. Panatom stays alive through all of that. Still needs a little bit of healing, but he's just going to have to deal with the Fire Giant passive healing that he's going to get. Finally, Dave, I'm going to say it. I think this right side Phoenix is uncursed.
Gore,
I don't know how
away.
well the defense could happen. But honestly, Gino's back. Herwin's here. They've got the damage. They could still stop this on the side of a United.
We're a minute and a half away. I swear, if we don't reach an hour, I'm going to lose it. Under the mid lane, Phoenix is Yarkor. A couple members of United there to mirror. Hurrywin sustain has been nuts. Yarkor and Scream will dance around this left side Phoenix. There's a stun just to separate him from doing any more damage. Gino moves away as Shinto will try to find some damage. A snipe only connects onto Wrong U. And finally, the cursed bird will go down. 59 seconds till we reach the hour mark, and Sanguine will regroup, but Snoopy is back up in 5.
This is that moment. Scream going up in the air. If Sanguine can get a good fight off of this, they could win it. But if United do it, they're right back in it to win.
That's a flicker away from Shinto to avoid the Anvil of Dawn. Wrong U locked in with the United, but will make his way right back out. Netroid connects with his ultimate this time, but it's Baskin who's sent flying. Tanky enough on the Nike, but no ultimate. Netroid, an easy kill there as Snoopy respawns. Baskin will end up dying off. Still a 4 versus 5 for United. Mid lane Phoenix goes down. Sanguine smell blood in the water, working their way in. 59-45. Sanguine walking into the Titan room. Titan, half HP. Hurrywin to stun down, but Snoopy, he's still alive. He's done the damage. Netroid has as well. 5 seconds to go. Gore, I think we're going to reach it. Snoopy pouring in the damage to Netroid. We have reached an hour, so at least we've done that. But Snoopy still here dancing around the Titan. Sanguine look like they're ready to back away.
I mean, you've got to be careful. Panatom, not just right there, he's so close to dead, but if Snoopy is alive, I mean, this man is a machine gun. He is just absolutely destroying anybody who stands in his way. I mean, Panatom showed his face for 2 seconds and ate most of his health bar. Same thing there for Netrioid as it comes down. They still have fire minions, though, Dave, and that's going to give them an advantage both in mid and on right.
Oh, right back in onto the Titan. Snoopy stays alive. Oh, there's just way too much damage for Sanguine. I'm thinking there's going to be a fight, but look at Netrioid. He's all alone behind the Titan. And what a way to end this game. 60-31, by the way, Gore. We were 30 seconds away from one tilted Dave, but we reached it. Sanguine end up getting the win. What a brutal loss there for United. But this is just that's where all the pressure had been flowing the entire game. United had been unable to leave their base except for a Fire Giant defense effectively the entire time.
Yeah, this is one of those moments where when you look at the great grand scheme of the set, I anticipate Game 2, unless you are just uber tilted and tired, which honestly after 60 minutes it could happen, it should be another long one. And honestly, you could go 3 at that rate, right? Just because of the fact that it was so close throughout a duration of that game. I didn't really see any advantage coming through. I'm excited to see what picks and bans change up just because of the way those teams played. I'm sure someone's going to have to take some things away from the players on E United to make sure they don't have that strong of a defense next time.
Gore, I am going to go take a deep breath. You do the same. My dog is hungry for some food after a barn burner of a game number 1. We still have more Sanguine E United to go. We'll take a quick break and we'll be right back into Game 2.
And we got some cool bumpers, don't we? Welcome back to the SPL. We're in the lounge. Sanguine are moving this set along. 60 minutes on the clock, and they find their win over E United. But that is only the Game 1 win. They got to get one more if they want to put E United to bed. Mifflin, this was one that was back and forth. It felt all Sanguine near the beginning. They're up 7k gold. Then they start to get stalled out, and suddenly E United are the ones looking to end, and they end up hesitating, and now Sanguine that way to close it out. I mean, what happened here in this game? How did it end up so back and forth?
It just, you gotta lock down Shinto. If you want to beat Sanguine, you gotta kill the king, and when you're talking about the king for Sanguine, that absolutely is the mid laner. This man dies exactly one time throughout the course of an entire hour. That's crazy, especially considering he's playing one of the lesser mobile mid lane mages inside of Merlin, but it just wasn't capable of being done. But look, you know, to United's favor, I think around the 40-ish minute mark, they were able to push their way into the Titan room, and it really did feel like they could have ended the game there had they been a little bit more willing. They were 4 members strong, all at 100% HP, up against 2 members of Sanguine who didn't have their ultimates or defensive relics, but maybe a little bit too much respect begets the fall. Sanguine, take it away.
Yeah, I think that was kind of the core problem there for him, right? They were showing some hesitancy, but this was a game that it seemed disjointed, right? We talked about this earlier on in the Radiant set, and then when we talked to Adapting, he kind of said that was the case, right? They're still not 100% back to where they were before. And I wonder if there's still some of that going on here with Sanguine and United, because this is one that certainly could have been closed out a lot of different stages here, but these fights just seem to be on different pages in terms of their target selection. They were having trouble finishing people off in this game here as well. Mifflin, a lot, I think, still for both these teams to clean up, but obviously Sanguine in the end with the dub, you got to be feeling good.
They do. They absolutely have to be feeling good. And you know what? We didn't get to talk about it too much, but I think despite dropping an 0-5 for Yarkor, you know, not the best looking slash line, but I don't think it really indicates his play on the field, how well he was able to create space for his back line. You don't have your mid laner only drop 1 death in an hour if your front line isn't putting in some serious work. So I got to give some shout outs to Amaterasu on the side of Sanguine. And he made it really hard for Hurrywin to operate. I'm sure Hurry would be very willing to tell you how annoying it was dealing with that dive constantly coming his way.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised to see Hurwin on this Raw pick, but there's a couple mid laners out there who I think still haven't quite figured out what they want to play right now. I'm thinking of Venenu and I'm thinking of Hurwin, man. These are 2 mid laners that have kind of just been taking cracks at stuff, trying to see what works, and still not quite sure they solidified their identity. I mean, we know Hurwin likes to play the Giannis, but I just don't know that that is always going to be at the highest level. A lot of teams banding out against him, so they get left looking at what other stuff they can play. There's a lot of setup for this Raw, but still not 100% sure that that's where they always want to go to in the future. So some identity, I think, for Hurwin and the rest of United to figure out what do they want their core to be in that mid 3v3.
They really do, man, and I think that they should be able to figure it out pretty easily. Hurrywin is very capable of playing the majority of the mid lane mage pool at a very high level. You don't get that good at Yanis and don't at least pick up some subsidiary or tertiary skill for the rest of the mage tree, right? Like, yeah, you're playing one of the bad ones. Wait till we put a Persephone in this man's hands. He's going to look real good.
All right, well, let's go ahead and get to the picks and bans then for game number 2. 60 minutes here for this game. We had a couple of long ones back in set 1, so you know these players now starting to deal a little bit with the endurance, with these games going longer and still needing to be able to dig deep and find a way to get these wins. So it'll be United in the first pick this time around here, Mifflin. Similar to what we saw last time, we thought perhaps they would end up taking that Cerberus first overall, but that was not the case. Are there any adjustments you want to see them making the pick bans here this time, or in a 60-minute game, is it more about your execution?
I think it really does come down to execution. If you make it that late into the game, that means both teams at some point likely had an opportunity to end, weren't able to do it. Both teams were in a position where they had a slight advantage going into an objective, weren't quite able to do it. All play is equalized at the past an hour mark, so I think United don't have to worry too much about the drafting phase, but they might want to deal with some of those slight annoyances. Maybe have someone who can out-rotate an Amaterasu or take the Amaterasu for themselves. I think that Yarkor, despite that slash line that we brought up earlier, looked very good on that pick. Maybe even potentially have Scream try and strip away some of Panatom's picks. We know that Panatom has historically struggled when he's been forced to fall out of his comfort zone, so if Scream does decide to, could take the Susano for himself. But as far as bans have gone so far, I'd be surprised if we don't see Rom get picked up again. I mean, the last of the 2 top-tier hunters, and United certainly going to go for it.
Yeah, so far, just the run back here as the Persephone Hercules Habois banned out the emoji Giannis and the Cupid with the Rom first pick. So now it's Sanguine's turn to see if they want to try and change the way that things go, but kind of as you said, if you won, maybe there's no real reason to go around making any kind of big adjustments. So it would be the Amaterasu first pick into the Fafnir if they were to do things the same, but no, it's the Sobek. And here's the thing about how they could have just done this game. 1, That is the thing. And now here they are doing it getting 2. Glad to see you over here on our side, fellas. I bet the water feels good.
Yeah, Sanguine playing through that entire game like, whoa, it's kind of hard, dude. What he keeps blocking us, tail whip for the peel. Romgi, what are you doing? He's like, I hit the hammer. I mean, Sobek. That's my 30-second elevator pitch on why you should have Sobek instead. And I think that they certainly have upgraded their draft here. Now, not only are they going to be a little bit more versatile in late game team fights, more survivable in the laning phase as well, but their laning phase just got a huge boost to their kill potential. If anyone gets displaced by Sobek, Heimdall can slow them as he closes the gap with the Galar Horn so he can find auto attacks, or even knock them up further away towards their own tower. But United saying the exact same thing in reverse. Hey, man, why you got the pluck? You could have been engaging from a range with the Fafnir.
Yeah, fool, don't you love being able to only fight when the ultimate's up? Here's what I'm thinking. Why didn't they take the Amaterasu? That's what I thought for sure was going to be the return pickup. I hadn't even fully registered in my brain it was Fafnir. I just knew it wasn't Ama. But either way, King Arthur is the pick, so Sanguine don't particularly want it either. Unless I'm confused, it's banned down there and I don't see it. It ain't making a whole lot of sense to me. But these two teams don't have to play it, right? Yarkor has a ton of other picks in his god pool. We see them frag on the Cthulhu and obviously on the King Arthur as well. And Sanguine wants a composition that's a bit more capable of fighting, and that's what King Arthur does. He can take people out of the fight right away with that ultimate once it's fully charged, and that's what Sanguine won on their squad this time.
And now United making a couple adjustments in the ban phase. It's going to be a Merlin taken away from Shinto here. Sanguine, on the other hand, throwing out that Thor ban. A little bit surprising to me. I would have expected maybe for them to try and target out that Amaterasu instantly. I'd be surprised if that does make it through the ban phase here going forward. And it won't. Good on you, Sanguine, to address that one. And now King Arthur, being one of the best lane bullies in the game, should have a decent matchup, even if United does decide to go towards that Cthulhu, which is kind of the standout for me for United's draft right now, just having another conditional CC bot like Fafnir. Might as well have them both on the team. But Shinto to the Thoth, I'll let you take it, man. You sounded excited.
I knew that this was what was going to come. Imagine banning the Merlin only to unlock the Thoth. No way, dude. This is even worse, right? At least Merlin's got to get kind of close for some of them. Not Thoth, though. This dude's attacking from range with the Sobek setup. King Arthur ults you up, brings you back down right into the final judgment. It's all here. The pieces are lining up for me as far as I'm concerned. Sanguine, they're in a great spot here with this Thoth pick.
Yeah, it doesn't even just have to be the King Arthur. It could also be the Heimdall, sending you to Niflheim, land in a huge AoE ultimate from the Thoth, or even Sobek with a pluck should be enough. But this Fenrir pick, man, I mean, it's likely going into the jungle to scream. Very interesting, has a decent matchup in a Thoth. The Evade and Punish is easily chased out by Brutalize. From there, there's not a lot of CC immunity on this squad. I take that back. Just Thoth doesn't have CC immunity. I think United have an interesting draft here, but this Fenrir is a question mark, and Circuit getting picked up by Sanguine is going to help out a lot with that. Oh, well, Thoth can't deal with the Brutalize. Circuit will do it for you.
Yeah, but I do think that the Fenrir is meant to try and punish as you cover the Thoth at the CC immunity. So we'll see if Scream, who I imagine will be the pilot here for this Fenrir, is able to give Shinto a hard time on this Thoth. But I think that if Sanguine are able to keep Shinto safe and not have to worry about this Fafnir, they should be pretty comfortable. Or the Fenrir, I mean. How do you feel about this one? What's your kind of deciding point?
They kept Shinto safe on a Merlin for 60 minutes. They only let him die exactly one time. I think if you're worried for any team keeping their mid laner safe, it shouldn't be Sanguine. And they've got a draft that could absolutely do it. Even Sobek has an age-old counter matchup in a Fenrir. Oh, you're brutalizing my mid laner? Go the other direction. I'll just pluck him away. Or even if he jumps into the backline, all of a sudden you're tail whipped off. There's a lot of backline peel for Sanguine here. I don't think they have to worry too much about this Fenrir, unless Fenrir just kind of hits the gas really early on. If he pulls a huge lead in the early, all of a sudden you're not just worried for Thoth, you're worried for everyone. But I think there's a reason we don't see this pick very often.
Well, this feels a bit more like the E-United we know, huh? Picking picks that we don't see coming up all the time, but that we do know can work if all the pieces fall the correct way. Let's see if they do. Dolson and Gore will give us the call.
Water has been drank, Ramsey has been fed, my brain has been re-engaged after an hour-long game number 1. Goes for Sanguine. It is Dolson, it is still Gore, and it is still Doug for game number 2. Gore, wow, glad we got to take a bit of a deep breath after that one, because what a way to start. Start off this set, by the way. Start off this set with an hour-long game between these two teams. And look at the pivots that United have made in their composition going into game 2. Raw stays the same. The sustain was massive for them throughout that game. But the Fenrir, Gore. The Fenrir makes its appearance. We've seen it, what, in 3 different roles now? With Scream being the one to pilot it here in the jungle. What are our expectations?
Yeah. Honestly, I'm excited to watch it. I think it's a lot of damage, but again, one of the things, like, he follows people through their dashes pretty well, and I think there's some gank potential onto Shinto, onto Netrioid, but realistically, I think it's setup that's going to come through, right? It's not necessarily how well Brutalize can follow some dashes, as much as I think the stun, when you have your full rune combo up and you jump in, that could set up someone like Hurrowwind, who was able to find a lot of stuns, or a lot of ults, I should say, in the last game. Scream also being able to turn anyone into a chew toy, much like your dog or my dogs do, and just hold them in place, although that doesn't happen that often with a real dog.
No.
Either way, hold them still for Snoopy or Hurrowwind to find the damage. I anticipate he's going to find quite a good amount of squeaky toys on the side of Sanguine.
Let's hope those are the only squeaky toys we're hearing throughout this game. A
No
different
guarantee.
look. No guarantees, right. A different look at the mid lane here as well. While it is still Hurrywwind on the Raw, Shinto back on Thoth. I say back because it's looked good in the past. Look at Scream. Oh, no, he's just shy of the damage. Hurrywwind, hit him with it. Hit him with it. Oh, he's just short of it there. Fantastic example of what an early Brutalize can do for you. Shinto just has to walk away and barely escapes alive. Scream feared on away. Panatom will survive as well. So good aggressive start for Scream here out of the jungle, Gore. Already engaging on Shinto on the Thoth, as I was bringing up just prior to that gank.
I think it's going to be a little easier to do this early on than as the game goes on, right? So this is where he needs to be a little more aggressive. Again, late game, I think he's just going to be playing setup potentially for this Raw. But right now, especially considering what Panatom is playing on this Circuit, I think the advantage should go to Scream for the first few minutes, first few levels as well. The only downside I have is that the last time we saw Scream pull this out did end up being a loss for United. They've only done it once so far this phase, but it's weird how often that happens, right? Like, you know, you see the Yanis, the Bastets, these weird pocket picks that only United have that they pull out and look great, and then they're always willing to go somewhere else, this Fenrir being one of them that happens to have cropped up once before. We'll have to see if it can maybe change his fate around a little bit, but it feels a little awkward and misplaced. Like, when you just look at his kit, there's a lot he could do that could potentially solo carry a game. But when I'm looking at Sanguine's lineup and I'm looking at this Fenrir, trying to figure out where his big win is going to happen, realistically, in my eyes, is happening only in potentially mid, because otherwise I think it starts to maybe slip through his claws as where he can find that real, true pressure.
Yeah, sorry, small puppy attack onto the headset there. I made the mistake of leaving my my cord hanging anywhere off my desk area.
Your own personal Fenrir.
Right, exactly. My my own personal Brutalize onto the headset. Like what I'm seeing out of Scream here, and the idea on moving in onto Shinto, though the good, I don't know if you call it calculated, but Shinto able to walk away with just the right amount of health. Doesn't have the same sustain, though, as Hurrywwind does, so that'll put him back, and now one level behind as things stand before we jump back in, after we get this quick pause sorted out. What'd you think of Hurrywwind on Raw there in Game 1? Obviously, the sustain, very important for this E-United team and their ability to survive under some of those Phoenix sieges. I think some of the searing pains were hitting as the game went on. What's your overall grade from what you saw?
Honestly, I think Gino, I think a lot of the members of E-United had an impact in making sure they found that defense. I would give Hurrywwind 85% of the credit for the game lasting as long as it did. I mean, the healing became a huge factor in a lot of those late game fights, but even before that, him lining up the snipes, right, hitting people to make sure, I mean, that's why that right side Phoenix was cursed. It wasn't because they just couldn't go in and kill it. It's because if they step forward, you have Roth shooting through the wall, sniping 1 to 2 members in the back line, and the damage output he had late game was just ludicrous compared to what you were expecting. I mean, it was a lot of burst that I think Sanguine weren't expecting that came down from Hurrywwind, so I'm going to give him a full-on A+ for it. I mean, even though it was a loss, I think he is pretty much the main reason they were able to prolong, and I think there's a lot that came from Scream, a lot that came from Baskin and Gino, and Snoopy because of his damage as well. I just think you have to look at how all of them played together. I think Hurrywwind really enabled the team to do what it did. And so putting him right back on, it's a good call, except this time they can go snipe for snipe, right? Every time that Heroin hits one, you'll probably see one from Shinto. That being said, Heroin will have his up a little more often than Shinto will find his. There's a little more versatility in what Shinto is able to bring, though. He can cancel out of that snipe. It's a longer range overall. So there's a lot of moments of play that Shinto can make here. And we've seen him hit 2 to 3 members at a time with that final judgment. But you always have to keep your eye on Heroin. I think he played it well.
There were some fireworks in the long lane at the start of last game as well. Gino on the Fafnir this time. Rongyu on the Sobek, so a flip-flop for both of the supports here. I mean, I think the Deaths kind of went over it pretty well, where the Coerce is obviously very, very strong. The Hammer connected for some stuns here and there. You know, Rongyu was able to leap away from danger, but it just felt, and this is no disrespect to Rongyu, it just felt like Gino was maybe a bit more of a driving force on the Sobek pick. And maybe that's just by nature of the kit. Maybe that's just how it goes. There's more unseen utility potentially from the Fafnir. But I definitely think that's a threat that's now posed against E-United, with Rongyu, one of the best Sobek players, on this pick. Well, as I say that, Gino will leap on over onto Netrioid, who has to use his ultimate to escape, and then the Crystal just to make doubly sure. Rongyu definitely in a position now where he can sort of return the favor, as it were, onto E-United.
And I honestly think you get 2 pivots that are going to be helpful here. And it's Yarkor now on King Arthur, as well as Rongyu on that Sobek. I think Yarkor's Amaterasu just... There were moments that last game where E-United, the main reason they were able to win the fight were because he got picked off very early on. I think King Arthur is going to allow him to stabilize a little bit easier over there for the solo lane, and I think Rongyu is going to be able to set up a lot more. A lot of the reasons you were caught off guard anyway was because of that Sobek pluck. So like you said, that's already a big win for Sanguine to have on their side. Now you get, again, Scream on a pick that's a little off, Baskin on a pick that has been their comfort. In fact, the first few sets, it's all he played. This is what I expect out of Scream.
Whoa! Talk about setup there. Scream just turns Panatom around, and Hurrywind, if he had missed that one, I don't know, man, but Hurrywind won't make a mistake like that really ever. What? I say what setup, but that's about as easy as you like. Scream picks up Panatom, who has no beads, and Hurrywind will hit the snipe. What a kill there for United to strike first.
I feel like there's a good definition of silver platter and like handing a kill over on a silver platter, and it's just that video over and over again because that was easy for them. But now Heroin's in a little bit of trouble.
Little sidestep there on the final judgment as well. Rongyu lurking in the waters. Won't detonate for any damage. Gore, have you ever eaten off of a silver platter? That's a saying. I don't know if I've ever actually eaten off of a silver platter. Yeah, I'm not sure.
I mean, I can't imagine there was a silver platter at my wedding, and if it was there, I didn't see it. I was too busy doing other things like getting married. So I mean, maybe there was one in my past, but I don't know. There were some. Look, that was a nice after party, a nice long after party, and anything that wasn't the big moments has definitely been erased from memory for me. But otherwise, I don't know. I feel like it'd be expensive. Like, why eat off a silver platter? I guess it's always described with ease. I assume it's because a butler brings it to you. And Dave, I'm going to go ahead and tell you, I don't have a butler.
No, I don't either. I was just curious. I don't know. It's a saying that I've never been able to connect with, but look at this. Scream connects with Netrioid. But Netrioid stands inside of the crystal long enough to survive. Snipes, big time here. Snoopy hits 2, but not the important third. Well, 1 and 3, but not the important second, I suppose. Netrioid obviously starts with bead, so likely would have been a death sentence had Snoopy been able to connect. What Scream wants to do here, could keep moving forward. Instead, it's a blue buff invade on the other side of the map. Baskin locked into the corner. There's just way too much damage from Yarkor. And Sanguine pulls back one, but Gino, he's just chilling and burning away. The 2 members of Sanguine that are left here on the blue buff side. Yarkor will turn around the damage, though, with an ultimate of his own. Hurrywind, you gotta get a kill here, otherwise you've just fed a free one onto Sanguine, and Shinto guns him down. That's a big, chaotic trade there. 3 members of United end up falling.
I mean, that's absolutely worthwhile for you, right? I mean, it happened last time, right? Sacrifice Panatom for the greater good of the team. I think it feels bad if you're the Surcat, but I think it feels better for everyone. Yarkor stays alive through all of that, and I mean, you see the damage that Hurrywind is able to output. If you can juke that well, though, throughout the game, you're in the right zone. And that's kind of, you know, going back to the interview, it was the setup that I really thought was going to be the big storyline for this, was Baskin, what is he playing? How do you control Yarkor? Ultimately, last game, they controlled him pretty well. But if you let this guy get and run rampant from what we've seen in Sanguine, he's one of their hugest win conditions that has come through. Yarkor creates so much space for this team, and if moments like that happen too much, then he is going to find himself at a very large lead. Not just this level lead he has now, but I mean maybe 2, 3, 4 levels if he can do it a few more times, which granted shouldn't happen often.
I wondered what happened to Scream. I see a down ultimate and down beads for Netrioid. So I suppose this is what happened. Netrioid just beads it out. Wow, and a knocks back Scream. Quick fingers there for Netrioid to get out of it. I was wondering if Scream was going to be feeling himself and move under the tower a little bit. Maybe he was hoping that the stun from the leap would have connected and that would have burned the beads from Netrioid, but unfortunately neither of those things happened. Here's the chance though for a kill onto Yarkor. Hurrywind misses this snipe though. So Yarkor survives for the time being. Baskin uses the Stygian Torment, but Yarkor had already been into his ultimate. Panatom, the stun on down onto Scream. Now he's got the kill as well. Wrong you.
Good play.
Plucks Baskin right on back out of the safety of his tier 1 tower. Shinto rotates in as well. Big damage from the Thoth. The final judgment will be used, and Baskin takes that one on the chin. Sanguine starting to run away with this one early.
I mean, to get the kill, probably necessary, but it still feels a little bit like overkill. Speaking of which, one-on-one, it looks good for Netrioid, but he's going to fall back. The snipes, Dave.
Snipe! 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 Snoopy hits him on the back end. Netrioid thought he had one there. Calculations. Scratching his head for a second. Right when you thought Netrioid had the advantage, Snoopy had him right where he wanted him. That's the advantage of this ROM. Can trade out all that damage early and then pull yourself away. That's big for Snoopy to turn that around, equalize in the kill department, and pull one level ahead.
I plugged it last time. I'm going to plug it again because he's doing it again. But Grandmaster's class talking to Snoopy and a few others about this ROM. Panda Cat was in there as well. I mean, it was very informative, specifically because Snoopy's been doing it since he released. I mean, we even had a portion of it where we talked about a ROM that doesn't exist anymore and some of the changes. And so you expect to see him win those trades. I mean, he was, again, a huge factor for them last time. And the damage output that he had. I think that Deathbringer at the very end, granted, it took a while to get to the point where you could feel comfortable building a Deathbringer, but it was very helpful for him. And honestly, we might see something like that again. This is going at a very similar pace, right? Sanguine feel like they have a little bit more of a hand on the steering wheel this time than they did at the beginning of the last game. But just showcasing that United will not go over kicking and screaming. I think a lot of it, naming Screaming here, is down to Scream himself and what he can do. 1 and 2 right now on this Fenrir. His setup and his playmaking potential, alongside Baskins when they join the fight, are really the essential portion, I think, for United to get themselves a win.
Now, Gore, I am not willing to say Sanguine are in control until we see how their siege goes this game.
True.
Because we stalled for, I mean that totally in a joking manner, of course. Sanguine definitely in control through the first part of this game. 2,500 XP, almost 1,500 gold. But remember, that's where the game really stalled out. Still a big core of that defense in the Raw is in Hurrywind's hands. That's a long way coming, it seems. At this point, still every tower in the game standing. The one over in the solo lane, somewhat low on the United side. Can't tell if Yarkor ended up confirming that buffer. Now, Baskin does make his way back over, pick up his own blue buff, so... Although I suppose, Gore, that's sort of what we expect from this lane. King Arthur, notorious bully. Of course, Basket on the Cerberus can do some damage, but maybe that pick is more just for setup and later on fights. And Yarkor, not surprising that he has a level or 2 lead.
You have to remember, there was a period of time where we were kind of worried that Baskin was only playing Cerberus, right? I mean, they were coming in, they showed propensity to first pick it just to make sure he had it. And it was a little worrisome because it was that question of, is this the only thing he can play over there in solo? And in some of the games, it's not going well. I mean, this is another one where it's not starting off too well for them. But he answered that question. I mean, we just saw what that Nike could do. Definitely has a wider god pool now than what we got to see at the very beginning. And like you said, because he's a Guardian, like, you're not supposed to win lane against King Arthur. You're supposed to just hold your own.
He's gonna have to hold his own underneath a gank from Panatom and his tier 1 tower. He's at least done the living part of things, but the tower will die on the back end. Does return some damage onto Panatom, but he'll leap away. No blue buff to be invaded this time from Sanguine. It's an early tower, 13 minutes in. Look at the pressure, though, from United on the other side of the map. Wrong, you brutalized down, but will dash away. Half HP stays alive. I've wondered if we would see this. An immediate answer onto the Gold Fury.
Well, they're going to start it up. Wrong, in the neighborhood, so is Netrioid, but that's a dangerous position to be if you're a carry.
Look at that collapse from E-United. Netrioid evaporates under the brutalize from Scream. I'm not sure Sanguine have much more they can say about this. They do have 3 important ultimates. E-United are missing 3 important ultimates here. Gold Fury half HP, Scream around the backside. Panatom Wrong You still somewhat low from the previous engagement. E-United just poking their head in and out of this Gold Fury pit. Baskin rotating in. Ultimate from Yarkor gets things started on the back line. That's Hurrywind who needs to stay alive. Wrong You unable to do so against Scream, and the Fenrir will notch his 3rd kill of the game. Is that enough of an advantage now for E-United to complete this Gold Fury? Panatom close by. Searing Pain ready to go for Hurrywind, and it's used on Panatom instead of the Gold Fury, and they'll get the objective on the end of it. Interesting calls there, Gore, from Sanguine, just kind of one by one poked their heads in.
Yeah, Netrioid, and then Wrong You, then Panatom, all just getting pretty easily erased. Panatom maybe more of like a side note for them, for United, because he's trying to get in there. Same thing Shinta threw out the Final Judgment, quite wide from where the Fury was itself. Got some damage onto Baskin, but didn't really find a lot of utility out of it. It's decisions like that and fights like that from Sanguine that really help keep E-United not only in the game, but now in the lead. About 1,000 gold that they've been able to pull back. It's not enough, again, for anyone to truly start running away with this, even 15 minutes in. But you do 3 or more fights like that, and United should be able to knock down your Titan. I mean, 3 or more fights like that, you know, at this point in the game, 23 minutes in, maybe is where I would give you the 3rd fight. That's Fire Giant and Phoenix, at least, right? So you have to be very careful how aggressive you get if you're Sanguine, and where you get aggressive. I mean, I think Scream's a pretty easy kill, and they're going to go for him again.
Scream pops the Thorns, gets plucked back in by Wrong You. An immediate answer in the transformation from Gino. So nothing else here from Sanguine, nothing else here from E-United. Expect Wrong You to be looking for a lot of those plucks as this game goes on. But unfortunately, not low enough in the health department to capitalize for a kill. Scream working close by as well. This Fenrir has been very important. He'll be important now. Shinto misses that Final Judgment. Hurrywind being dove on here by Sanguine. Searing Pain sends itself on through, but Yarkor will get the kill anyway. Snoopy and Scream have rotated on over from the left-hand side of the map, and Yarkor dashes his way away, and Gino right there to follow up. Up and down goes Scream, though, and Snoopy is going to be the final damage dealer in that engagement. Scream avoids the final shot from the tower as well. Wrong You pulled right back into the E-United backline. A double kill from Snoopy, picks up right where he left off in game number 1, and E-United have right back and stabilized into this game.
It's not quite as much as I was thinking before, but still enough to pull it back in their favor. A second fight for E-United. Netrioid tries to do the Netrioid thing. Hey, everyone's over there, somewhere else on the map. I'm going to try to push your tier 2. Gets half of its health bar in the process, but it's still E-United in control. Still, that is a note that always has to be worthwhile. Look at the towers, look at the map. Because, yes, Gold Fury goes the way of E-United, but they have 2 tier 1s that already disappeared, 1 tier 2 at half health, and that is where Sanguine have their win conditions. That is where they can try to find more of an advantage. Pyromancer, Fire Giant, either of those being able to be taken, then immediately swoops into 2 mid towers, or that right tier 2, especially with the pressure they've applied. It's still in that murky water area for Sanguine. They're definitely a little behind, but they're keeping it close overall, and if the fights keep going this way, it'll slowly eke out in favor of United, but they're pulling one back each time, which again is just making sure things stay a little closer for all of us to make sure we're on the edge of our seats.
Love what I've seen from Scream through the first 17 and a half minutes of this game as well. It's always interesting watching these kind of niche picks get locked in to some of these games. You never know exactly what to expect. But I think Scream has done a fantastic job. 800 gold, almost 900 over Panatom. on Circuit on the other side. So I think United have got to be happy with what their jungler's done here. Attempts to jump in onto Rongyu, but he'll always be lurking in the water. And so Scream's ultimate down. Though the Pyromancer is now the objective. We saw how cautious these two teams were around the Fire Giant. I don't imagine we see the same slowness maybe around the Pyromancer. Panatom jumps in, but immediately jumps out. It's Gino left alone. Searing Pain catches out a couple from Hurrywind. So some damage numbers porting in from the Raw on the back line. Gino unable to stay alive as the enemy mid laner will do the same as Hurrywind. Not enough sustain. Snoopy hits one snipe. Shinto hits the other. It's a double kill for the Sanguine mid laner. Snoopy locked down as well, and Netrioid will add a kill on the board for himself. United lose 3, and Sanguine will finally get the Pyro.
And just like that, the boys are back. They're going to be able to pull themselves ahead with the Pyromancer. With 3 down, I don't know, you can flirt with the Fire Giant. It doesn't seem like they're willing to. They're just going to look for the pressure elsewhere. Again, a couple of towers, Oni Fury's coming up, one of the best ones to try and contest. And with this amount of control, they should be able to either grab a tower, maybe push for the tier 2, but realistically back off for the Fury, get that control, get those waves pushing, and then find an advantage from where those are going. Well, it looks like currently it's going to be a reset from Sanguine. Ultimately, they have some buffs to pick up. This is going to give United time to set up for a defense over there around the Oni Fury, and it might even give them the opportunity to get Hurrywind in position. They could burn it down.
It's going down, but slowly. They don't have either of their big damage dealers in Hurrywind or Snoopy, but still plenty of damage going into it. Scream definitely helped out in that department. So an Oni Fury now snagged by United. Gold lead right back to about 1,000 for Sanguine. That was a big turnaround right around that Pyromancer in an early game where United felt like they were very in control. Golden XP would show at least a level of control, but not very. Really, Gore, the biggest difference now is that 4,000-ish in the experience department. Yarkor holding a lot of it. Shinto holding a lot of it as well, and then a 1-level lead for Netrioid. I figured this King Arthur would start to swing, and Yarkor has definitely shown that.
Yeah, 5-level advantage across the board. Now 1 that is going to be between Yarkor and Baskin. So taking it to 4, but they're going to start the fight up around the Fire Giant pit. I mean, this has worked out for United so far, and Baskin just pulled in 1.
Baskin pulls in Yarkor and then stuns him down, but Yarkor not worried about that. He wants to get in onto Snoopy, and Snoopy says no way. Scream has found Shinto on the back line. Chaos across the map. United pull back 2. They're looking towards the FG. Panatom and Rongyu work their way into the Fire Giant pit. Snoopy half HP. Have to be careful here, especially with Panatom wrapping around the back side. Rongyu pops the Ankh, and so that'll maybe slow down the FG enough. But look at Scream. He's behind Rongyu here as well.
4 towers still standing for Sanguine, and the Fire Giant touched but not taken down by either team. And I think that's the unfortunate scenario. You've got 20 seconds left in a 3v5, and you're still not fully confident you can take it. They're going to start it up, though. Netrioid might have something to say about it. Same thing for Panatom, but this also might just be a trap laying in wait for Sanguine.
Whoa, but Scream is read it. He jumps on over. The Brutalizes connect onto Panatom, but Scream has been silenced. Baskin there.
Still on FG.
Double Dogs trying to chase down Panatom here. Baskin not slowing down on the chase, but right back over in the FG pit. Netrioid has to crystal on away. Rongyu, the last member of Sanguine, in range, and Scream just takes him out of contention. Rongyu probably falls here as well. Massive turnaround. Again, I mean, we've turned around enough times. We've spun this wheel 2 or 3 times here in this game, Gordon. United right back on top.
Now being able to get aggressive. Look, those 4 towers I just highlighted, look, there's 500 gold. Not even separating these teams. They're both at that 500 mark in the 58,000 era. They're about to get a lead, and they're going to make it pretty massive if they do it properly. And it looks like they're going to go mid to left, tier 1, tier 2. Should pressure left side Phoenix right afterward. If they go for the reset, I think this is just them trying to push up that wave, push up that lane in general. But also, again, spend the gold that they've had because they were sitting a little behind what Sanguine brought. And you're getting to the point where there's no Rod of Asclepius online for Hurrywind, but instead he's just jumped straight into the damage now and is going to be available in that mark. It's getting to be a dangerous game, and specifically Scream has been setting up a lot of this. I had said earlier that I expected him to be maybe the one to do it, but the fact that he's able to get into the backline, he has just enough protections now. The Pridwin online, as well as everything else he's picked up, has enabled him to go undamaged mostly. I mean, yeah, you can throw whatever you want at him. He's going to shrug it off, and that allows him to chase out the likes of Panatom, Shinto, Netroid. Anyone he sticks to is going to need some help making sure that peel comes through. Now if you open up this left side Phoenix with the healing available to him, United, at least they could really critically injure Sanguine's entire game right here.
I think Snoopy has had himself about a set and a half so far. Obviously, you fall short in game 1. The Raw felt like a driving force on the defense and continues to be so here for United now on the offense. 5 members still with the FG buff. Gino will coerce the rest of his teammates forward. Shinto lurking in the back. Panatom doing the same as well. Hurrywin trying to sustain up his squad here. Full 5-on-5 fight. Panatom just playing flex kind of in the mid there. Nobody from United has made their way over to mid, so Panatom will likely have a free route on in. Another coerce lands, and that is Scream's cue to make his way into the back. He finally gets onto Shinto, but instead he's pulled right on away by Panatom, who has to use the ultimate here. Left side Phoenix melting on down. Baskin has pulled 2 back into the back line. Final Judgment melts down Hurrywin's health bar, but there's some sustain. Wouldn't you guess it? Snoopy's connected, and he's done it twice. 2 down from Sanguine. It's Shinto and Rongyu watching from the grave.
I mean, 2 shots, 2 kills. You can't ask for more from your ROM and one of the most important players on Sanguine God right now, and Shinto. Now that means, once again, group up under this heal, get ready. They should be able to get this Phoenix no problem. And they have enough pressure now, Dave, to be able to get at least mid-Phoenix. I don't think you run to the Titan. At this point, if 2 members of Sanguine are up, it's a dangerous game to try and run to that Titan room. They will defend it at the cost of their lives.
There's a stun onto Panatom, though. He's taken so much damage. Scream is tanking up the Titan on his own, and Yarkor will benefit to the tune of 1 kill. Mid lane Phoenix does end up falling. Now Snoopy has to use the beads. The roll on away from Yarkor. Does some damage on the exfil. Panatom, though, still chasing down. Blinks on in. Dashes on through. Stunned down on the escape. That's Gino you can thank for that one. United get 2 Phoenixes and only lose Scream in the process.
I mean, well played, and they're still in a position. I mean, you lose Scream, and he gets a little aggressive. But look at this. This is just, again, set up an ambush here. You're waiting for someone to make a mistake, and unfortunately, Shinto takes that 1 step too far forward.
Whoa.
That gives them another advantage. I mean, they're a minute out without any mid laner.
Well, Sanguine all by the blue buff, except for Rongyu. They do go back to base. Good point there, Gore. Forgot the tier 2 existed. United don't, however. Fire Giant buff will now fall off. Huge swing here in this game where all things were equal. You knocked down a bunch of towers, 2 Phoenixes. Now you're going to get a Pyromancer, go back and spend some gold. Look at the golden hand there, closing in on 3,000 for effectively everyone on United except for Scream, who was able to buy just a moment ago. This next Fire Giant fight has got to be feeling comfortable for United.
Yeah, Scream just got the early back compared to his team, right? He got the items online a little sooner than what they were able to do. Yeah, you know, totally calculated. Either way, look, there's one threat. Similar to how there was one threat last game, there's one big threat that's still on the board. Scream presents one, Hurrywin presents one, but realistically, it is the damage being dealt that is then cleaned up by Snoopy. That is the problem. I think if you can get rid of this ROM, you open up your capabilities as Sanguine to start taking the fight back to E United. But as long as he's alive, I don't know, and it's a dangerous game. Plus, I mean, look at his build. He's got the Devo's gauntlets, he's got his bows, he's got his chin size. He started up a crit item again, and if it's anything like last game, he's going to go potentially into the Deathbringer just for some huge hits that come through. He's got the attack speed on that already as well because of the rest of his build and his stem, so you know he's going to hit hard and consistently with it. Even though crit is a % chance, it's just going to happen enough because he's throwing out so many shots. It's a dangerous game to be playing, and if you're Panatom, if you're Netroid, or if you're Shinto, you cannot let him get near you. You have to be further away, because otherwise Snoopy will just end your life.
Sure will. Gino's going to start doing some damage here as well. Gem of Isolation. Fafnir will provide some extra damage, a little slow as well. Scream. Ulted in on by Panatom, has to use his ultimate as well to stay alive, so jungle ult for jungle ult. Might feel a little bit more impactful though for Sanguine against United. That Fafnir ult has been massive as far as engage and bringing targets right back in. Scream has to leave here. Maybe he doesn't have to, but he's choosing to move back over towards the blue buff. The rest of his team works in forward. Baskin looking for the Stygian Torment. Instead, Yarkor turns the damage right back around. The final judgment from Shinto does not connect onto the Cerberus, so Baskin stays alive. It's a gamble that doesn't pay off, but doesn't necessarily cost him either. Fire Giant now still here for United. Enough sustain thanks to Hurrywin to keep them on it. No secure outside of maybe Snoopy if you want to use the snipes, but Sanguine won't be in range to contest. Gutsy from United, but the Fire Giant right back in their pockets.
And you can see it. 519 damage there from the Celestial Beam is just a little bit in comparison, I think, to what you'd see if he hits the enemy gods with it. Now with the Fire Giant buff as well, I don't know, Hurwin's damage numbers are a little ridiculous. Even here, this game, like, he's only done 12,000 so far, but he hasn't been in the same positions that he was last game that I think really led to what he was able to do. I could see that skyrocketing in one team fight just based on where he's going to be. Otherwise, again, who's running away with it? 4,000 ahead of anybody else. It's Snoopy, and he finishes that Deathbringer with this gold. No tier 2 towers standing, no towers at all standing, I should say, for Sanguine. 2 weakened Phoenixes. It's a very easy base state for E United to go in and try to knock those down. But you have to be careful because Sanguine 5 men strong. Last time you came in here, they weren't at their full power, right? They were waiting on Shinto and I believe Wrong Yu to respawn. Now, having all of them available, unless you can find a good pick, should put up a little bit more of a fight. You can still find the Phoenix, but you might lose something in the process.
As our very own John Finch likes to say, this game has simplified now for both teams. Maybe not as far as who you want to send where, but the fight, very one-directional. Not a huge chance for flanking unless you're Panatom on the inside of the base. Like the way Baskin has gone with his build as well. E-Staff, Void Stone, Stone of Binding is generally good enough to do a large portion of a backliner's damage if Baskin can make his way in there. Though neither of the backliners are over here in the mid lane. Baskin nonetheless is going to burn down some damage onto Panatom. Half HP still on both of the Phoenixes. Sanguine though rotate right on in. Scream has to use the ultimate, won't use it on anyone. He'll walk away and stay alive. United in the meantime though use that pressure to take the left Phoenix.
They are going to be able to find that easily. Now they can just regroup and go for mid. Again, the healing is going to come into equation to make things pretty easy for them overall. Unless Wrong Yu, I guess, can A, stay alive in a fight, and B, get a really well-timed Cursed Ankh. I mean, shutting down this healing has been a very significant problem overall for the members of Sanguine. They don't really have a lot to deal with it in terms of items outside of Divine Ruin, Brawler's Beatstick. So they do need to commit maybe a little bit more to try and deal with that, or just accept the fact that they have to kill Hurwind if they want to make sure that E United have to go back to base to find that healing. Otherwise, they're just going to be able to step a couple steps back and come back into the fight no problem. Most of the ults up for United. Scream's about to have his. Geno's a little further off. But either way, that's a big threat for Sanguine right here.
Here comes E United, and it's right into the backline onto Netrioid. But the ultimate is enough. Baskin, he's found 2 in the back, though. And Netrioid makes his way right back in onto the fountain. Snipes down from Snoopy. Not enough here. E United have to work right back in. Look at the healing that Hurrywin's providing. It keeps Scream alive for the time being, but Panatom sends him right back. 1-for-1 trade. As Snoopy notches his 8th of the game. Mid lane Phoenix falls. Right side Phoenix maybe now being looked at. United stay alive. Sanguine do the same, but both Phoenixes will fall.
And they have the pressure and the minions over here to make this one go their way. 30 seconds left on Fire Giant, so there is a timer ticking for them to try and get this. But also Snoopy exists, so it's going to work out for them, right? I think at this point this ROM is doing so much work for them. I mean, just shredding Wrong Yu like it's nothing.
Oh, that's a Sobek! That's a 30-minute Sobek right there that just got deleted like that. Absurd! From E United. I like Doug showing us the healing numbers just a moment ago. I believe closing in on 19,000 for Hurrywind. That is Shinto's damage. God, I mean, that's oversimplifying it, of course, but he has done the same amount of healing that Shinto has been able to do in the damage department, and Hurrywind has also done good damage himself. Doesn't have the Rod of the Asclepius this time, instead just the Lotus Crown, providing for a little extra snipe potential on some of these sieges. Now Hurrywin and the rest of United Gore in a fantastic spot with 3 Phoenixes down, Fire Giant in the next 40 seconds, and I'm not sure Sanguine can step out with the map pressure that's pouring into their base.
You don't need. And look, Dave, I've seen a lot of defenses from Sanguine in their base so far this weekend.
Who am I kidding?
I have to say, I do doubt this one only a little bit, and only because it's 3 Phoenixes, right? I think any other scenario, I give them all of the credit in the world. And honestly, as long as all 5 of them are still alive, that Titan is not going to go down. But there's a lot of work for them to do to make sure this doesn't happen. This is feeling more and more like a Game 3 as time goes on. I mean, E-United are driving us right to where they want to go. They've been controlling the steering wheel for a while now. And unless Sanguine are able to either A, sneak in and steal a Fire Giant away, which is really risky with 3 Phoenixes down, or B, just find another insane defense, this is looking like an E-United win. This will determine it.
Here we go. It's Gino in on the back. Snoopy takes away about half of Shinto's health bar. It's an immediate return, though, by Sanguine into the back line of E-United. Panatom does not want to be there any longer. A 4-man stun. That's the mantle from Yarkor, but it's a double kill from Snoopy that wins the day. Sanguine full-on retreat. E-United, they do not care about the Fire Giant. They only care about that Titan. They'll be able to walk their way in here. 5 members strong against 3 of Sanguine. You just turn your eyes towards that Titan, and we're likely headed on to a game number 3 here. Gino still transformed, waiting for the Coerce to come through, or the rest of the members of E-United. Snoopy working his way in as well. This is a tall task for Sanguine. Frenzy, pop, Titan, half HP. Game over. E-United push us on to game number 3.
All right, at this point, I mean, they played well for the last, 15 minutes plus overall. United did exceedingly well, but what I need to see out of Sanguine, you can keep the same bands, but you just lost, so you can go over, maybe grab first pick. I think you have to trade one of those bands out for a Ra, and you have to take the ROM away from Snoopy, because those 2 picks right now are just facilitating so much for E-United. I mean, it's giving them so much damage, it's giving them so much sustain, and in the middle of a team fight, trying to deal with both of them, especially where Panatom is just too difficult to truly lock them down. I think you have to take it back to picks and bans, try to shut those down there, and make E-United play something a little less comfortable, because right now, they've been looking good on both of those.
Well, Gore, here's to praying that the game 3 is one that we deserve in a set like this. An hour-long game into a 30-minute game, into a game number 3. Stick around, the thrilling conclusion of this set right after this break.
Well, E United are able to take us all the way to a Game 3 here in the final set of the day here in the SPL. And if you've stuck with us this long, I feel like you deserve something a little bit special. That's why you get to enjoy the Code Eater Buck Asura skin as part of our partnership with Prime Gaming. Try that exclamation point Prime in chat. Figure out how you can claim your skin for free when you're part of Prime Gaming. It's just that easy. And you can start playing Buck Asura, start to win more games, have a really good time. I'm still joined here on the desk, though, by my good buddy, Caleb Mifflin Sullivan. That's the whole name. It's down there on the screen, bud. We were taking a look at this game, and it felt like one where Sanguine had a good leg up again at the start of it, but this one started to get away from him in a hurry a lot sooner than some of the other ones. A large part of this one was Snoopy. What did you see here in this game, though? What did United do well that you liked?
I liked the early rotations. It felt like E United wasn't willing to cede any ground to Sanguine, and it did come back to bite him a couple times. I'm thinking the early rotation of Blue Buff, where we saw Hurrywin immediately lose his life. But after that, it felt like, despite being slightly behind a Sanguine in the early game, E United brought the fight every single time. If Sanguine was trying to invade, E United was there. If Sanguine tried an objective, E United was there. And sometimes E United was even forcing the fight onto them. But you kind of stole my thunder, man. How am I going to not talk about Snoopy? 10-1, 27,000 damage, all that structure damage as well, more than his entire team put together. I mean, he kind of felt like he was doing it all for his team, and those snipes, oh man, chef's kiss.
Yeah, they were looking great. This entire E United roster looked good. They made this raw pick look really, really good, I thought, as well, in particular on their base sieges. I don't know why, but it feels as though, you know, sieging, backing up, healing, sieging again is something that we don't see happen a lot, where the teams take all this time in between to make sure they're sustained up. But that's what we saw from E United here, was this patient attrition-style approach to these siege phases. And Sanguine were starting to buckle, man. They were so reliant on getting a bunch of damage from Shinto or Netroid all at once that they had trouble dealing with those long-term fights.
Yeah, it's kind of a bummer for Shinto. You pick the Thoth to poke out people either on your own siege or on a siege defense, but unfortunately, no amount of poke you can do is going to stop the out-of-combat healing coming through from Hurrywin. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Sanguine make a small adjustment in Game 3 to go ahead and ban out that Raw. Back in Game 1, dropping about 35,000 healing, in Game 2, 21,000. And no matter how much anti-heal you have, I mean, that out-of-combat healing is always going to get you over the hump.
And remember, this ROM's been getting first picked throughout this set as well, so I wonder if that's another thing Sanguine might consider in their approach to picks and bans. Though obviously they can't afford to ban away the Raw and the ROM and make all these big adjustments, but likely Sanguine could elect to be first pick this next time around if they wanted to, and then maybe be the ones to take that ROM for themselves if it's still left open, if they want to try and use that as a way to limit what Snoopy was doing. But this felt like a holistic victory to me from E United. Even Scream on this Finward was problematic. We were worried that into this composition with all this CC immunity and only needing to get to the Thoth that maybe he'd struggle, but that wasn't the case at all either, Mifflin. E United looked great in this one from top to bottom. So let's go ahead and take a look then at those picks and bans for game number 3. See if they do make some adjustments with the Raw, as you were saying, or perhaps with the ROM, as I was implying. Looks like the first big adjustment they're going to make is they'll be first pick this time around, which certainly could be helpful.
It should be. Now, Sanguine have the opportunity to continually ban out Yanis like we've seen in Game 1 and 2, which, I mean, against Hurrywin I'll never fault you for, but it does feel a little bit strange having to ban out one of the most unorthodox mid-lane mages in the game, but that's what you get when you're that good at it. A United's Hurrywin able to just act as a lightning rod for some of these bans. But Sanguine, in this first pick slot, I wouldn't be surprised to see him immediately go towards the Sobek, because we know that's been performing very well, but it feels like now Fafnir in this set is the only one to find a win. Maybe Sanguine trying to prioritize that one a little bit higher up, but I wouldn't do it. Amaterasu comes to mind, but look at this. Little Raw ban. Look at Sanguine's on top of things.
Well, there you go. I was saying, do you ban the Raw or the ROM? Perhaps this is a ban Raw, pick ROM type scenario. That way we can both be right, Miff. I love that. It's a win-win-win. I get to win because we both won. You know how it is. Well, let's see. It's the ROM first picked in. Looks like 7 hours of SPL is enough for us to get a little bit right here towards the end of the day. Not bad there, Mifflers. The ROM certainly does end up getting locked in.
It does. Now they've taken away the last remaining top-tier Hunter pick. E United going to be forced to falling down a tier, but as Phase 2 goes on, I feel like that sentiment kind of runs a little bit less deep. Heimdall, Jingwei, they don't feel like that much of a concession. They're strong. Each of those picks are strong in their own right, so maybe that's why we see EU United go ahead and just wait a little bit on it, see if they can pick something else that is better. And it is going to be the Hercules likely going into the support, and the Amaterasu going to the solo lane. That's a tanky front line. That's a lot of dive. It's going to be hard for anyone that Sanguine picks up to contend with it. Maybe we're looking at potentially the Sobek just for that peel.
And this is the concession that Sanguine have had to make here, right, by banning away the Raw in this ban phase. They've been taking away that Hercules pretty consistently throughout this set here so far, but now they're going to have to deal with Gino piloting this aggressive early game pick with all the setup potential that it has, but maybe Rong-Yu can match that with an aggressive pick of his own. The Horus being highlighted in a way to be disruptive, especially during that push-pull combo that is so devastating that Hercules has. You might get the pull, but you're not going to get to follow up if I've got Horus.
That's true, and he's going to bring a little bit of out-of-combat healing to match what United have been doing for the entirety of the set. But I'm worried about it being so single-target, your CC. So far, that's the only source of confirmable CC for Sanguine's draft. And when you have to be worried about multiple divers against you, and Amaterasu and Hercules being two, not having your jungler yet, likely also going to be a diver as well, you kind of want a little bit more AoE confirmable CC. That's not something that Sanguine can't pick up in the rest of their draft if they decide to. Cthulhu's banned out. Good stuff, United. Good luck, Sanguine. Maybe even a King Arthur, a Tyr, something along those lines, just to create a little bit of space for this Merlin and this Rom. Because if you leave those two picks alone in the back line, they're going to struggle to peel for each other.
So it feels like to me, if you want to continue banning out the solo lane, right, this is either King Arthur or Wukong in this next ban here for United. Just looking at what's still left here, but it looks like they're taking a bit of an eye towards the jungle. Panatom's pick has not been selected either, so they took away Yarkor's top pick of the Cthulhu, they take away one of Panatom's big comfort picks into this Erlong Shen, and Sanguine themselves banned away the Thor, another one of those picks that we know that Panatom really likes to play in the jungle, so he'll have to go a little bit deeper down to the God pool. Maybe something like the Susano, which I think we've seen come out from him as well. It might be something that he goes to. They're also banning away this Freya. Now, this is something that Snoopy might just like to play, but does this seem like a particularly good spot for a Freya pick? Would you have been worried about this if you were Sanguine?
I think you could be worried about it knowing that there's going to be a physical support coming through, a physical soul laner, as well as a physical jungler. So you might think to yourself, where do they make it up? Potentially through the Freya. But I think that Freya is not so much stronger than Oleron that I would even elect to ban out any of the magical hunters because so many are still available. You can even go towards the Chronos, the Soul, the Oleron, as I stated earlier. I think I would have been preferring to see Sanguine decide to maybe ban out the jungler here, force United onto something a little bit deeper in the God pool, but instead, they decide, and this is something that Sanguine does very often. I feel like maybe they project their own picks onto enemy teams. We know that Sanguine is very capable of playing the Freya and very willing to, so they expect the same from everyone else. It's not that terrible a ban, though. It's absolutely fine.
Yeah, I don't think so either, especially in a world where United end up dropping down to Hachiman for their hunter. I think you've done a pretty good job if you've gotten them down that far in the pick list. Jingwei, probably a little bit more valuable, but unbanned, so clearly United just preferring to have this Hachiman here at this point. I do like it, though. As you said, you can kind of know what Sanguine are going to do a lot of the times, right? Because they're pretty upfront about what they value. They even expect you to value it, too. And if it's open, they're just going to take it. It's the Susano, Arthur, Horus as the front line to try to create space for this Rom Merlin in the back.
Yeah, I like this draft for United a lot. I like it a lot. And even if you leave Hachiman alone with Hera, they're able to peel for each other, as opposed to if Rom is left alone with Merlin in the back line. So if it becomes a war of the dive, I think United should have a slight advantage come 5-on-5 phase of the game. But I think Sanguine's draft lends itself very well to finding picks within the jungle, within the laning phase, or along those lines. So it seems like Sanguine might be looking a little bit more so towards that early game and then use this Merlin out of mid to find some early objective burn.
It is interesting, isn't it? It's not as if either team drafted these huge control pieces. They have a bunch of smaller ones, especially in United, but maybe not what we're normally used to seeing. Things like maybe a Cthulhu could bring or something like that. So we'll see how things get resolved potentially around these jungle fights. And it sounds like, Mifflin, you're leaning a bit towards United. We'll see if they can secure the win. Game 3, final game of the day. Dolson and Gore, take us home.
Here we go. Sanguine versus United. Everyone stand up, do a little stretching, get yourself ready. The final game of the day, Sanguine versus United, game number 3. We've gone the distance, not only in this one, but in the one prior. Gore, no one I'd rather be here with in game number 3 than you, my friend, and we'll round things out here. Snoopy being on the Hachiman, I think very impactful here, not only because he's had a monstrous set up to this point. Quick math will tell me that he is 18, 4, and 15 in this set. Both of them on the Hachiman. But this is the first time in, on the ROM, excuse me. This is the first time in 7 games that Snoopy will be on something different. So we'll have to see how the Hachiman looks for him after such a fantastic set so far on the ROM.
Which is really weird. Snoopy, one of the hallmarks, I think, of that first week of play was that he wasn't playing what everybody else was, right? We got to see some Chernobyls and other hunters that came through that we don't typically see often. I think Hu Yi was in there as well. So you got a little more variety, a little more flavor that came through. I have to say it that way because they got rid of variety for that.
Whoa,
now it's giving them pressure over to Sanguine.
You just walk it, Gino? You think you can just do that? And Snoopy has to sidestep the last couple of autos. Yeah, they do think they can do that. And yeah, they do that. Wrong you and Netrioid walk on in. Gore, before there's even a minute on the clock. And down goes Gino for first blood. Look at this. Panatom here in the solo lane as well. Baskin might need to be worried. Panatom dashes away, tries to predict Baskin's escape, but it's not enough. Baskin will live here barely. I thought for sure that's a kill, but the Amaterasu sustains.
So I'm going to be honest. That kill onto Gino kind of surprised me. I thought they were going to get a lot of damage done, but we see that happen so often in Duo where they get really low and then don't die. I did not expect him to outright die there, and honestly, it looked like they were able to get a little more pressure. Now Wrong Yu's in a bad spot, Dave. This is just going to be a bloodbath over here, it feels like.
Love the double stun there. Gino pulls Wrong Yu in, and then Snoopy hits the double tap for the stun onto Wrong Yu, but we know from Horus he can escape and has a little bit of healing in his kit to keep himself alive in moments just like that. I agree though, Corey. I mean, you look at both of these lanes, both supports want to get aggressive early. And now Wrong Yu's going to have a chance to, as Panatom is lurking close by. There was a ward there, and that's when you saw United kind of pump fake themselves backwards. So already Susano, a journeyman, makes his way to solo, rotates over here to left, and unfortunately nothing to show for it just yet.
Well, as of now, that first blood going over, like, maybe you don't want it on Wrong Yu of all people, although just getting it for your side is always going to be beneficial, gets you a little lead, and that's all they have in their favor as of right now. But it showcases that this feels like Sanguine want to win it, and they want to win it fast, right? Like, they don't want to sit through another 60-minute win. They don't want to sit through another 30-minute loss. They want this to be, it feels like, at least at the pace they were trying to set, something like they want to go for 20, 25 minutes, and they want to be done with it. And honestly, it's because of the stamina at this point. I mean, you have to imagine they played an hour and a half straight, and you had to keep going. Keep a level head, keep making right decisions, right? You're engaged this entire time. This is part of where that starts to come into play. You don't get it as often in best of 3s as maybe best of 5s around Worlds time, right? Where it could really come into play if you get like 2 or 3 hour-long games in a row. But here, I think you're starting to feel it for Sanguine, where it's not necessarily being detrimental to them. It's just maybe making them rush a little bit. And they have a composition that can facilitate it. They do have good damage. We saw what Shinto could do on this pick earlier. Same thing for Panatom. And as long as he kind of coasts, I think, a little bit more on the Susano as opposed to what we saw earlier, where its early game was just not great, is the only way I can think to word it, then maybe we'll get to see the jungle get ahead, and Scream might just fall too far behind to make a difference. But once he hits level 5, I expect to see Scream really start looking for some isolation. Could be pretty easy to lock down Shinto if you force his dash, and then you can chase him down. Your Circuit, you've got a lot of mobility, and ult like that could then just feed kills over to Heroin.
Well, it was game 1 when Panatom was on the Susano, found early kills, but Scream just farmed away. And after we pulled ahead of Panatom, that was the old highest damage but lowest net worth in the game conversation we had there. So definitely something to keep our eyes on. I like that you bring up the Circuit. I don't know where I land on this pick just yet. I think it's fantastic as far as finding individual engage. But it sometimes seems like other junglers might just outshine her at the moment. Is that kind of a mindset you subscribe to, or do you think she's in a really good spot at the moment?
She's really good at choosing one person to die. In the middle of a team fight, it can be helpful, but you do feel a little bit lacking, right? If I could choose Serket versus Erlang Shin, I'm going Erlang Shin 9 times out of 10, right? Because he's just going to be able to find, I think, some similar setup, maybe not to the exact same extent in a one-on-one, but you're still going to be able to find, you know, a huge 5-man taunt if you're Erlang versus Serket, who just kind of has to hope that when she hits 3 or 4 people, if she can, with her dash, that it'll do a lot of damage. I think there's others that really do kind of fall into the same slate. I think she fills a similar void to Nemesis in a different way, right? Very good in one-on-ones, very good at selecting one person to then be killed off, but maybe not as great as you had highlighted as others in the middle of a team fight to go through. She's an assassin through and through, though, and I think that can give Scream the style of play that he wants. Not as much setup, maybe, as Fenrir, but still similar styles in the sense that you're going to choose someone to die, and hopefully your team can follow up.
Well, admittedly, Gore, maybe somewhat nerve-wracking then in that Shinto, I guess he can flicker away, but we've had our conversations about how flicker, you know, moves you from one spot to another, but won't necessarily completely disengage you from her Serket. Netrioid, of course, will have his snipes. So some self-peel in the back line for Sanguine. Something that'll look to keep Scream a bit in check here this game. Scream is over here on the left side of the map, wondering if he might make his way over, but kind of shallow ward coverage for both duo lanes won't really open the door for much of a gank yet from either team. All is quiet so far. After that first blood in the duo lane, Gore, I admit I was expecting a lot more action to be happening just like this one. You dashing in onto Gino. The Gino will stay alive. And if anything, it's really just a 1-level lead, probably a half-level lead for Netrioid that Sanguine have to show for it, though. A few more stacks on the Devo's gauntlet certainly will help.
Those first 2 minutes were really misleading, especially this now. Getting aggressive on the solo lane.
Oh, Yarkor gets the kill onto Baskin. I drop right as I think nothing's going to happen, but I couldn't have been more wrong. Panatom makes his way back over to the solo lane, and this time it will stick. Wrong you doing the same as he has been and engaging over onto Gino. Gino will survive this time around. An immediate answer, though. It's the blue buff invade now. Scream goes in, dashes on through Panatom, but has to leap away to keep himself alive. Can Scream delay these backs? That's the question. Hurrywind rotating in. Argus slams down for the kill. E-United, they pick up one. Polymorph and the fists will be enough to slow down Yarkor. He has no mana, just a little bit of health. No dazzling offensive for Baskin, otherwise Yarkor likely falls here. Now some action over in the duo lane as well. Gino whittling away the health bar, or getting his health bar whittled away. Can he sidestep the snipes? He sure can. He's trapped right next to his own tower, and Netrioid finally gets the kill. It's been a rough game to be a Hercules.
Getting aggressive over here as well to steal away the buff. You get some good healing. And even though I think Sanguine overstay their welcome over there on right, they end up coming forward with a lot of good kills, specifically one onto Yarkor and one there for Netrioid. Both of them, I think, necessary for the win condition. Yarkor, for the same reason I think I said last game on this King Arthur, very controlling, very good into the late game, and he had a lot of great moments there in game 2, even if the ultimate win didn't come out of it. I don't know if any of it was necessarily Yarkor's fault at that. I think that really just came down to E-United playing incredibly well. Now you pull away some good damage that still exists for Hurrowwind. If Argus is down, I think that's a little easier to get aggressive onto this Hera and maybe make some differences there in mid. And Gino, as you had said, maybe not the best game so far, 0-2 and 0, but he's still Hercules at level 7, and that's still frightening to deal with. I think Shinto, Panatom, Netrioid, all of which can escape that his clutches, still have to be the worst. Jeez.
Whoa, Netrioid does not have his snipes, and Snoopy is thanking him for it. Just a bit off there on that ultimate. 5 seconds away. What a bummer. I mean, he melted down Snoopy. Gore, that is 20 stacks on a Devo's and 1 extra tier of boots that made that much of a difference in that lane. A 1-level differential as well. That now, I think, worries you. If you're Snoopy, you almost can't afford to even stand in that lane if Netrioid is close by and your team isn't. Rongyu has to use his ultimate here. Argus,
Wow.
it's just shy of the kill. And Rongyu will survive here. Panatom working close by as well. Hurrywind quick on the beads. What a reaction there. Keeps himself alive against Panatom.
Now you have to remember, Rongyu's Horus had people talking about him being the best player in the league. And I'm not just saying us, because we were all mentioning it. I'm talking about the pro players. You'd ask them who they thought the best among them was, and a lot of responses ended up being Rongyu when it came down to it. It's just this support player for Sanguine, especially on this Horus, is something different. And I think little plays like that, and just an area where he's isolated, kind of showcase why he's good at disengaging what he can bring to his team as well. Because he even gets a little heal on the Netroid at the very end. I think they're playing this at a different level right now than we've got to see Sanguine in the last 2 games.
That's what a lead in the duo lane and having a Merlin on your team will afford you, the chance to just send those 2 over to the Gold Fury and take that one away. United had done a good job, despite a 3-1 kill loss, of mitigating the lead that Sanguine was building up, but not now. Large discrepancy starting to build. 2.8k, 10 minutes in. Sanguine, a very good team at pushing these advantages as well. Maybe it's on Scream to start to make some plays. Shinto pulled back in, uses the beads, and there's the ultimate to connect. Excavate around the corner. No good. Typhoon is good. Netroid snipes down the damage, and this ROM is really starting to swing. Snoopy wishing he had it, I think, here in this game. Rongyu, though, dashes back in. Won't be the re-engage, though. Sanguine will take the 1.
Honestly, that one felt like Netroid scooped that away from Shinto at the last minute to be able to come through. But either way, you know, being able to pick up those kills, keep things going in their favor, it's always going to be beneficial for him. Hurwind is able to pull 1 kill, you know, so far this game, but he hasn't really been able to use it to keep up as well with Shinto. I mean, a little bit of a lead there, lead in the jungle, as well as that lead over there in duo lane is giving just enough of an edge to Sanguine in all of these fights. Plus the way they're taking them. I mean, they're fighting at a different level right now. This is the kind of team I distinctly remember, you know, being at the top tier of Phase 1. It's something I've kind of missed from them. Not to say that they haven't been playing well, just to say they haven't been executing at that same high-level threshold where it just felt like a well-oiled machine that no one could tackle. This feels a little more difficult for United as a whole. It's 4-1, nothing outrageous just yet, but you're going to have a lot more clean engagements to make this one go your way and to pivot this around, because it's already 3,000 gold here just at 12 minutes in.
And now we're seeing why Rom, not only in Snoopy's hands, but Netroid's hands, has been one of the most, if not the most prioritized hunter in the pick and ban phase. I'll hold that thought as a red buff now being invaded by Scream and dropped by Scream, it looks like there. So, small successful invade by United. Admire the strategy there to push on into Sanguine's side of the map despite small gold discrepancy on their side. And I like the way I think that both supports are starting to build here. Both the reinforced Greaves into the sledge. And in Gore, we often see this out of those warrior and warrior-esque type support picks. They want to do a little damage and get involved early, stack up some of those prots.
And honestly, I think this is just Scream's playstyle, because he's playing someone that has to go so deep like this, you have to be able to take some hits.
Whoa, Hurryuin tries to return some damage onto Panatom, but both junglers limping away at 50% HP. Rongyu defensive on the ultimate here. Scream, that's an aggressive little play there. Sanguine was starting to collapse on him, but feeling like he might be able to do enough damage. If Gino had hit that boulder, it would have been real close onto Panatom, but not to be this time around. And Gore, I guess that's the way you have to be in a game like this. You're just behind by a little bit. What you can't do is allow Sanguine to start driving the pressure all over the map. You have to be cautious, you have to take calculated risks, but you can't take no risks at all, otherwise Sanguine really just start to run away with the game.
And again, I think that for Scream at least is where this build's going to come in handy, right? He's got Blink, and he's tanky enough at this point that I think he can realistically jump in on someone like Shinto, like Netroid, which is probably the primary target right now at 2-0 and 1, and cause them a lot of distress without really giving up your life. The downside of Circuit, alongside, you know, when you look at Sobex, when you look at some of these other assassins that go in that deep, is that you're that deep now in the enemy team, right? For Sobek, you're a Guardian. Yeah, you can walk on out of there. For Serket, you really have to hope and build in order to protect yourself to make sure that you're able to get out of there. Because otherwise, I mean, a turn from Shinto and Panatom is enough to erase your health bar, right, if you're that squishy. So I like the call coming down once again from United, specifically from Scream here, to be able to go in. He also gets the Thorns just as a double enticement to not shoot him with anything.
Metroid pulled back in. He rolls away. Beads used. That'll be enough for United to walk away, sensing maybe an impending collapse from Sanguine. So United stay alive. Still Scream, the driving force here. He pulls Wrong You in this time. Now uses the ultimate. They've gotten a pick. Snoopy's gotten a kill. Horus goes down, and United find one. Finally able to make a small engagement work and get themselves back on the board.
And again, finding little small picks like that, even if they're on to Wrong You, are a great example of where you can get aggressive with now, right before this Fury response. And it's a Primal Fury at that. I actually like this call. So we've seen a lot of this. I think the Knights are the ones that I could call out the most specifically, who just yesterday straight up ignored Fury fights in order to go get a Primal, or I'm sorry, in order to go get yourselves a Pyromancer first.
Yeah.
And so you now find yourselves, I think for Primal Fury, that's an easy trade to make.
Netroid, he's got no beads here, but he will have support in just a second. Baskin, dazzling offensive. Scream stays alive. No snipes from Netroid, but Shinto, he'll burn him on down in the back of the purple buff pit. Now United, they're on the retreat a little bit here. Wrong You doesn't have the ability to re-engage, but Scream rolls the dice and Sanguine call him on it.
And again, trades that go in their favor. Only 2,000 gold up as of now. That tower really helping take at least a small chunk out of it there in favor of United as they get one in left. But it's an interesting call. No matter who you are, Scream, even with the tanky build that he's got, diving a tier 2 tower at any point, 16 minutes, is going to be a little dangerous, especially against Netroid. This ROM has just been menacing, as you had highlighted throughout this game. And it just plays so well here. I expect him to see him do a lot of damage.
Whoa. Oh my, Panatom eats a lot there. Baskin will pick up the kill. Argus, Excavate will do that to you for sure. So United able to defend that tier 1 tower. Maybe a bit overzealous there, Gormizer. Sanguine, maybe a touch of an overstay. They get a kill on a Scream a moment ago, but United didn't really have to use anything otherwise in that fight. So ambitious, I think, trying to dive that tier 1 tower.
Well, they should soon enough have that cooldown for Argus disappearing as well, so Heroin will have to deal with that being gone, but that's not going to necessarily mean too much. Panatom, unfortunately, it feels very hit or miss. I think we've seen the Susano be one of the best things in the lobby, and we've seen the Susano kind of at this state, where he's not necessarily a detriment to the team, but at 0-2 and 2, he's maybe not setting up as much as you would like. This Susano was a pocket pick for them that kind of surprised everyone, I want to say a few weeks ago. I could probably track it down to its true origin if I was given a little bit of time. But realistically, it's just, you know, he pulled it out of nowhere. He's one of the only ones right now that's playing it. And sometimes it's, like I said, the best in the lobby and you want him to go back to it or you have to ban it. And sometimes you're just unsure if he's going to be the one making the play or if he's going to put himself out of position doing that or trying to. And now it's that kind of hit or miss quality that even though he has that level up on Scream, I'm a little worried about where he positions himself and what to watch in the next fight because he could very easily get shredded in that problem. It's the difference of protections between him and Scream, right? That makes it a little easier to kill off Panatom for United than it is for Sanguine to kill off Scream.
You look at Herdiwind, you kind of speak about protections. He's gone Divine Ruin into the BOV. Seems to make some sense if he's realizing that Yarkor and Panatom, hell, even Wrong You and Netroid are just going to be firing shots and diving onto himself in the back. I mean, so much of what works for Hera is that ability to self-peel, not only with the shield, but with the Argus, the Polymorph as well. I think I like the build path here from Herdiwind. I mean, the stats just seem to work for someone out of the mid lane who might need a little extra survivability.
I'm curious where the next big fight is going to break out. With Fire Giant available, normally 18 minutes is like the first big hallmark. Like, unless you're wildly ahead, 18 minutes is the first realistic area where you're able to start getting aggressive on a Fire Giant. But with Gold Fury up in a minute and the way these teams are playing right now, it feels like the fights on left are maybe going to be a little more important. Tier 1s, 2 of them down now and on Sanguine's side. They have enough pressure on that right-hand tower that maybe they could, you know, care to push up this wave and try to find something over there. It would definitely help them out if Fire Giant is their next call. But I think they just want to wait and see the engage that Scream is going to do. If you can catch the jungler off guard, it does just straight up open up an opportunity. And at this point, I mean, look, he's got another shield. It's going to be very difficult for Panatom or Netrioid or Yarkor to try and find a kill onto Scream. And I think that's about to come into play.
Now Baskin, Scream makes his way over as well. There's a dazzling offensive stun, at least on Tarangu. Hurrywin just wide on the polymorph, but Argus, that one will hit home. Panatom being chased away, but Argus pulled on back. It's a kill onto Scream. Half of the kills now for Sanguine have landed onto the Circuit. Though to be expected, Scream has been really the one looking for all the engagements here. Tier 1 tower in the solo lane will not last much longer. It's a dangerous fight for E United, especially over by that FG. If they had lost a few more, it could have been the 20-minute Fire Giant. Now Panatom sees Snoopy in the mid lane trying to protect Tier 1 tower. For the time being, looks like he'll be able to do so.
And that's the strength I think that Sanguine have. Also, notably, just because it's all physical protections, you can see how much Shinto does to Scream. Unless you get id of that mage, that damage is going to be there. And this Merlin's hitting hard.
Hurry just took so much damage there, but there's some peel from Gino. Rongyu to the skies, pulls Sanguine right on out. Hurrywin survives, and so does Sanguine. It looked like United had an opening there, but it's immediately shut by Rongyu. As much as Horus can engage, he can disengage with the rest of his team. Sanguine definitely better off board here.
Yeah, here's what matters most. I want to see that, I want to say from Netrioid's perspective, like, imagine you're up in the skies, you're sniping, you come down, and then you're teleported. Like, it felt like it was frame perfect to come through to land just when he did, because it was almost a teleport, like, instantly coming down for him. Very safe for the Hunter if Rongyu's going to be in that kind of mindset. It's insane. But they do end up losing a lot of pressure. They get rid of the Pyromancer on the side of E United. They're still trailing by about 3,000 gold, but with this Gold Fury, they should help equalize a little bit of that. And then you're going to start looking towards these towers. With this much control, it's a good sign for E United. As long as they get aggressive, they're eating away at that lead. And the good news about the experience, 4,000, that's a huge number. But once you hit level 20, it doesn't matter anymore. You can't go much higher than that. And so the gaps will start to close eventually. United are still stuck playing catch-up. The damage is still there for them. So overall, I'd say that it's still a worthwhile cause. They do have to draw the game out longer, but it could still work out.
Right, it's really a 1 or 2 level lead. It's really Scream who needs to catch up here. It's sort of a tough spot to be in. You know, I definitely feel like Scream is, and really all of us watching probably have seen that Scream has been the one trying to engage more than maybe anyone else here in this game. Unfortunately, sometimes just a bit overextended. The opposite slash line from Panatom on the other side. And just that one more death gore, it's the same jungle conversation we had in game 1, is enough to give Panatom that 1 level lead. Panatom maybe just biding his time a little bit.
Yeah, like you said, it's that one little shuffle. Wrong, looking to get caught out. He's dead before he can teleport out. That's bad for Sanguine. I mean, you had mentioned it for United. Now they're in a position not necessarily to start up the Fire Giant. I'm wondering where they're running to. I guess mid, just to get rid of a Tier 1. This is a good time to group up. They don't have enough pressure for Fire, but they can take a Tier 1 no problem.
Finally it works out for Scream. Pick onto Rongyu. No Horus in this fight. Scream not happy with just that. Yarkor running back into things here. This is a 5 versus 4 fight. Maybe one that Sanguine are happy to take. It's a big pushback from Gino. 2 members of Sanguine brought right into the back line. Snipes down from Netrioid as well. Won't pick up the kill here. Polymorph down onto Yarkor. Saves the United's life. Sanguine, the 5th man in the Tier 2 tower, maybe gives Sanguine that edge, and everyone survives in that one.
Extra little bit of damage. I also think it's interesting. Netrioid, when we got to talk to him about it, you know, a lot of the concept of when do you like to use your ROM snipes? Do you want them at the beginning of a fight for some damage to maybe burst them down? I think this is one of those moments, and one of the few that you'll see, throughout, well, I guess the last 3 games now, that ROM is going to use it just to start things off as opposed to pick things up towards the very end, just because you're trying to thwart them from the tier 2. You're not trying to find the kills, although any flavor kills would definitely make you happy. You just want to make sure they stay away. It gives you enough pressure to save the tier 2, even though it takes a couple of hits, but it also gets you into a position where Rongyu's respawned and is back aggressive. Ideally, this time running around in a 2-man, it feels like he'd be easy to pick off if Scream finds him again. And that would set up United maybe for this Fire Giant, which realistically has to be the next big target unless Sanguine or United find a big fight away from it.
We've already seen how cautious both teams are around this FG, especially in a moment like this. Gold lead has really shrunk here as the United have kept themselves in the game. Now though, Baskin searching for one, pull back, push in. Panatom has to disengage from the fight. Baskin uses the dazzling offensive as well. Rongu now ulted in by Scream. Big ultimates for United, maybe not getting what they wanted.
Oh, they're going
Here comes
in.
Sanguine in behind United. 4 members drop shipped on in behind Yarkor. He's chasing down Snoopy. Snoopy doing his best to survive here. Hurrywin won't be able to do so. Netroid snipes down onto Snoopy. What a play there from Sanguine to catch a United off guard.
And 2 down in a wide split. Only Gino and Scream available. Baskin going to be teleporting back in. This could lead up again to another split to try and find a kill. But look at them. They're all 3 in different directions. One pick could be easy. But Scream, Baskin, as well as Gino, if they get a synchronized collapse, they really could eat up Sanguine.
Wow, what a risky play there, really, from both teams. Scream, you overextend. Baskin, Gino, you overextend there. Not only do you not steal the Fire Giant, but you effectively give them the FG and a kill. For the time being, United have delayed the FG, but Sanguine immediately pull back in. United still split. It's Scream, way in behind, has his ultimate here. He's going to taunt Shinto back in, gets the stun as well. Fire Giant very low here. Sanguine have to back away. Yarkor sees Baskin on the left-hand side, has the knock up there. Shinto still alive. Scream pops the thorns. FG, that's still pulled here. Excavate, you gotta be kidding me. Gino gets it done, takes the FG. 26 minutes into the game, Sanguine started. The United finish it.
Look, and you gotta look at it this way. Serket brings in some true damage. You're gonna see maybe some of that here as they just look to eviscerate down through Yarkor. One more hit should do it. But you have to look at the fact that they've got 3 frontliners, effectively. I mean, Baskin and Gino are both tanky enough that you can't kill them, but Scream takes no damage through that. This is the downside of stacking up on physical damage. It's so good, not just in the middle of the team fight to help someone like Scream stay alive. It's also good against these towers that they're going to be able to break through. If Shinto isn't there to be the one to help kill Scream, Scream will not die. And unfortunately right now, Shinto is the one under pressure.
Shinto, he has no actives, and Argus was looking at him funny. Mid lane Phoenix, half HP, a polymorph from range, connects onto Shinto again. Yarkor still 20 seconds away here. United stay 5-man grouped in. Goes Scream, immediately stunned by Rongu. Scream has to dash away. Shinto lurking in the back. Where does Rongu take the rest of his team? It's right into the front line of the United. Scream locks in onto Panatom, but Panatom just returns right back onto Scream. And Scream has done what he came for. Bought enough time for United to knock down the mid lane Phoenix.
Yeah, that's that, again, that nuisance factor, I guess, that comes in. I'm going to poke you in the side so many times that eventually you have to look at me and scream, what? And then when you say what, well, that's when the rest of the team comes in and scoops away that Phoenix. Now you get to see that boulder. I mean, just so well placed and so well timed. The only way that can go through that way is if you have enough space created. Thankfully, they were looking for Scream. I mean, they were so worried about this Serket, and rightly so. I mean, Shinto was getting evaporated by the damage in the background. It was just enough pressure from Scream to open that up so that Gino had nothing to worry about. And that boulder, I mean, it comes up on cooldown pretty recently before that Fire Giant. Like, he had used it in the fight prior, so he was waiting for that to tick down, and it just happens to be there at the right time, right moment. And it gets United not just a foot back in the door, but I mean, again, hand on the steering wheel, help controlling the game as to where it goes, Dave. 30 minutes in, anybody can win.
What is this set, man? This set is nuts. Got a 60-minute game 1, a wild game 2, Now E United steal a Fire Giant with Excavate to pull themselves right back in and into the lead in Game 3. This is nuts. This is fun to watch. Sanguine not out of it yet, though. They have a decent defense here that can maybe keep E United at bay. Shinto's going to have a lot to say about it as well. This Merlin, big damage. Gino nearly gets the pullback onto Yarkor. Obsidian Shard, Soul Reaver, Soul Gem for Shinto. It's going to be a lot of damage United definitely have to be aware of here. Mid lane Phoenix still missing. Look at this from Baskin and Scream, though. Deep in behind the Sanguine roster, just hesitating for a moment to maybe see where the engage comes from, but definitely playing their time slowly.
This is where Scream, specifically now that Stone of Gaia, can come in handy. It's because it'll help keep him topped off in here. Again, he's just the third tank at this point. That's the way he's built, that's the way he's playing. He goes in, he ults, he throws you to the sharks, and then just hopes that you don't kill him in the process. At this point, kind of knows you won't kill him in the process, so he can target whoever he wants.
Ooh, fire minions
it's that
on the
distraction
Titan.
factor for the Phoenix.
For their minions on the Titan, Argus drops down into the heart of the Sanguine roster here. E United, they want to end this game. They want to end this set. Baskin gets rid of Panatom. He's still swinging away deep in the fountain. Drop shit from Wrongyu, but it's only the Horus here. Yarkor chasing down Snoopy. He won't get the kill. E United, they found two, but Shinto is able to get Baskin elsewhere in this fight. Wrongyu will make 3. E United, 4 members strong, but Wrongyu stays alive. Snoopy nearly dies, and Sanguine repel the E United attack and probably save their lives in the game.
But at what cost, right? I mean, you repel the attack. Maybe Baskin, and I'm going to throw him under the bus a little bit. He gets pretty aggressive there, chases down a kill, what seemed like it could be a kill, into the fountain, and then is hanging out there in a 2v1. But it does keep the rest of Sanguine from joining that fight. So at the end of the day, it's still positive for E United, even if it does cost them their solo laner. And that Titan, you had highlighted, if the minions go in there, it's about 3/4 HP as of right now. And they aren't the ones that have the Horus, so maybe no 5-man drop onto the Titan. That mid Phoenix is coming up. It gives them an easy target there. Fire Giant's about to respawn as well, an easy target there. And with the way these fights have been going, United have control of it. They don't have to steal this time, Dave. It's going to be owned by them as long as they can just walk in and take it. But with 5-man strong here for Sanguine, they can at least put some pressure onto this. Pyromancer's an easy kill early on if either of these hunters get up here. Could at least get that little bit of a swing, but right now you're playing catch-up if you're Sanguine. You have the damage. The question is if you have the peel. Scream right now is setting up a lot of these plays. 6 out of 7 kills for him, 7 out of 7 affected here by Heroine. Both of them making some huge plays for the team.
Minions into the left lane. If you're keeping track of the Hunter ultimates, neither of them have any of their actives rather. Beads and Aegis both down for Snoopy and Netrioid. So if that is where the engage goes, both of them will need some peel from the rest of their team or from themselves. Shinto, no beads for the next 20 seconds, but has Aegis. Hurrywin, similar, except has beads but no shell. It's Fire Giant now, enhanced for United. Half HP, Yarkor lurking in the waters on the right. Wrongyu gets dashed in on by Baskin. United immediately respond by pulling off the FG, but go right on back. It's Gino trying to separate out this fight. We've seen one steal. Might we see another? Sanguine definitely in range to potentially do so. Watch out for the snipes from Netrioid. Sanguine, oh, come on! They do it! Sanguine, take the FG away! It's Merlin! It's Shinto! Keep Sanguine in the game! Gino, is he gonna die as well? He will! You have got to be kidding me! This game will go on!
Look, let's call it what it is. 6 hours after this day started, Sanguine are still holding on for their right to win this set. It was a 2-1 last time in favor of E United. And Sanguine want this head-to-head victory. Whoever wins this does stand apart in the event of some sort of tiebreaker or anything like that. It always helps to kind of plant your feet. But if this set has proven me anything, honestly, if this day has proven anything, it is that E United, Obey, the two teams right now that are at the bottom, are putting up a hell of a fight with everybody else in the standings. It's just unfortunate right now for E United after such great control there in the mid-game that at this point lasted up until about 30 minutes, has now shifted right back over in favor of Sanguine. Fire, Pyro, now this Fury, all in their favor. still have a weakened mid Phoenix, and they are still missing that left Phoenix. But with the way they're pushed up, they should be able to get one of these 3 towers, if not 2 of them, and find their way to potentially pull a Phoenix of their own.
Now let's just go another 26 minutes, why don't we? At this point, these two teams have made this one fun. Left side Phoenix respawns. Some Oni minions will be coming here for Sanguine in just a moment. I mean, what a set the carries from both teams have had here. Snoopy and Netriot, I think, fantastic. Hurrywind and Shinto in their own regards have both had some good sets as well. It's been a masterclass, I think, for both of these teams, and as close of a matchup, I think, as built going in to this one. Look at what Rongyu's looking for here. Just follow the Horus. He's going to land on Baskin here. He's going to bring 4 with him in behind. It's the right side Phoenix immediately pivoted towards Scream. Left alone with Sanguine here, but he's tanky enough to survive the initial onslaught. Receives some help, and Netrioid returns the damage down to earth. 1 pick onto Scream. Yarkor left alone in the backline now as Gino pushes King Arthur right back in. Snoopy stays alive, but not for much longer. Shinto has the kill. Hurrywind back in the fountain. Sanguine break open the United base on the right-hand side thanks to a big rotation from Rongyu.
They've got minions, Oni minions at that here in mid. They could stay aggressive if they want, plus this enhanced Fire Giant helps them. Yarkor is keeping Argus distracted at this point, Dave. They're still going.
Oh, Panatom's low, Yarkor's low. I'm not sure Sanguine can end, but they sure may try. Hurrywind, he's pulled back in by Panatom. No more carries for United. Is this the end? Is this the way this set goes down? Turn off the lights. This one's over. A deicide for Sanguine, and they win it in 3 games.
Did you forget about Shinto's Merlin? Because this set is the reason you shouldn't forget about it. The only reason they're able to win that is because of that steal that comes through on that Fire Giant. A very good fight there after transitions into so many objectives, gold, and then the momentum just shifts too heavily for E United to fight back in. They go in, they get some Phoenixes, they do the job. Ramsey got to see all of it, and I'm sure she's just as excited as we are to see that. I mean, Sanguine play that well. I think E United put up a hell of a fight throughout all of that. It is nothing against them that comes through. That was just Sanguine playing well from top to bottom.
Yeah, she's confused. She's never heard her dad yell like that in a little while. What a set, Gord. That was absurd. That's a fantastic one to cast. So maybe an even better one to just be a fan of Smite watching E United versus Sanguine. Heartbreaking for E United down the stretch. They keep themselves alive, but they don't get the win. Sanguine, they take this 1 and 3. We'll take a quick break and then round out the day.
Well, here we are at the end of another SPL day, everyone out there, all my SMITE fans. We still going to hopefully get you a post-game interview and break down everything that we just got through seeing. But I'm going to be joined here on the desk this time by Ryan Agro Bailey, since I'm doing a full name thing here today. I got to keep that train right on rolling. Sanguine Man to close this one out, find a way to get that win 2-1. I'm thinking that the Horus was tremendously impactful in this one. Wrong You was moving around a lot, but what did you see? What was the biggest impact here in this one for them to get the win?
It was all these Fire Giant fights, right? I mean, first it's Sanguine who's in a position to really run away with the game, and then Gino makes an unbelievable play to steal it away with the Hercules boulder. And then it's United's turn. They siege, they get a Phoenix, they're looking good. And then all of a sudden it's Sanguine who walks in and steals it away. I'm looking at Herwind right now. He just tweeted, Hera 1 left FG with less than 90 HP, 9-0. And the first tick of Merlin Ice 2 stole it away from them. Then there is an upside-down smiley face emoji, which usually means I hate my life. So just to make sure that we're all on the same page for that emoji usage. I feel like United has more of these types of heartbreaking games than most. Obey might be able to match them in that, but so many sets where United get really, really close but just can't quite put a cohesive 3-game set together. I mean, they have one of the highest 3-game set rates of any team in the SPL without one of the highest win rates. So I think that goes to show how a lot of Game 3s have gone for this United squad.
And I'm looking back at some of these post-game stats here, Agro. I mean, Shinto gets to go 5-0-7. Netroid gets to go 4-0-9. This wasn't a stomp at all. There were set portions of this game where United were in control, kind of as you've talked about, and yet they seem to struggle to consistently get back there and put pressure onto Shinto and Netroid. Some of it is that Wrong You was moving the team around with this ultimate, but a lot of it is that I think that Scream was struggling to get back there and Baskin at time, that they're playing some of these somewhat safer carries they were able to position pretty well.
Yeah, I'm good on the Circuit, for the record. I mean, we saw Adapting play it earlier. That was in a win, I believe, but I don't think Adapting had the performance that he wanted to on that pick. Scream playing it here. I know Lazarus been playing a decent amount. The character's not good enough, fellas. That's the way I feel. I just don't think she does enough and can get her damage off reliably. And then when she does get her damage off reliably, it's still not enough damage. There are better assassins to be picking, and I think that we saw that here today.
Yeah, it just feels like you're kind of making yourself work a bit harder than you have to, not unlike Giannis when Herwin plays. But hey, he at least turns those into dubs a lot of the time. Like I said, though, we're nearing the end of the day, and got Dave standing by here for the post-game interview. It's Yarkor that is here with them to help Sanguine celebrate their nice victory.
That's right, Yarkor is with me. Yarkor, this one's long. We go 60 minutes in game 1. You know, we're pushing, 30, 40 minutes game 2. Same for game 3 here. Walk me through just not even so much communication between you guys as a player in a long set like that. How does that impact your mentality? Do you fatigue? Do you kind of get slowed down, do you think?
Nah, I love playing long games. I'm the kind of guy that really always want to play the 5 game of a best of 5, so I'm fine with that. Like,
sure.
It's It's like hard to do it, but I just like it. Like playing long games, all that mental practice that you get or playing rankeds, is paying off.
That's right. It's kind of the last minute, the big fight. Those sorts of moments definitely spring up in games like that. Game 3. What a nutty game that was. A steal for United to kind of give them the advantage. A few minutes later, a Fire Giant steal from you guys to pull things back. I will kind of take a peek. What's communication like between you guys in that moment? Did you guys know that you had an opportunity to end the game the moment you stole that Fire Giant?
Yeah, when we get the fire, I mean, first of all, they stole our fire. I think it wasn't even the egg border, it was like the boulder, but bouncing back of the FG wall that got the FG. And then it was like 1 HP when I came in the fire, and Chinto just threw a Merlin 2 and got it. And then our finish respawn, and it was like, it's enhanced fire giant, so it's like more important than the last one. So yeah, we know that then we were gonna see they're gonna do much more when we're defending.
Well, I'll kind of wrap things up with you here, Yarkor. 3 sets left for you guys. You got PK, you got Ghost, you got Obey. What's the goal for this Sanguine team? Is there anything specific that you're working on in your final few sets at the SPL level? Or in the SPL, I should say, before Worlds?
Yeah, we want to play better. I think we're right now, like, Maybe we haven't played as we wanted, but we want to like improve and be ready for what is next. So gonna be like good games against those three teams, and hope we get maybe a win or two. We'll be fine.
Yeah, you guys have been playing fantastic here as of late. Officially back into third place after this one. Yarkor, big congrats and a fantastic set for us all
Thank
to
you.
watch. We'll go back to the desk to round out the day.
Man, we say it every time we talk to the Sanguine guys, but it's hard not to root for them. Just a likable bunch of dudes. Whole SPL full of likable guys, so it's hard to pick sometimes who you want to win. Aggro, we're starting to close the book here now on a pretty lengthy day, but an important one all the same here, I would say. Sanguine now back up in that third place spot now as well. I think we're getting closer and closer now to that point where these teams have got to be locked in. We're getting ready for Worlds now as we take a look back at all the sets that we watched throughout this weekend. Radiance able to kind of right the ship with a win up against Obey, and they beat PK earlier. A lot of big storylines kind of coming to a head here towards the end.
I mean, 14 weeks in the season, right? And this is the end of week 12, so we've only got 2 weekends left to go in SPL play, and a lot of teams are trending upwards. I'm looking at the Pittsburgh Knights. I'm looking at Space Station Gaming. Some teams are trending downwards. I don't think that you can say that about Radiance anymore. I don't know that you can say it about anybody trending straight down, but clearly Renegades, E-United, Obey have not maintained that upward trajectory it looked like they may have at some point during Phase 2.
Yeah, and it's starting to look like we have much more of a clear divide. It used to be 4 and 4, now it's 5 and 3 as PK have kind of forced their way up into that top 4 and 5. This is the look at next week's schedule, though. That in week 13, as Aggro was talking about, we are getting closer and closer to the end of this phase, and making sure to finish as high as possible is becoming more important as well. Some really big games coming up. Most importantly, the very first one on Friday, Ghost and SSG, the top 2 teams in the league will play. I believe Ghost are already ahead 2-0 in the head-to-head between them, but certainly still going to be exciting to see how those 2 teams fare this close to the end of the phase.
Also excited to see PK make up the final set that they need to make up. So next Sunday, a week from today, you're going to get some extra bonus Smite on that day where PK gets to play once again up against United. So that should be pretty good. But you're right to highlight the opening set, man. I mean, Ghost SSG on Friday. You guys better be here early, especially for SPL waiting room. Don't forget about that.
That's exactly right. I might not know a whole lot, but I know where all of you are going to be next Friday at 3 p.m. because we have got to watch that set, perhaps the best one that we're going to have the whole rest of this phase, until we get down to some of those exciting ones where they're jockeying for position. Well, thank you, Aggro, for coming on here and helping me close out the day. Thank you all for watching. Thank you for production, for helping making the show happen across however long it's been since SEC started. Appreciate all y'all for watching. We will see you next week. Make sure you're there.
Peach it.